may have been in your yard?
Objection, I think that's
Grounds.
a statement, Your Honor. He's, again, reading a police report,
That's a question.
not authored by this witness. It's beyond the scope of the witness's knowledge.
It's actually the
It's-
report that he
Mr.
gave.
Booth, I've heard enough. If the objection is sustained, you may rephrase your question.
So far, sorry guys, we're a little late getting in here, but this gentleman that's on stand, he's doing it. He's doing it the way it needs to be
Did you
done.
follow
So,
the
I appreciate what he's
investigation
doing
after
right now.
you had given the report on the non-emergency line?
It's kind of hard not to see it on TV. Can I clarify something? Or
There's not a question just
Oh,
yet,
okay.
so
Right.
the state will have an opportunity to redirect if they deem it appropriate.
Okay.
Thank you.
Share the stream if you would, please, as you're jumping in here. Just want to share out to Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, whatever channel you might be on. Twitter, Rockfin.
So you made reference to
Thank
it
you
was
for being in here.
kind of hard not to see it on the news. Would that be fair to say?
It was all over the news.
And would it be fair to say that from those news reports, you gained additional information that you didn't have that night?
Actually, what I did is went into work the next morning and pulled up the police report on the internet, and there you were in a mugshot.
And there you were.
And I'm like, that's the guy.
So you got
That guy.
a further description from a mugshot.
No, I didn't get a further description. At the time, I didn't care who you were when you were in my yard. I didn't know who you were, what you had done, where you had been, any of that stuff.
So
All
Let him finish.
I'm saying is you were trespassing in my yard at that time. That's all I can say. Other than that, that's all I can confirm. I don't know what you did. I don't know where you were. I don't know any of the other stuff. All I know is you were the guy in my yard.
the guy that you said was 5'9", 160 pounds.
Objection, argumentative,
Grounds.
asked and answered.
Sustained.
Grounds.
Question you didn't
They
answer.
tell you why they object every time, man.
And what prompted you to read or pull up the police report?
Objection, irrelevant.
Grounds. He said it. He brought it out here.
Overruled. He may answer.
I was curious of actually who you were
And
and
what
if you were the person that actually had done the atrocities that were on
Right.
television.
and what prompted the curiosity?
A stranger was in my yard, unannounced, trespassing, asked him to leave. And
What's up, Barry?
they ended up catching somebody for doing something very bad. And I was wondering if that was the individual that had cut through my yard.
No, there you go. Fair play. That's a question asked, question answered. There we go. Thank you, Danielle. Yeah, if you guys would please help share the stream out. I know it's early Monday morning. This started a little earlier than expected. I was under the impression it wasn't starting until 9 East or Central, but
So it'd be fair to say at the time you wasn't privy to that knowledge yet.
we're in here.
Vague.
Grounds.
Sustained is to the form of the question.
At the time you pulled up the police report, as you say, you had no knowledge of the identity of the individual.
I didn't know that you were going to be the person that had done that.
You keep referring to the you.
You. I'm looking into your eyes right now. You're the guy I'm talking about when I refer to you.
Yeah.
And the record should reflect that the witness used his right hand and index finger to point directly at.
One of these right here.
That's a question, please.
You, the guy that I'm looking in the eyeballs of right now. Definitely you. No questions asked about that. Wondering or, any any inconsistencies in my thoughts here. I definitely know it was you. Man, he's crushing it, bro. This guy, so far, we're going to have to just pull this guy's clips of this guy if anyone wants to.
So you just made reference
send that
to
over, that'd be
looking
great.
the you in the eyes, but you would need.
What would you prefer I call you?
You would need.
Because you're
There
not
you
going
go.
by Darrell Brooks.
You would need me to step out of my shoes to tell my height and weight, right?
I'd
What
have
do
to
you want
also
me to call you?
stand 2 feet from you.
Hold on, please.
This guy's not having it, man.
Mr. Brooks, you're directed under 90611 to ask a question and not argue with the witness.
That
Thank
was
you.
a question.
It was argumentative.
He asked you, what do you want me to
Please
call you, man?
rephrase your question. And then the witness is instructed to wait until a question is asked. And if there's any objection, then I rule on it first. Go ahead, next question.
Sound like he didn't want to argue.
Very well disregard that last comment.
This
Mr. Brooks,
is
you're
such a child,
testifying
man.
right now. You'll have an opportunity if you choose to do that later. Please ask a question.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to it.
This guy just poked holes in his ability to be an asshole. So it's kind of a, well, you know.
Any reason
There
why
you
you
go.
didn't give a written statement to law enforcement?
Objection, argumentative, irrelevant.
How's it argumentative?
Sustained. As to the form of the question. Next question, please.
Did you at any time give a written statement to law enforcement?
I don't believe so.
Any reason why not?
Objection,
Grounds?
argumentative and irrelevant.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain?
Mr. Brooks, please ask your next question.
Grounds
never
for the
gonna get-
sustain?
Because it's, anyway, because the judge said so. That's basically what it comes down to. Judge said so. Yeah. You know what I mean? I don't think she really needs to give you another reason, bro. That's just kind of what it is. So, and while you're in here, guys, if you'd hit the, thumbs up, heart, smiley face, frowny face, laughy face, clown face, whatever, poo emoji, whatever you want to throw in there for old Mr. Brooks here. But yeah, let's go. We got to get some traction in our algorithm here. And
You said
I
you
appreciate
pulled
you
up
guys doing
the police report at work the next day, right?
No, I pulled up your mugshot.
Well, you did say police report. Would that be fair to say?
You can answer that.
I just pulled up a mugshot.
You don't recall saying that you pulled up the police report specifically?
I specifically wanted to pull up the picture of the person that had committed those atrocities to see if that was the person that had cut through my yard, which confirmed it was.
And did you pull up the complaint?
No,
Have you ever seen the complaint?
I don't believe I have.
There you go. You don't have to be, stay as vague as you want, brother. There you go, Gail. That's a 4-time clown.
Have you yourself filed a complaint?
Nope.
Any reason why not?
Objection,
Grounds.
irrelevant,
Sustained.
argumentative.
As to the form of the
In
question.
the comments, would somebody go ahead and,
Next question.
does anyone have the typing and spelling of this, or the name and the spelling of this gentleman that's on stand right now?
Do you recall who subpoenaed you to testify here today?
Oh, here we go. Do you see the plaintiff?
It's on the subpoena.
You don't recall?
I'd have to have a subpoena with me to read the name.
Do you recall if it was the district attorney's office?
He just said I'd have to have the subpoena. Objection. Asked and answered.
Do you recall about how long ago you received the subpoena?
You can answer that.
A month or two ago, a couple months ago, I got a subpoena, so that's all I know, and I had to show up at a certain time.
So you knew it was a possibility that you would be called to testify.
I had no expectation of the subpoena until I went to the DA's office.
So you went to the DA's office?
That's what they called him to testify.
They asked
Come in. This dude is just so over it, man. He's like, bro, figure it out.
They
man.
want to see if you're worth having as a witness, or if you actually had any information that was pertinent to the case.
Yeah, if you're credible at all. Yeah.
And so would it be fair to say that you felt that you did?
I didn't know.
Grounds?
Hold on. I'll sustain as to the form of the question that strike the last response. Please rephrase.
Did you feel that you had information that would be relevant to the matter?
That's an irrelevant question,
Grounds.
Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Next question, please.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Next question, please.
Is that a judicial determination, Your Honor?
Ask your next question, please.
I got this video clip that I'm just waiting to drop out there, but just a little.
When you went to the
Got to be an argument. at this
district
moment.
attorney's office, do you recall whom you spoke with?
There was 3 or 4 people there. I don't recall their names. I recall their faces.
You are correct.
You said you
Jim.
do recall the names, not the faces?
No, I recall their faces, not their names.
Do you see any of those district attorneys in court here today?
I see one district attorney and one officer was in the room.
Yep.
And for the record and for the jury, can you identify whom you're referring to?
I'd have to point.
You and
Her,
him.
yep.
Your Honor, I met
And
with Mr. Backler.
this officer here. sitting behind
Isn't
me.
the secret's
Okay.
out?
Yes,
This has
Detective.
pointed to District Attorney Sue Apper and Detective Casey.
Yeah, the real secret's unfolding now. We knew it. We knew there was something amiss.
And that was around the time you first received the subpoena?
It was the time that the subpoena told me to show up.
Dude's like, what do you want from me, man? This guy's great, man. This guy's great.
Do you recall ever being told about the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection
Grounds.
vague.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Grounds for sustain.
Do you know who the plaintiff is in this matter?
Objection
Grounds.
vague, beyond the scope
Grounds.
of the witness's knowledge, legally inaccurate.
Sustained as to the form of the
Ooh.
question.
That's a new one.
Did Attorney Opper ever tell you who the plaintiff was in this matter?
The subpoena told me who the plaintiff was.
And do you recall who the plaintiff is?
Darrell Brooks.
That's the plaintiff?
Or not the plaintiff, the plaintiff is, I think, city of Waukesha or state of Wisconsin. I'm not sure.
And it'd be fair to say that that's not a living, breathing human being.
Cause for speculation.
Objection, relevance.
Sustained, not relevant. Next question.
Probably going to be
Are
like
you aware that only a living, breathing human being can make a claim?
Objection,
Grounds.
irrelevant,
relevant.
argumentative.
Grounds?
Sustained for those reasons, and it's also not an accurate
It's
statement of the law.
definitely not argumentative.
Mr. Brooks, under 90611, I need you to move on from this topic and ask a different line of questions.
Pardon me?
That was before the
Don't
defense
get
testimony.
brazen with me.
Oh,
Move on from what topic, Your Honor?
Next question, sir.
Can I know what topic you're referring to, Your Honor?
no.
Next question, please.
I don't know the topic.
Pardon me?
I know
That was before the
Don't
princess
get
went.
brazen with me.
Mr. Brooks, under 90611, I need you to ask a question.
Oh, Judge Schroeder.
Do you know if there's even a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Grounds for
Under
sustained.
90611, sir, please move on from this topic or I will declare your cross-examination closed.
Under what law and fact, Your Honor?
Under 90611, please ask a question.
90611.
And where can I find 90611?
Oh, and we go
This
back
is
to
your
the
last
legal.
opportunity to ask a
You know,
question.
go back to
sir.
your legal
Your Honor,
teachings.
The jury deserves to know this information.
All right, then,
Dismiss the
state
jury.
any redirect.
No redirect. Thank you, Judge.
All right,
just-
thank you, sir. You may step down.
They just take him away. They said, "All right, you're done questioning," and no issues here. That's the thing.
State
Like,
may call its next witness.
it blows my mind that they just flat out say, like, "Hey, you're done. You're done talking. You're done questioning. That's it. Moving along." And he knows it, and you see that he's just like, okay, I guess you're right. I mean, I am being an idiot, so." But man, that Schroeder clip, I'm gonna give it to you guys. I'm gonna hit you with it.
Pardon me?
That was before the
Don't
princess
get
went.
brazen with me.
The seat shift. Oh, that's beautiful, man. Judge Schroeder. That guy was, and he would go high and come, listen, man, you gotta do, don't you ever. And you're right. Someone said something like, they said we need a male judge. I don't think that we necessarily need a male judge for this case. I just think that Darrell Brooks here would respond very differently
You may call.
to a male judge.
All right, sir, if you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is on my right, up one riser.
Oh, you can see
When
his
you
face.
get there, please remain
What?
standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the
You guys remember him
truth,
reading the
the
Bible
truth,
on
the
Friday?
truth, so help you God?
He picked it up the
Thank you,
indicated
sir.
trial.
Please have a seat.
This freaking guy, man.
First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Dominic Caproon, DOMANICCAPROON.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Caproon, are you a resident of the city of Waukesha?
Yes,
Where were you living on November 21st of 2021?
417 Central Avenue.
The objection is overruled. His
He
answer may stand.
he objected
When
to the
there's an
relevance of
objection,
the
if you
guy's
would
address.
Just wait until I rule on it before you answer. Thank you. Go ahead.
417 Central Avenue, Waukesha, Wisconsin.
I mean,
Were
I
you
wouldn't really want to
home
give out
on
my
the
address.
afternoon of November 21st, that Sunday afternoon?
Yes,
Objection, leading.
Overruled. His answer may stand.
What was the answer?
Yes. I believe is what he said.
yes.
Well, if you were talking, you would be able to hear him.
Can you
so.
tell us what happened shortly before 5:00 p.m. that day?
Well, we were at home
What's up,
and my youngest son just got home from a friend's house and
Right.
we were ready to get water from Woodman's, and we
Were you outside or inside?
we were inside the house. Sorry.
Okay. Did you at some point make your way outside?
Yeah. We eventually decided to go, and we were bringing the jugs out to the truck, and sorry.
It's okay. Tell us about the setup. Where was your truck parked?
My truck was parked by the back door, and the tailgate was facing the entry of the driveway.
So the truck was in the driveway?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened is you were also standing in the driveway?
When I was putting the jugs in the back of the truck, my oldest son, looked up and he kind of pointed behind me, and I turned, and Mr. Brooks was coming up the driveway, and when I turned, he kind of stopped, and I noticed that he wasn't wearing a jacket or shoes.
Could
Just
you tell us what he was wearing?
he was
Objection,
wearing.
Overruled. You may answer.
Okay. He was wearing just blue jeans and like a red t-shirt. And he had lifted his shirt and did a 360 and told me that he didn't have any weapons and that he needed a phone to call an Uber. And so I said, yeah, sure, no problem. So, I handed him my phone, and I had suggested to him that my neighbor was a Lyft driver. And
this is how
so
he ended up next door.
we continued to, with the containers. And so I put the last one in, and he handed me my phone, and he turned the corner and just wanted to see if he, got a hold of my neighbor, looked around the corner, and then he was gone. So
When Mr. Brooks lifted his shirt and did a 360 and said he was unarmed, were those the first words he said to you while you were in your driveway?
Objection, leading, and I do not consent to being called that name.
See what he just said there, you guys. He said when he said Darrell Brooks, and then he said, I don't
I'm not
consent to being called that
exactly
name.
Sure.
You're just saying that when they talk about Darrell Brooks, that I don't
think it
consent
was
to being
more
called
or
that
less
name, but no one said you.
all together.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
And how many of your sons were present and in the driveway with you?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
2.
How old were they at the time?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
One was 21 and the other one was 14.
Do you recall providing a physical description of Mr. Brooks, the person you've referred to as Mr. Brooks today, back on November 21st when you met with the police?
Objection, I do not consent to being called that name.
Mr. Brooks, that's not a valid objection at this time. Go ahead. You may
I
answer.
that's your
consent to
name.
being called that name.
Go ahead and answer.
Yes. I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
Back on November 21st, when you met with the police, did you provide a physical description of the man who came up your driveway?
Yes.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
What was the physical description you provided?
It was a black male, mid-30s at the time, dreadlocks, tied up in a band. He had tattoos. One I noticed above his right eye, and some he had on his arms, but it was kind of dark yet. So then,
So the darkness prevented you from being able to see any detail of the
Yeah.
arm tattoos?
yes.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Your Honor, could you please instruct Mr. Brooks to remove his mask momentarily?
Mr. Brooks, please remove your mask and look at the witness.
The person you've described today is walking up your driveway. The person who you've referred to as Mr. Brooks today. Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may
Not
answer,
consent
sir.
to being called that name either.
Yes.
Could you please point to him and then tell us what he's wearing?
Darrell Brooks.
He's wearing a suit and tie.
Let
and a mask.
Your Honor, let the record reflect, please, that the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
And that he pointed with his right hand towards Mr. Brooks.
Thank you for that.
Objection, I
additional-
don't consent to being called that name. For the record.
Whose phone, you described handing a phone to Mr. Brooks. Whose phone was it?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
Your objection is noted, although it's not legally relevant at this time. And I'd ask that you not interrupt with an objection for that reason under 906.11. Go ahead, Attorney
I
Witch,
don't
your
consent
question
to being
again.
called that name.
Whose phone
It's amazing how little people
was it
care.
that you handed to the man in your driveway?
That was my fault.
And Did you see what that man did with the phone?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
That's just, he doesn't even
He
understand
he
basic
called a
court
number
law, man.
on the phone, or called somebody, which I at the time thought was Uber.
Did that man then hand the phone back to you at some point?
Yes.
When you met with the police, did they ask to see your phone?
Yes.
And the purpose of that was to try and see the number that
Yes.
Mr. Brooks had called?
Objection.
Overruled.
No consent to being called that name.
Yes.
Would you please show for the witness only, exhibit number 74, a photograph?
Go ahead.
Objection relevancy.
Overruled.
Grounds.
It's relevant.
Thank
Did
you,
see the
because it is
photograph on the
relevant.
screen in front of you?
That's,
Yes.
Yeah.
What are we looking at here?
This is the number that Mr. Brooks had called.
Can you read that number out loud for us?
Objection relevancy.
Overruled.
414-610-2153.
And this is a call history screenshot, is that right? Where we can see all the recent calls to and from that number?
Yes.
Is this an accurate depiction of how your phone screen looked that afternoon as you showed it to the police?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
Yes.
I move exhibit 74 into evidence and ask for permission to publish.
Objection relevancy.
Exhibit 74 is received. Permission to publish is granted. The objection's overruled.
Can you zoom in on the bottom half of this photograph?
You know what's funny is the guy,
Did
last guy
you
asked.
call this number
So
at any
Darrell.
Objection.
Objection leading.
He
Overruled.
said,
You
"Would
may
you want to be
answer.
called?" And
No.
wouldn't answer.
So all three of these calls, outgoing, incoming, and canceled, would have been made by someone other than you.
Yes.
Objection leading.
And the only person who had your phone during that time frame was who?
Objection
Me.
leading.
Or
Overruled.
Derek, Mr. Brooks.
After Mr. Brooks handed you your phone back, what happened next?
A lady had called me, and I answered the phone, and I asked her if she was Uber, and she told me she wasn't an Uber.
Did she say anything else?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
No.
Is the call that you're talking about, the lady who called you, was that incoming call from that 414 number we just looked at?
Objection leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Did you recognize the number that called you?
I didn't recognize it. I didn't look at the number. I just answered the phone.
And it was recorded in your phone's call history?
Yes.
And it was the same number that Mr. Brooks had used your phone to dial?
Objection leading, and I don't consent to being called that name.
It's funny because
Overruled.
he just keeps saying that is my
I'm
name.
sorry,
I
I
keep
took the
saying that.
exhibit
But
down.
it's-
Did you need it back up?
No, I think we're done.
All right, thank you.
and again, we're in day 8 of this
That
trial.
was a yes, just to be clear.
Actual opening testimonies or opening
Did
statements.
Mr. Brooks
and
leave at
witnesses.
some point?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
Dude, she's gonna have to just shut him up.
Did you see what direction he went when he left?
I guess it would be like the southwest part of my property, heading more westerly towards my neighbors.
Do you know what street he was headed, or he appeared to be headed toward?
Objection speculative.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
Well, Central Avenue is an L Street, and he was heading towards Central.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all.
All right, very well. Any questions, Mr. Brooks, for this
Yes.
witness?
I don't consent to being called that name for the record. Do you recall giving a statement to a Detective Schwartz?
I'm not sure what his name was.
I'm referring to a Detective Mandy L. Schwartz, so that would be a woman.
There was a female, yes.
And do you recall giving a statement to the woman law enforcement officer?
Yes.
Do you recall if that was the same night or days immediately after?
It was the same night.
And do you recall in that statement if you were asked about a description of the person in your driveway?
Yes.
Do you recall what you said?
Yes.
May you state it for the record and for the jury?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Black male, 30s, dreadlocks, red shirt, jeans, no shoes, no jacket.
It's crazy that even saying black male nowadays, people are nervous to say that because of
If
how
it pleases the court, I
woke
have
tribes have made people
the
feel.
statement,
Not even
here,
identifying a race
and I would like
or
to show the witness.
anything
Is
along
it
those
his written
lines,
statement?
or a gender, or any kind
It's
of identity.
I'm guessing whatever statement he gave to Detective Schwartz.
Is it a written statement?
I don't know if it's a written statement.
Would this
Maybe
be
it
the-
may. Maybe it
Would this be
may.
the police report?
Yeah.
If it's not his written statement, then I'm gonna deny that request to show it to the witness. You may ask a question.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Do you recall in your report with Detective Schwartz
You recall on.
that you described the male as approximately 5'5" to 5'6", weighing approximately 120 to 125 pounds, and the male appeared to be in his 20s?
No, I don't recall that.
Yeah, I don't recall.
Good man.
Any reason why this report would say that, and then you would, when you were asked the description, you gave a different description? Any reason why the two would conflict?
Objection.
Grounds?
Thank you,
Argumentative.
Bella. Is that the
Grounds.
heart thingy? Is that it?
Sustained.
Yeah, whatever. You get it. Thank you, Bella.
Reason for the sustain?
Because
Grounds
it's
for the
what's
sustain?
what'd you
Sustained is
say?
to the form of the question.
I'm
It
loving
states
the
the testimony.
I'm loving the Judge Schroeder that I got for you guys.
Well, I'm reading from the report that was given to the detective.
And you can't testify as to what that report says. You can only question the witness on it, sir.
That was a question. Do you recall?
He said he did not
That was
recall
before
that.
the Don't get brazen with me.
It probably, you know, it's funny. I had some people that hit me up and they're like, hey, like the comments were like, stop talking over the court case. Also, and a few other like reprimanded revisals. And I was like, you know, I had to let them know, like, well, it's CJTV. So you're going to hear
Any
my
reason why your
take on this, but-
description would change from that night till now?
I'm sure that person would probably hate that, but I love it. Yeah, the first witness, guys. We'll pull the clip from that. Actually, the first witness of the day was great.
I'm not sure.
He laid into him. He told him he had to get up and take his shoes off. He said, "Would you say I'm 5'9"?" He's like, "I know. Stand up and take your shoes off."
You made reference to
Man.
when the male that was in your driveway left your driveway, they went towards Central, I think is what you said. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah.
Do you recall stating in your report that they went in the direction of West Avenue?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that that's two different directions?
Yes.
Well, it depends using your definition of
Any
direction.
reason why that would change from then till now?
Not sure.
If you're in here, guys, let me know where you got the notification, or if you got a notification, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, whatever you might happen to be on, Twitter. And if you're not on one of the other platforms, if you wouldn't mind just going over there, setting up notifications and a like, that'd be great. Make sure that if I'm not on one of the other platforms you're usually on, you'll be able to get notifications that I'm on one of the other ones. So be it YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, Rockfin. Yeah, that should cover it. But the CJTV media page on Facebook, I think I'm live as well, just on the CJ Halliburton, my personal
And
page,
you
but definitely on the
made
YouTube.
reference to it being kind of dark, so it was a little hard to tell about certain aspects of that interaction. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Would you say it was dark or dusk?
Dusk.
So it'd be fair to say that you were unable to identify tattoos?
I would.
You can tell this guy's, poor guy's nervous, man. You know what I mean? You can tell he's nervous.
You would be able to identify tattoos, or you wouldn't?
Not. I saw tattoos.
But you couldn't make out because of the lighting. You couldn't make them out. Would that be fair to say?
I could make out tattoos.
Do you recall stating that you were not able to identify the tattoos?
In description, or
I see that you have them. I don't know what they are
in
because
detail.
they're
Sorry.
garbage tattoos. So, no offense to whoever gave him this tattoo, but you paint a garbage can. Guess what? You just put paint on a garbage can. What do they say? You put lipstick on a pig.
And not being able to make out in detail would be referring to the tattoos on the arms.
Yes.
I wish that they would just say stuff like that. Like, you know what? Actually, yeah, like it's just tough because they don't know how to field these questions. So when he says that, I think what he, we know what he's getting at, but I think I wish he could say that.
During
I
that
don't know what
interaction
specifically
in the
tattoos
lighting, you
are,
could tell that
but I know
there
they're
was
there.
some type of rubber band or tie in the hair.
Yes.
You know why I don't identify as having hair? That's coming up next.
Do you recall what color that might have been?
No, I don't.
You made reference to a number calling you back and you not looking at the number but just answering. Do you recall stating that?
Yes.
Did you ever at any time ask who that was that called?
I just asked if it was the Uber driver.
You stated that your sons were with you in the driveway.
Yes.
Was there any interaction with your sons at that time?
Don't recall.
Do you recall stating that the male did not have any interactions with either of your sons?
No.
Do you recall stating that the male you had the interaction with, do you recall stating that you did not really think he was understanding what you were telling him?
Acting crazy don't make you crazy, bro. Just, you know,
I don't understand the question.
like the judge said, your ignorance isn't a defense. Your ignorance of the law is not a defense, is what she said last week. And I thought it was beautiful. Your ignorance of the law is not a defense. I just didn't know, Your Honor. I was like, well, finally she's saying, well, tough shit, buddy. You know,
That
you
would
chose
be
to
in
defend
reference
yourself.
to you stating that your neighbor was an Uber driver, did you? Or a Lyft driver, you was, I think the word you said. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you stated that you don't recall if the individual went to your neighbor's house at that time. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
It has zero. These are the things. She's allowed to ask these questions, but they just have zero bearing on the case. Like, totally inconsequential. You know what I mean? Oh, you know what I mean.
And do you recall about what time of the evening that was when you had the interaction?
I'm not quite sure what time it was at that time.
Yeah, that court reporter is hitting it hard. Or the court clerk, I guess, the stenographer. Yeah. Trying to update these posts everywhere, guys. This whole social media thing is difficult. Trying to make sure that I get this all out to everybody. It's a lot more involved than just hit and play, you know what I mean, or hit and live. You got to really try to.
Do you
cover all of it.
recall around what time you were subpoenaed to testify here today?
What time? Irrelevant, or irrelevancy, as he would say.
No, I think the letter came in the mail in July.
And did you follow up with the district attorney's office at that point?
Yes.
Do you recall whom you spoke with?
Not quite sure the names, but
You made let the record reflect, you made a hand gesture with you.
the gentleman here.
I'll stipulate that Mr. Caprin's pointing at me.
Yeah.
Right, the reputable silver phone.
So make it clear that he's pointing at me. He's pointing right at me.
And at any time, did you ever see a police report or a complaint in this matter?
No.
Did you ever yourself make a claim in this matter?
Don't understand the question.
Did you file a claim?
Do you see the plaintiff in the room? Is where he's going next? Unless you guys already know that.
I don't understand the question.
Because it makes no sense. Are you the person filing the claim? Is what he's getting at. You know what I mean?
Did you yourself file a complaint with law enforcement?
No. Do you know who did file the complaint with law
No.
enforcement? He likes like he's thinking about it. Like, well, let me think about my next question. You already know what he's going to ask.
Ever spoke with the plaintiff in this matter?
There we go.
Grounds. Grounds.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
90611.
Thank you. Now doesn't just thank you. Give him an answer. Next question. You know what I mean?
Are you aware of any plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds. Grounds.
Sustained.
Sustained.
Relevance 90611 as well.
611.
You ever seen a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained. Next question.
Had any conversations or any interactions with the plaintiff? Objection. Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Ever had a phone conversation with the plaintiff? Objection. Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Ever been contacted by the plaintiff in any way?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Have you ever contacted the plaintiff in any way?
Objection.
Grounds.
No, let him say.
Sustained.
Yeah, I have. I
Grounds
responded
for
to
sustain, Your
the
Honor.
As to the form of the question.
611. Just doing the most, you know what I mean? Just doing the most.
Have you followed this matter in any way?
No.
He's gonna follow up. Oh, you mean you haven't been watching it on TV, or you haven't seen anything about it anywhere? And hopefully they'll object and be like, asked and answered. You said no.
So it'd be fair to say you didn't seek to testify in this matter. That'd be fair to say?
Yes.
Were you persuaded in any way to testify in this matter?
No.
That's an objection. It sounds like it's, so it has room for speculation. What do you mean persuaded?
Did you prepare in any way to testify in this matter?
No.
And before you were shown exhibit 74, and that was the call log of your phone, correct? Before, I'm sorry,
Yes.
before today, had you seen that,
Yeah, closed caption.
those photos in reference to your call log?
Yes.
You've seen them before today?
Yes.
And thank you, Veronica. Yeah, share the
Did you
stream.
anticipate seeing them
Guys, what
today?
please, to your Facebook pages or whatever groups you happen to be
Yes.
part of.
How so?
Yeah, he's having to go through it.
mm,
So Veronica, you got notifications, Facebook.
Through,
So
Yeah.
YouTube notifications for Jersey Red. Facebook. All right, cool. But yeah,
sorry.
the
To,
Darrell Brooks was in this guy's yard at one
the,
point, and his sons, and he
district attorney.
identified him. That's the
So you were
significance of who this
informed
guy
that you
is.
would see those same photos by the district attorney?
Yes.
He feels like he's getting trapped into answering it, and he doesn't want to answer it in a certain way, and so you can tell he's nervous that he's going to screw up the case. And I think that the prosecution needs to do a good job of coaching their witnesses and let them like, listen, no wrong answer, just be honest. Tell you
Were you at any
tell your
time?
story. He's going to ask you a
Were
bunch
you
of
at any
questions.
time told what to
but
say
that's
by
okay.
the district attorneys?
No.
And are you even aware of a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds
Sustained.
for the sustain, Your Honor.
I previously sustained it. Next question.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Next question. Under 90611, please continue. Otherwise, I'll declare the cross-examination ended.
You can declare whatever you want to. No further questions.
Thank you.
Pardon me?
That was before the
Don't
assessment.
get brazen with
Mr.
me.
Caprone, I just want to clarify the geography of your neighborhood, okay?
That's so fit.
So back where you were living on November 21st of last year on Central Avenue, does Central run east to west, north to south, or something else?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
You need to be quiet, man. You gave up your rights
East
to
and
talk.
west and north and south.
What direction does it run where you were living at the time?
Objection leading.
East and
Hold
west.
on. Overruled. It's
Sorry.
not leading. You may answer.
Objection relevancy.
It's relevant. You may answer, sir.
East and west.
And then where does it change and run north and south?
Objection relevancy.
Overruled.
It changes my neighbor's house. And then it turns north and south.
And that happens to the west of where your
Yes.
house was?
Objection leading.
Overruled. His answer may stand. Chelsea, yes.
Yes.
Where is West Avenue in relation to where your house was?
Objection relevancy.
Overruled.
West.
So is it fair to say that if you're standing in your driveway at the time and head west, you would hit where Central Avenue turns,
Thank you,
and
Shelley.
then if you kept going, you'd hit West Avenue?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes.
So is it also fair to say that if you're heading towards Central Avenue, you're also heading toward West Avenue?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes.
You recall meeting with myself and my colleagues here a few weeks ago?
Objection
Yes.
relevancy.
Overruled.
Do you remember where that meeting took place?
Here.
In the courthouse?
Yeah.
During business hours?
Objection relevancy.
Overruled. You questioned him about meeting with the prosecution. These are proper.
I didn't question about the time.
It's proper redirect. Go ahead, sir. You may answer.
Yes.
We discussed your potential testimony, is that right?
Yes.
Were we asking you questions about November 21st?
Objection speculative.
Overruled.
Ask them directly what questions they asked him.
Yes.
We showed you that the photograph of the call log, right?
Yes.
And you had an independent recollection. You had seen that call log before because it's from your own phone.
Objection
leading.
leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Yeah,
Have you ever
see?
seen that photograph before?
Yes.
And had you ever looked at your phone screen before?
Objection leading.
Not leading. It's relevant, and he may answer.
Had you ever looked at your phone screen before?
Yes.
Did we at any time give you a script for your testimony today?
Objection.
Asked during cross.
It's redirect. It's proper. You may answer. It's overruled.
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all we have.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. Statement called to next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Aaron Cordes.
Oh, he said, Shut up. Hey, Tanisha, what's up? Welcome to the show. Sorry, I didn't let you guys all know we were jumping in today. I wasn't really sure where I was going to be today. So wasn't really sure if we were going to be on today. So I appreciate you guys on the squad here that jumped in last minute. I said I wasn't sure.
All right, good morning. If you would please make
There was a
your
chance
way
I was gonna
to the
be
witness
traveling
stand, which is
this
on my
morning.
right. It is up one riser.
Go through.
When you get there, please remain standing and raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you
Trisha,
in.
the first witness. The first witness.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you. Please be seated.
So Darrell,
What
are you
I will
asking
ask
Ross?
you to do is to
who
state your
Darrell
first
Brooks
and
is?
last names for the record and spell each.
Aaron Cordes, first name Erin, last name Cordes, Cordes.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Cordes.
Good morning.
Ma'am, I'd like to direct your attention to the date of November 21, 2021. Did you attend the Waukesha Christmas Parade that afternoon?
Yes, I did.
And who did you attend the parade with?
My husband and my 2 children.
Do you recall from what location you watched the parade?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled. She may answer.
We watched it from the corner of West and Wisconsin.
Okay. And do you understand that to be near the end of the parade route?
Objection. Leading.
These are the charges that
overruled,
Darrell
she
Brooks
may
is
answer.
facing for those that are just joining
I
us.
believe it was
Don't know.
close to the end. The parade rounded the corner and continued on it. I don't know exactly where it ended.
Okay. And as you were at that location watching the parade, did something unusual happen?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled.
Yes, we saw a car going pretty fast around the corner. And I remember my husband said that's not part of the parade. Grab the kids, because our kids were in the middle of the road picking up candy at the time.
Okay.
So, and the car just did not stop and kept going.
Was there a police officer present at that corner?
Yes, there was.
What did you see the police officer do?
Well, the car, I thought it was coming at us for a minute, but it ended up swerving and going through the barricades, and the police officer fired 3 shots at the vehicle.
You were standing right there at that intersection.
Yes, I was.
Objection.
Objections noted. It's overruled. Her answer may stand. Next question. Go ahead.
What did you do after that, ma'am?
Well, we ran up to the house behind us as the car was coming at us. And I was just kind of keeping an eye out for the car at the time, because it looked like it was out of control, and I didn't know if it was going to go up to the house we were at or what direction it was going. So we just stayed by the house for a little bit, just kind of in shock
Okay.
after that happened.
Okay. And at some point, did you decide to leave the area?
Yes, we did.
Where did you go?
And he
We
is
were
representing
parked a little
himself.
bit further away because we had gotten to the parade late. So we were parked a few blocks out of the way on Elizabeth Street
Okay.
at Aries Industries.
He has
And do you
a
have some
extensive
familiarity
criminal
with Aries
background.
Industries?
No legal
Yes,
background.
I do.
To answer that question, this guy
Overruled.
has
She
a
may
legal
answer.
background. Defending himself,
There's
no
an
legal
objection made
training.
until I rule on it before you answer.
While she's telling him
Thank
that,
you.
he is representing himself, and he's doing a phenomenal job of just
Okay.
pissing everybody
And
off.
what's your familiarity with Aries Industries?
Objection.
Overruled.
My husband is employed at Aries Industries.
Do you happen to know the address of that location?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled.
Jail
You
law
may
library.
answer.
Yeah.
I
you're
don't
wrong.
offhand, no.
Okay. Do you know what street it's on?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled.
Leading.
It's not leading. Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, Elizabeth Street.
He's
Okay.
just saying words.
And how were you able to, I'll strike that. You were walking back to Aries Industries, that's where you had parked. right?
Correct.
What was your route or your path that you took?
We continued straight on West Avenue until we got to Elizabeth Street and then took a right on Elizabeth Street.
Okay. Pretty much a straight shot?
Yes.
Just a couple blocks
Yes.
down West Avenue and then you hang a right on Elizabeth.
Correct.
Okay. As you were doing that, making your way back to your car, did you encounter somebody out on foot?
Yes, we did.
Tell us about that, please.
Objection, leading.
Overruled. She may answer.
We had just rounded the corner onto Elizabeth Street and Darrell Brooks, we encountered Darrell Brooks. He came out of the shadows between a couple houses and approached us.
Okay. Now you refer to this person by name. Did you know Mr. Brooks prior to this encounter?
No.
Okay. Never met him before.
Correct.
Objection.
And you said
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
The objection came after her answer. Her answer will stand. Next question.
You said he kind of came out of, did you say the bushes?
Objection.
What did you say?
Objection.
Oh, overruled. She rephrased. He may answer. She may answer. I'm sorry.
It appeared he came from between two houses. So I don't know exactly where he was.
Okay. And did you notice his appearance when he approached you?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Yes, I did.
What did you notice?
I just remember it was a very windy, cold night and he was dressed pretty appropriately for the night. I noticed he was visibly shivering. He had a red short sleeve t-shirt on and was not wearing shoes.
Do you see the same person present in this courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that Mr. Brooks be instructed to remove his mask and look at the witness so she can properly identify him, please.
Mr. Brooks, please unmask and look at the witness. Sir, would you please unmask and look
I
at the
am.
witness?
I
Thank
was
you.
writing something down.
All right, thank you. Just want to make sure you heard me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Pardon me?
That gentleman
was
you
before
encountered.
Don't
on the
get
street that
brazen
you're
with
describing
me.
for us, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
Did Mr. Brooks speak to you in any way?
Objection. I do not consent to being called that name.
She didn't say you. She said Darrell Brooks, but you said
Yes,
acknowledge
he
that that's
did.
who you are.
What did he say?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
He asked if either of us had a phone that he could use. And we said, we hesitated because it was strange. It was a strange encounter. And after what we had just witnessed at the parade, where I think we were both pretty much on edge at that point. So,
I'm sorry to interrupt you. When you're referring to we, who are you referring to?
sorry, my husband and I.
Okay, go ahead. So he asked for the phone,
Correct.
you kind of pause,
Yep.
and then what'd you do?
And then
Leading.
Overruled. Go ahead, you may answer.
his next words were, "I'm not going to hurt you. I just need to use your phone." And that's when I gave him my phone.
What
Okay.
a crazy way to approach somebody.
Did he use your phone? Did you see him manipulate your phone in some fashion?
Objection. What do you mean by manipulate?
That's you can't.
Overruled. She may answer.
You're not allowed to coach her
What was the
question.
question?
Did you see him use your phone in some way?
Yes, I did.
What did you see him do?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
He called his mom.
Could you hear what he was saying on his end?
Ooh,
Yes, I could hear what he was saying.
he's
Could
not
you
gonna
hear
like
the
that.
responses being provided by the person on the other end of the phone?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled. You may answer.
No, I could not hear the other side of the conversation.
Okay. Tell us to the best of your memory what you remember Mr. Brooks was saying into the phone.
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Go ahead and answer,
ask
please.
Not to be called that name. Thank you.
He just kept asking his mom to call him an Uber. And he wasn't responding to anything that she was asking. He just kept repeating, "Call me an Uber. I need an Uber now."
Did he sound urgent in his voice?
Objection, leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
How did his voice sound?
There was a sense of urgency that he needed an Uber and he needed it now.
And he was specifically referring to the person he was speaking to by what name?
Mom.
Objection, leading.
Overruled. She will answer. Her answer will stand.
At some point, Did Mr. Brooks turn his attention to you and ask a question to you as he was still on the phone?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
Go ahead and answer.
He asked for the address where we were located at the time.
What did you tell him?
I did not know the address, so I asked my husband what the address was, and he provided the answer.
Okay. And again, you're very close to your husband's workplace.
We were actually in the parking lot at that time.
Okay. I'm gonna, well, let me ask you this. At some point, did he terminate his phone call?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, he did.
And what happened then?
He said that he was freezing, and he asked if I knew of any place that he could go warm up. So my husband directed him towards the lobby of Aries.
Okay. Did he return your phone, did he return your phone to you?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And did you see if he left your presence, where did he go?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
He went up to the lobby.
You saw that?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you go?
We were pretty on edge at that point, so we put our kids in the car as quickly as possible and drove down the road.
Okay. I'm going to show you some exhibits on the screen in front of you, okay? First is 171, I'm sorry. Do you see a photograph on the screen in front of you, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you recognize anybody or any place in that photograph?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
I recognize the Aries building in the background and Darrell Brooks on the porch.
Okay. 171's previously been admitted, Your Honor. I'm going to request permission to publish again.
Permission granted.
Objection.
All right.
It's noted. It's overruled. It's already been received.
Ms. Cordes, that's a touch screen in front of you. Could you just please point out Aries Industries and specifically, if you can, the area where you saw Mr. Brooks head for the lobby of the building?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name again.
Jury will disregard that last comment by the defendant.
So do you want me to circle?
Yeah, circle or X or dot,
It's-
whatever.
It's way in the other corner over here, so it's
Okay.
hidden by the trees.
Okay. So the area where you first encountered Mr. Brooks, is that actually shown in this photograph?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
Jury will disregard that comment.
I don't consent. For the record.
Go ahead and answer, ma'am.
It's more over here where we were parked. There's a second parking lot over there.
Okay. And then the person in the photograph, can you circle the person, please? Is that what Mr. Brooks looked like that evening when you spoke to him?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
Go ahead and answer.
Yes.
Now we're going to put up exhibit 76. And we're going to play it for you first before it gets shown to the jury, okay? So let me know when it's up, please.
It's on her screen.
Okay, thank you. For the record, this is a clip that's 53 seconds long. I'm just going to play maybe the first 10 seconds or so and see if she recognizes. All right, we've played about the first 10 seconds of that clip. Do you recognize the what is shown in this video, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's the lobby of Aries Industries.
Okay. And is this the door that you directed Mr. Brooks to?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
You may answer, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe this video is a true and accurate depiction of the events of November 21 of 21?
Yes, I do.
Objection.
Move to
Your-
admit 76 and permission to publish, Your Honor.
I believe there was an objection. It's noted. It's overruled. Exhibit 76 is received and permission to publish is granted.
They need to mute his mic,
He was
man.
wasn't there in this video. How could it be relevant?
Your objections noted, sir.
You can't just talk about
We're
it.
gonna play it in its entirety, Your Honor.
As soon as the jury got it.
They got it? Okay, thank you. Play.
So some of these videos we won't be able to see either due to the graphic nature or because of the sensitive material they're showing. So, but I believe today, it might be today, they're going to go to the vehicle. They're going to see the vehicle that he was driving when he went through the parade. They're going to take the jury to take a look at it on site. So either they're going to bring it there or they're going to take the jury to that location, one or the other. Well, the jury's going to go look
Okay,
at
we
it.
can
It's not going to be in the
pause it
courtroom,
at the
obviously. But
39-second or 40-second mark. I said we'll play the whole thing, but did you see a person approach the doors to the building during the video?
Yes, I did. I saw Darrell Brooks approach the door.
And is that consistent with what you saw that night as you watched Mr. Brooks?
Yes.
Objection, I don't consent to being called their name.
And now that you look at the door, do you see the address for the building on the door?
Yes, I do.
And what is the address, please?
550.
Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I don't have any other questions.
All right, Mr. Brooks may have questions for you. Can you cross, sir?
I don't consent to being called their name, for the record.
Your cross, please.
Can I get to it?
well, you should prepare it, buddy. Be better at what you do. You know what I mean?
You just stated that before the interaction with the person that you had, you didn't know him. That'd be fair to say?
Yes, that's fair to say.
So how could you refer to him by name if you didn't know him?
Oh, yes, here in the waterfall. Yeah, my
Have
bad.
seen the news since then, and the video of you being arrested, and you had since been identified on TV.
So that's how you came to the name?
That's the
That's
sound of my
correct.
computer cooling down. I got a lot of stuff running off.
So it'd be fair to say that you
now.
got that off of news reports?
That's correct.
So I'm traveling, so I don't really have the ability to. It's pushing a lot of data right now. Big shout out to Byron for making all of this possible. Byron Lindsay, rock star, amazing contributor. All of you guys that are contributing, be sharing,
Said the individual you
stars,
spoke
super
to seemed
chats.
out
You're
of place
amazing.
and
Thank you so much.
disoriented, like he didn't know where he was. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
And how would you characterize disoriented?
A lot of fairs.
You just seemed very, very nervous, and that you didn't know where you were.
You. Thank you. You.
Who's you?
You had specifically said, "I don't know where I am,"
Who's you?
You. You.
or "Where am I?" specifically.
Oh, tomorrow, Chad Rose says the jury is looking at the car tomorrow.
So disoriented would,
Thank you, Chad.
from your perspective, be exactly what?
Disoriented as you did not know where you were.
Here's a who was you again? He just abandoned that one. Sorry, guys, I'm getting some breakfast in while we're doing this. Little oatmeal and blueberries. Keeping it right. Cup of coffee. You guys can see is here. Little I think it's kind of I dig it. So fail off, didn't
Made
fail hard, fail
reference
forward.
to, your phone being used, right?
That's correct.
Dig it.
And you also made reference to not being able to hear the person on the other line.
That's correct.
Yeah, Karen, the you thing.
But you also made reference to not person who used your phone not being able or not answering what was being asked to them. That'd be fair to say?
Objection. That's a compound question, vague and unclear.
Sustained is to the form of the question.
what was being said on the other end of the line, how can you
That
say
wasn't
that
me.
there was questions being asked?
Well, there was clearly a conversation going on, and you just kept repeating, just call me an Uber,
You just
that you were
kept
very
repeating.
frustrated. And whoever was asking questions of you, didn't just to call you an Uber. It's just my interpretation of it. I could not hear the other end of the phone conversation.
So it'd be fair to say you don't know what was being discussed.
Besides call me an Uber, yes, that's correct.
So I do have a clip from earlier today with the first witness, I believe, of the day, but that
Do you
What's
recall
going on? He was-
the description you gave in your written statement?
giving Darrell the business.
Yes, I believe so.
You believe so?
Yes, I recall the description I gave.
And what was that?
The description I gave
I'm gonna play this clip.
was an African-American male, about 160 pounds, 5'8", wearing a red t-shirt, no shoes.
Yeah, Destiny. She's giving him the beams. Blink, blink. My mic sounds bad, Stephanie. You might need a reset on your end. I think anyone else having issues with my mic? Saying it's gurgled. Let me know. Sorry, Stephanie. You might just need to do a reset on yours. I believe the mic's all right. Mic's good, Shelly. Thank you. Mic is a mess.
And you referred to this individual coming from between houses, you said?
That's correct.
Is that what you actually saw?
Yes, that's what I saw. I saw you approach us at the very start of the block from between two houses.
Any reason why that's not in your written statement?
I don't recall. I didn't actually write it. There was a detective at our house that was writing the statement for it. Maybe that part got missed. I'm not sure.
Is the mic any better now?
Was it this statement?
I don't have it in front of me to see it.
He held up a
Show
piece
the
of
witness
paper.
the written
Sounds bad
statement.
still.
Well, I don't know that it's necessary, Your Honor. She hasn't expressed any inability to recall.
You're welcome,
Sustained.
Armpit.
She
It's good,
did.
we're good?
She just said she
On the
don't
mic?
know why something was not in
Everything's
her
solid?
written statement.
That's what she said is she doesn't know why the detective didn't write it in there. The detective is the one who wrote it, Your Honor.
So
were
sustained,
you-
next, sustained
so
is
were
to the
you-
form of, Mr. Brooks, let me answer. Sustained is to the form of the question.
So the officer was writing what you told him, or did you actually write it yourself?
I did not actually write it myself. The detective was writing it as we were speaking, my husband and I.
Do you recall that officer's name?
No, I do not.
You made reference when you were at the parade, you made reference to seeing a car swerve, or you said the car was swerving toward you.
It looked like a car that was out of control. I didn't know which direction it was headed.
And you said you saw it drove toward the barricade.
Correct. I saw it drive through the barricade.
When you say through the barricade, describe that.
The car sped up and drove straight through the barricade and continued on West Avenue.
Do you recall if this barricade was standing up or
I
laid
do
down?
not recall that. I was in the middle of the road to prevent traffic from coming through, so I don't know if it was, I would assume it was standing up.
And was it at that same moment that you saw officer fire shots?
That's correct.
Do you recall how many shots?
3 shots.
Did you see if the shots hit the vehicle, the car, as you say?
No, I did not. I was running up towards the house at the time with my son in my arms, and I was just trying to keep an eye on the vehicle, so I did not see where the shots actually went.
Did you see a vehicle hit anyone?
No, I did not.
Shelley says if anyone has an ex or an enemy that needs an attorney, Darrell Brooks is ready to rock and roll. He's dialed in. He's got every objection in the book, none of which work, but he's got them all written down somewhere, probably on a Post-it note in front of him. You guys just watch his discombobulated like method in which he goes about these proceedings, as he spends his time trying to like organize notes. That he,
Could you see into the vehicle when you saw it?
It's all
No, I
pointing
could
towards the same goal and appeal. Make it clear. Again, I've said this, I'll say it again. He's not working towards beating the jury in this one. He's not trying to like get these charges dropped because they're going to find that he isn't found beyond a shadow of a doubt guilty of what he's done. He's just hoping to poke enough holes in this that when he does appeal, they're going to have some kind of grounds to stand on. But keep in mind that he's facing over 900 years for the crimes, not including the 6 life sentences that he's looking at for the 6 degrees of intentional homicide. So we need to make sure to remember the fact that he's.
And you said the vehicle
I'll show you
went
guys
down
here.
West Street.
West Avenue, correct.
Did you see where it went from there, or did it just go straight down West Avenue?
It continued on West Avenue. I was at one point, the house was blocking the road, so I couldn't see where the vehicle continued on.
Six counts of first-degree intentional homicide. Each one of those carries up to a life sentence. 61 counts of recklessly endangering safety. Each one of those carries up to 12 and a half years. So that's 700 plus years there. 6 counts of hit and run involving death, 25 years, up to 25 years apiece. 2 counts felony bail jumping, 2 counts of battery, whatever. So 150 years just for the 6 counts of hit and run involving death. If we can get those to stick. Even if they have reckless homicide, that carries up to, I believe, a 30-year prison sentence. If I'm not mistaken, I'll double check that again for the 6 counts. You know, so that's 180 years just for the first 6 if they don't get intentional homicide, which I can see that being tough for them to get
Anything
to
else
stick.
stick out to you about that day?
I don't know. Just, I mean, besides seeing the vehicle and the police firing shots and then running into you afterwards, I mean, that was strange enough.
Do you recall what day you gave the statement? Was
Not
that the
exactly.
same night, or was it a few days after, or a week, or?
It might have been up to a week later. I don't know the exact date.
Recall why it took so long?
I don't know. I received a phone call from a detective probably almost a week later, and I would assume that they had a lot of other people to attend to, other witnesses to get to. It was not a priority at the time. I was not.
So it'd be fair to say by that time you had saw news reports and had learned information about what happened.
Correct.
Before today, had you seen any of the video footage or photos that you saw today, had you seen any of those before today?
Are you talking about the video of you being arrested, or I guess I don't understand the question.
The video footage that you saw today, had you seen that before today?
I did see the Aries Industries clip before, yes.
What about the other exhibit that was shown?
I recognize that from a ring video I had seen from the arrest.
So it'd be fair to say a lot of what you learned came from news reports.
After the incident, yes.
Did you make any claim in this matter? File a claim?
What kind of a claim?
Have you filed any claim?
No.
You filed a complaint?
I just gave a witness statement to the detectives. I did not file a complaint specifically.
About what time did you learn that you could possibly testify in this matter?
Objection relevance.
Overruled. She may answer.
When I received a subpoena in the mail from the DA's office.
Do you recall whose name was on that subpoena?
Sue Opper.
Do you see Sue Opper in court today?
Yes, I do.
Can you point her out for the jury and for the record?
I'll stipulate, Your Honor.
Thank you. Record will reflect the stipulation and the witness identifying Attorney Opper.
Do you recall around what time you received that subpoena?
I don't recall exactly, no.
Don't disappear on me now. So yeah, the charges he's facing are
After you
extensive.
received the subpoena, did you follow up with the district attorney's office at that point?
They contacted me.
Attorney Opper did?
Someone from the witness. I don't know what her exact title is. So it's someone from the DA's office. It's not specifically Sue Opper.
Like a witness advocate type of?
She doesn't need to
So
give
can you
you
repeat the question?
Was it like a witness advocate?
a person.
I don't know what her exact title is.
Do you recall her name?
Yeah, her name is Carrie.
After you learned of the additional information, did you read any police reports or a complaint?
No.
Are you aware of who the plaintiff may be in this matter?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Do you have any knowledge of a plaintiff in this case? Objection, relevant. Jacinda, thank you for those stars. We appreciate you very much. Jason, this trial is important. So Jason Newell used to ask, why am I wasting my time on this BS? I don't know if you're asking me or if you're asking why the plaintiff is.
Notified who the plaintiff is
the
in this
defendant.
matter?
Objection,
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Next question, please.
Jason, because it's incredibly crucial that we all have a chance
Do
to
you
see
even know if there's a plaintiff in this matter?
justice take place. The same line of
Yes,
question.
there is.
And who's the plaintiff?
I believe it's the state of Wisconsin.
The plaintiff, so you guys should all be clear, are all of the victims of Darrell
Would
Brooks.
that constitute a breathing human being or an entity?
Okay, and he's a moron. Including the 6 people that he killed and the 60 plus others that he injured. So they're the
Are you aware
plaintiffs.
that only a human being can bring
And all he's doing is the
complaint
same
or
thing.
be a plaintiff?
Objection.
Objection, the statement of the
blah,
law.
blah, blah. Anyway,
Sustained.
so to answer your question, man, it's important that we see justice carried out on this one because there's a lot of people that are screaming for closure, that are screaming for peace of heart and mind because this guy is basically making a mockery of them and of the courts by sitting here and doing what he's doing. So, Jason, the reason that it's not a waste of my time. Plus, I was down in Waukesha the day that it happened, directly after the attack, and got to see the carnage that this guy created. So, for me personally, I want to see it through. I want to see. I can't wait to. I'm looking forward to seeing the charges, and the penalty that someone should get, and I think the world needs to see that, so that when people decide to get cavalier about their actions and do something that's
You
going
ever
to
had
kill
any
people
interaction
and
with the
endanger
state of
people,
Wisconsin?
they'll see the
Irrelevant.
fact that you're not going to be able to walk away from it by being
Grounds
some
for
You're under
courtroom clown
90611, please.
and dancing around and pretending to
Move on.
pretend yourself to defend yourself as if that's going to give you some merit for a mistrial or something ridiculous because we've seen too many of these things. This is a
Have
mass
you ever
murder,
contacted the state of Wisconsin in this matter?
and we need to see
Objection,
some
irrelevant.
justice done in this case. And I want to see it through. I want to see it happen.
Under 90611, move on, or I'll declare the cross-examination.
To answer your question there. And again, he's just doing the same objections, guys. So I know I'm talking over him, but this is just him doing his same little wrap up. Of course, I'm going to hit him with that. Hit him with it.
Pardon me?
That was before the
Don't
defense
get
testimony.
brazen with me.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
That's right.
Nothing further. Thank
Hit him
you,
with
Your
that
Honor.
Schroeder.
Thank you, ma'am.
What's
You may
up?
step down. This will also be a very good opportunity to take a mid-morning break.
All right, cool. Yeah.
All
So
rise for the jury, please.
while they're doing their mid-morning break, I did find a clip that I was able to download from earlier today, and I haven't had a chance to watch it yet, but it's just a couple minutes long. But it was from "Who Is You?" It was Darrell Brooks' questions witness about his identity, and if this is from the first witness today, I believe, and which is great because the first witness on the stand today was pointing out to Darrell Brooks. He kept saying, "You, Darrell Brooks. I looked you in the eyes. I saw you, Darrell Brooks," and he even stopped objecting to it. But then he finally said, he was like, "You identified this man as 5'9", 160 pounds. Would you say that I'm 5'9"? He's like, "I don't know. You'd have to stand up and take your shoes off." He was like, "Do I look 160 pounds?" He was like, "I don't know. Take your coat off." It was amazing. So good. And he gave no zero Brooks' new prison tattoo is going to be 906.11 right across his cheek. Yeah, so we are on break right now. So let me put this up. Court is on a 10-minute break. And we're going to go ahead and have banner here by house. Sorry, guys, I just handling a lot right now, but I'm going to pull up this quick video here so you can see what I'm talking about. Because it made me laugh and it made me happy. It made me really happy to see this guy finally, have to deal with what happens when somebody else says, "You know what? I'm tired of your bullshit." So, yeah, I'm going to answer the questions the way I feel they need to be answered. Because anyone watching this case is getting tired. They get so tired of the way that Darrell Brooks has been pandered to. Like people are like, "Well, the defendant," instead of being like you. There was Officer Redbeard yesterday or on Friday, who gave him, he was like, well, you Darrell Brooks. He was like, oh, who are you talking about, Darrell Brooks? When you say that? And he flat out said, he's well, I'm talking about you, Darrell Brooks, who we apprehended on the scene 30 minutes later. So it was almost comical how much this guy gave him the business. And people I think are getting a bit more brazen, as Judge Schroeder would say, with the way they're dealing with Darrell Brooks here, because they're not allowing this intimidation, this nonsense runaround that Darrell Brooks has been doing from the very beginning. And here's the thing, so you guys know, and then I'll pull this video up. He allowed himself to go through the entire process with the defense attorneys, okay, all the way up till the week before last, right before they were getting ready to enter right before the jury selection, right? And then, so the whole case was prepared for him over the course of this last year. The whole case has been prepared for him by these court-appointed attorneys. He lets them go, takes their case, sits it down, says, I am a sovereign citizen, so your courts don't have any jurisdiction over me. The state courts have zero jurisdiction over me. And we'll go over some more stuff about that later on. But then he also sat and went on a rant the other day about how his rights are being violated. He's saying that he was supposed to have a right to a speedy trial and he didn't get that. And then he said that his case is being rushed because he didn't have time to prepare his trial. So he's back and forth on these things. This was just the other day when he said, what else did he say? He also said that they also gave him, he said, I'm only getting 1 hour out of my cell a day. I'm not getting enough time to get access to the materials I had. And they said, you have access to all the material that you are entitled to, which is any access to any court documents and or legal, I guess, coaching tools that you can find. And they said, we're keeping you in your cell 23 hours a day for your protection, because the guys in the jail that you're in want a piece of you. They're not happy with you. They would love a piece of your ass. They would love to chop you up. And because of all the reasons that in his community that he's in right now, he's in Waukesha County Jail, right? He murdered 6 people, right? He killed 6 people. We'll call it killed 6 people. When this trial goes through, then it'll go into a murder verdict if that happens, however it works. He killed 6 people and dozens of events, over 60 other people injured. Going back to his rap sheet, amongst all the things that he's done, all the many felonies he's committed over the course of his life since he was 17, he also has a sexual assault on a minor. He raped a 15-year-old girl in Nevada in 2006 and did just over a year in prison for it and got her pregnant. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that's the same girlfriend that is now in Waukesha that he's beaten up, has restraining order. There's a restraining order against him from her, no contact order. He's run her over. He's beat her up all the way up to the day of the parade attack, which is where he was at before he drove his car through the parade, which was, assaulting her and her friends that were from the shelter that she lives in, trying to stop her from getting in a car with him. So he was 20, whatever. She was 15 back in 2006. And he was convicted of statutory rape of a minor and got a little over 1 year. Now, had she been 14, this is the crazy part. Had she been 14 years old, he would have got 30 years. It'd have been a 30-ish year, 30 plus probably. But a couple months difference between her birth date. Now, whenever that date was, her birth date apparently was this month, because when she got on the stand to testify, the first thing he says to her is, hey, happy birthday. Like, how are you? Good afternoon and happy birthday to you. Smiles, that kind of thing. So this is crazy. 15-year-old. I sent you the TikTok when he talks about that 15-year-old. To your email. Oh, Abigail, thank you. Yeah, I'll check my email then. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Anything that you guys have about information, or if you yourself are personally interested in being on the show, let me know and we can go ahead and I'll put you on. You need to email me though at CJ@CJTV. Anyone in the comments and your mods, if you guys want to throw that in there, CJ@CJTV.live. So let me show this video clip. This was from earlier today. So let me jump in here.
Any other questions?
All right, sir. Mr. Brooks, do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, I do. And I object to being called that name for the record. Do you recall giving a statement to Officer Probst
I don't know his name, but I've talked to an officer.
And you did talk to an officer that night?
I talked to an officer on the phone. I did not talk to an officer that night. I mean, on the phone I did, but not in person.
So it was a conversation on the non-emergency line. Would that be fair to say?
It was on the non-emergency line. I actually confirmed it after I called to make sure I was on the non-emergency line.
So again, this is the first witness of the day today.
Do you recall the description that you gave at that time?
I do. Well, my best of my knowledge was that you were either black, Latino,
Who's you?
or mixed.
Who's you?
Well, you have to let him answer the question first before you interrupt him with another one. Go ahead with the description you provided that night.
I said that the individual was either black, mixed, or Latino.
So it would be fair to say you didn't know at the time.
I was giving a general description.
So it would be fair to say that you weren't sure.
I was positive that
He was black, Latino, or mixed.
I was positive it was you.
Who is you?
You. I'm looking at you.
You. He said, I was sorry. It's a beautiful
And
moment.
how did you come to that conclusion, the you conclusion?
I'm looking at you.
How did you come to that conclusion? Did you?
What conclusion? Can you restate the question?
You're saying that you gave a description
I'm looking at you.
on the non-emergency phone line, correct?
It was on a non-emergency line.
So it would be fair to say at that time you had no name or knowledge of who the person was in your backyard. Would that be fair to say?
I had no idea who you were.
And so how can you say how can you say you then if you had no idea?
I'm looking at you. You were the guy.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
Oh, man.
You and I were standing in the same yard looking at each other.
So is it possible you saw something on the news?
No, I had no idea who you were.
Interesting. Do you recall giving a description of approximately 5'9" and 160 pounds?
Yeah, something like that.
This is where he gets him again.
Something like that, or would that be accurate?
I didn't have a tape measure out. It was just a guesstimate.
And that's what he said. You're looking at
Would
the
it be
report.
fair to say that since you keep identifying me as you, would it be fair to say that I'm not 5'9" nor 160 pounds?
You have your shoes on or off right now?
Would it be fair to say that I'm not 5'9", 160 pounds?
If you take your shoes off and step out of them, they could have a better.
I'm not going to have him do that, but if you're able to answer the question.
Oh, man.
do you agree
I'd
or
have to be
disagree?
standing next to him. That's what I made my judgment from. We were about 2 feet from each other.
Does it look like I'm 5'9"?
I don't know. We were a lot closer.
Does it look like I'm 160 pounds?
Objection.
Grounds.
It's irrelevant as to his appearance today, just like his hair isn't in dreadlocks today.
Sustained.
Objection.
Question.
Grounds for the sustain.
Oh, wow.
Mr. Brooks?
All
the
right,
jury's
you guys,
here.
that
Please
to
show
me is this. And there's so many more of these. Let me see if they're coming back. They should be back in any minute here. But there's so many more of these little video clips that I'll be showing you throughout the course of the day of Darrell Brooks just being a clown, man, and his objections for objections. He objected to himself one time. I think it was on Thursday or Friday on accident. He objected, then objected to the answer to the objection. When he got the objection sustained, and then he objected to the sustained objection. Just the guy is, and I mean, he's all of 3'9", 83 pounds, probably. You know what I mean? Like he's a party favorite for prison because, again, he raped a child, and regardless of how much time he does, he's going to be in a general population situation, hopefully, and they're going to have to. He's going to have to handle being handled. You know, he's gone for this whole identity thing. Like, this is not who I am. You don't know who I am because that's not who I, do I look like I'm 5'9"? All this nonsense. So when he does get hit with any type of charges and he works on that the appealant process, he's going to be in prison doing that. So, good luck, best wishes to everyone else that's in prison. And I hope that they get a chance to get some closure as well. And we all saw I mean, if you've been watching any of these crime dramas or crime series on like Netflix or whatever, you see how things happen in prison. People get handled. You know what I mean? There's a structured system in prison where they clean their car, as they say. So when they come across somebody who's got charges like rape charges, any charges against children, anything like that at all, immediately they're put into a different category, which is anything goes. And those guys are the ones that become targets in prison. So let's say that there's one prison group that says, hey, you want to earn your stripes with us, you want to be part of the club, take off on that guy, handle that dude, and that could mean many different things: beating him up, stabbing him up. It could mean cut him up, whatever it might mean to what they're talking about. But that's prison. That's prison for you. So, and so for Darrell Brooks here, who is on trial now for 6 homicides and 60, how many counts again? Is it 66 counts of vehicular assault, basically? 61 counts of recklessly endangering safety. I mean, these are all people that he hit with his car. There's 61 people. I mean, we had children that were in critical care, in the intensive care unit for weeks because of the injuries they sustained from this attack. Everything from collapsed lungs, detached organs, detached kidney. I mean, we watched video clips of these witnesses that have had to, or these victims that have had to, give statements about what they've gone through at the hands of Darrell Brooks here. So make no mistake that this guy, the person that we're watching here, is he is a criminal. He committed the crimes that he committed, and right now it's just a matter of getting whatever they can to stick so that he does go to prison. He's going to try to appeal it, but it's, it is what it is. He's we'll see. That's where we're at. We're going to see where that goes.
Yep.
Subject matter jurisdiction. You guys will hear him say that.
No.
At least
Still has
100.
yet to be proven for the record.
He's been making this argument since the beginning of since the very beginning. 100% just doesn't stop.
Is that a judicial determination that you don't have to answer there, Your Honor?
Mr. Brooks, I've already answered subject matter jurisdiction. You know that full well.
No, I don't.
The decision was entered last week.
I know nothing. It has yet to be proved. That's what I know.
You don't know anything.
Doesn't need to be proved.
It does. It has to be proven by the prosecution. You know that.
No.
Pardon me?
That was before the
Don't get brazen with
We're not
me.
gonna trust
So show me a lawful law that it says
Mr.
that.
Brooks, I
Lawful law.
provided you with the law.
No,
I'll
you
give
have
you
not.
you know what? I'll have my clerk print off another copy of that order.
You don't have to
Thank
do
you.
that. Have
No, I'm
her
going
print.
He said, no, you don't have to
because
do that,
apparently
actually.
didn't read
No,
it, so
have
I
her
hope you
print
read
off
it this
proof.
time.
Have her print
Said
off
you don't
proof
have to
that
do
you
that.
have subject matter jurisdiction. How about that?
You guys share the stream if you would,
It has to
please.
be proven
This is
for
a
the
trial.
record. It has
law.
You
yet
are
to be
simply
proven.
wrong as a matter of
No,
law.
I'm not. If I'm wrong, then show
he's
me
telling the
that I'm
judge.
wrong.
I've
He's
given
not wrong
you
in a
the
matter of law.
constitutional and
No,
the
you haven't.
statutory authority.
No,
and
you
the
have
case
not.
law.
You have not proven it on the record.
It doesn't need to be proven, sir.
It does need to be proven.
I believe the jury's coming in.
All right.
I believed it.
I believed it.
You gotta prove it. You gotta prove subject matter jurisdiction.
Pardon me?
That was before the
Don't
defense
get
testimony.
brazen with
Except for
me.
value in return for value of that document. It's not proof of subject matter jurisdiction. For the
He
record.
said, prove it. Then they said, print it out. He said, no, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do all that. I don't need you to do that for me. This guy, man, that Judge Schroeder that pops up, don't get brazen with me. That's from the Rittenhouse trial, if you don't remember that. But that was Judge Schroeder was pretty epic. It was an iconic individual, man. He gave us some real highlights, from that trial. But if you guys are in here right now, please share the stream out. If you're
Thank you,
on Facebook,
everyone.
YouTube,
Please
Twitch,
be seated.
and
Statement
join what
called
is the
next
carnival
witness.
of the
Statement called
state
Anthony
versus
Winters.
Darrell Brooks and the
Right.
Waukesha Parade attack from last year in Waukesha, Wisconsin.
Good morning,
where he
sir. If you will
killed
please
6
make your
people
way to the witness stand, which is on my
has
right. It is
61
upper riser.
Counts of
When you get there, please
basically
remain standing.
reckless
Raise your right
engagement
hand.
he assaulted
My
these
clerk
people in his
Teresa,
car
who's
and
on my
driving through the
left, will
crowd.
swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Anthony Winters, ANTHONY WINTERS.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Sir, direct your attention to November 21st, 2021. Were you working in the city of Waukesha that day?
Yes,
What were you doing?
I was driving Lyft.
Can you explain for those few people, I think, who don't know what Lyft is? Can you explain what that is?
It's a rideshare app where people can request rides point A to point B.
Now, some people use Uber. Is that similar?
Yes, same thing. Yeah.
And is that your full-time job?
No,
Did you go to the parade, the city of Waukesha parade that day?
I did not.
Were you aware that the parade was in downtown Waukesha that day?
Objection, Lee.
Overruled, he may answer.
Yes, I was.
How were you aware of that?
It was everything was blocked off and there was heavy police presence, and then I saw kind of the convoy going.
So you say everything was blocked off. What do you mean by that?
Like a lot of the streets, when I was having to go pick up people, a lot of the streets were blocked off, so I couldn't go certain ways.
Do you recall approximately what time you started driving that day?
It was around like 3:25.
Mr. Winters, do me a favor. If there is an objection that's been raised by either party, wait to answer the question. I'll rule on the objection and then I'll let you know.
Yes, ma'am.
So the objection's noted, it's overruled, and you may continue answering.
Yes,
And you said,
3:25.
thank you. And do you know approximately how many fares you took that day?
That
Objection,
day,
speculative.
Overruled, he may answer.
that day it was probably anywhere from like about 11 or 12, somewhere in there.
Were your clients all from the city of Waukesha? Was that the general area they were working?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled, you may answer.
No, I just happened to be in that area at that time.
At some point after, do you know approximately what time you got done working that night?
Oh, it was probably later, around like 10, 11 o'clock that night.
When you got home, did you see anything on the news?
No,
At some point, did you become aware of an incident that had occurred during the city of Waukesha Christmas Parade?
yes.
Objection, Lee.
Overruled, he may answer. His answer may stand.
Generally, what information did you obtain?
Objection, Lee.
Overruled.
When I saw a bunch of police cars going, I contacted my sister because my niece goes to school at Carroll, and I was wondering what was going on. She told me something that wasn't even true that was going on, but later, after the next day after watching the news and social media, I found out what happened.
Looking back when you were working November 21st, 2021, did anything seem relevant with regard to that news that you saw?
Objection, Lee.
Overruled, you may answer.
Yeah, I had a call that was in the area, and it was just like a really weird call because no one ever showed up, but there was a very descriptive message that I got from the person that asked for the call about who I was looking for.
Okay, so I'm going to direct your attention to that day, November 21st, at approximately 5:15 p.m. What time did or how do you receive communication when you get a client?
When you're signed into the app, it'll just pop up. You can accept it or you can decline.
So you say it just pops up. How does it pops up
on my cell phone?
Okay, and did you receive a fare request or a ride request at approximately 5:15?
Objection, Lee.
Overruled, he may answer.
Yes, I did.
What information were you given with regard to that request?
Objection, Lee.
Overruled, he may answer.
So the fare came in for a dawn. And the address I was picking up at was, I think it was 550 Elizabeth. And it was an empty, well, it wasn't an empty, it was an empty parking lot, but it was a company that was closed. And then I was given information I was looking for a light-skinned black guy with dreadlocks.
Okay. Now, when you say that the name associated was Dawn?
Mm-hmm.
That's a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And what does that mean to you? I'm not sure exactly how Lyft works, but.
That's just
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
That's just the name of the person that I'm picking up. That I'm assuming that's the person I'm picking up.
Okay. And were you in the city of Waukesha when that pop-up came on your phone?
Yes.
So what did you do?
I drove to the parking lot and waited for and hit that I arrived and waited for whomever was going to come out of the company.
And that would be, you said 550 Elizabeth Street?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's in the city of Waukesha?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive information as to where you're taking the person when you initially get the pop-up?
Objection, lead.
Overruled. You may answer.
When you initially get the request, you don't know where the person is going until you say that you arrived. Then you can see the address that they're going to.
Okay. So did you eventually arrive at that location?
Yes.
What did you observe?
It was just a dark parking lot and a couple police cars on the street. No one was really around those. Seemed like it was like a closed building. I didn't know, just empty parking lot, no one there.
Okay. And did you see anyone, well, strike that. When you arrived at the location, do you send something through your app that says I've arrived?
Objection, lead.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, there's a button that you can just click and say I arrived, and it sends a message to the person letting you know that you're out. Let them know that you're outside and they have 5 minutes to come out.
Now, is that when you would get the destination on your app?
Yes.
And do you recall what that destination was?
I don't recall the physical address. I just know it was on 19th Street in Milwaukee.
So you said that the automated message went out saying that you were there and that you give that person 5 minutes.
Yes.
What happened after 5 minutes?
I began to message with whomever the person was on the other end, letting them know that I was waiting outside and that I was in a white car.
And this is a chat feature as part of the app?
Yes.
Objection, lead.
Overruled. Your answer may stand.
And then what happened?
I received a message back, letting me know who I was looking for and that they were calling a ride for someone else and they didn't know where he was. They then again gave me a description of who I was looking for.
And what was that description?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Ask and answer.
Overruled. You may answer.
A light-skinned black guy with dreadlocks.
After you were given that information, what did you do?
I sent a message saying I didn't see anyone. I received a message back saying, I don't know where he is. His phone died. He called me from someone else's phone.
What did you do then?
At that point, I didn't know. It was a basketball court out there, so I thought I was waiting on a kid.
Okay.
So I didn't want to just leave. So I got out my car. I knocked on the door at the company to see if anybody would come out. I rang the buzzer, got no answer. I got back in my car. I sent the message saying there's no one around. Could they, make sure the person comes out because I had already been past the 5 minute grace period.
Okay.
I got a message back saying I'll try to call them. I don't know what to tell you.
Then what happened?
At that point, I had been out there for about 7.5 minutes. So at that point, I just canceled the ride.
Approximately what time do you recall canceling the ride?
Objection, lead.
Overruled.
It was around 5:30ish, somewhere around there.
And when someone requests request a ride and they don't appear, is there a charge then to that person?
Objection, relevancy.
Yeah, there's a charge if they go past the 5-minute grace period. There is a charge.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further. Thank you.
There may be some questions. Any questions for this witness?
Yes. Do you remember about what time the call came in for the Lyft?
5:15.
Do you recall being interviewed by any law enforcement in the days after that night?
Yes.
And do you know if that was by phone or in person?
It was in person.
Upon arriving at the destination, you were supposed to be giving a lift to someone. Do you recall if there was anything strange about the destination?
Yeah, it was a closed building. There was no one out there, no cars in the parking lot.
And you said you canceled the ride around 5:30-ish.
Yeah.
Do you recall what you did from that point?
I took another fare.
Same area or?
Same area.
And you made reference to someone telling you something that wasn't true that was going on. Do you recall what that was?
I do recall that it was. My sister said that the school told my niece to stay in her dorm because there was an active shooting.
And usually, does your Lyft app have a profile picture attached to it?
No.
Do you recall when speaking to law enforcement, something to the effect of referring to a profile picture or description included in the profile?
I recall saying that there was no profile picture.
And were you able to see any phone numbers or contact information?
I was not. You can't see that stuff on the app.
Yeah, he steady asks irrelevant and inconsequential questions that go nowhere. It's ridiculous.
Before you canceled the ride, do you recall the last contact with the person who had set the Lyft up?
Yes, I'm pretty sure they said, I don't know what to tell you, when I told them that I didn't see anyone.
And that was via text message?
It's a chat through the app.
And you said usually, even if it's no pickup, there's a charge still associated with it?
Yep.
Feel free to talk amongst yourself, guys. I mean, we can chat with each other as well if you guys are curious or got any questions that you might be able to answer amongst yourselves.
Do you recall how many requests you completed after that failed one?
Approximately 8 to 10.
And you did state that you were not at the parade that evening, right?
True.
No further question.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. State may call its next witness, please.
The state calls Daniel Ryder.
morning, Mr. Ryder. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is to my right. It is up a riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand.
Two
My
shades.
clerk Teresa, who's on my left,
Noted.
will swear
I'm
you
here
in.
for you.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state and spell your first and last names for the record.
Daniel Ryder, Danielrider.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Sir, do you live in the city of Waukesha?
I do.
Where were you living back on November 21st of 2021?
553 Elizabeth Street.
Were you living there, were you home there that afternoon and early evening, that Sunday afternoon?
I was.
Was anybody else home with you?
No.
Can you describe what that residence looks like? Is it a single family house, multi-unit? What's it look like?
Yeah, it's
Overruled, you may answer.
it's a three or four bedroom house with 2 bathrooms. It's a Cape Cod style home, land and stone. Yeah, it's got a 2.5 car garage.
Okay. Do you know what Aries Industries is?
Yeah.
Where is Aries Industries in relation to the house you're describing?
Objection leading.
Overruled, witness may answer.
Yeah, Aries is right across the street from my house.
That afternoon, November 21st, were you aware that the Waukesha Christmas Parade was taking place?
Yes, I was aware of the parade.
Did you attend the parade?
No.
Did you watch the Packer game?
I did watch the Packer game earlier that day, but I was watching the Chiefs Cowboys game that evening, or that I think it was afternoon. I don't know exactly what time it was, but
Do you recall what happened at approximately 5:00 p.m. that day?
Objection leading.
Overruled, you may answer.
yeah. So earlier that day, I was in my hometown Prairie du Chien for deer season, and then I drove back to Waukesha. I got home in Waukesha, my home in Waukesha around 4:00, and was watching the game. And then about 5:00, my Ring doorbell goes off, and then there's a gentleman at my front porch knocking on the door, saying that they're homeless, they're cold, and they need to use my phone so that they can tell their Uber where to pick them up.
What did that gentleman look like?
He was African American. He had long hair and a beard.
Do you remember what he was wearing?
Yeah, he had a red T-shirt, reddish orange T-shirt, and no shoes on, pants. But I remember it stood out to me because it was cold and really windy that day, and he was outside with a T-shirt and no shoes, and saying he's really cold. So that stood out.
You mentioned a few moments ago your Ring doorbell. Is that a device affixed to your exterior door frame?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
It's fixed to the outside of my porch, so not quite on the door, but just next door to the door. Yeah.
Okay. And does that capture video?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes.
What about audio?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Did your Ring video doorbell capture the video and audio of your initial interaction with that gentleman on the afternoon of November 21st?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
The Ring doorbell, when it senses motion, it takes a 20-second snippet. And the 20 seconds that I got from the initial interaction was just the suspect coming up to my house and knocking on the door and saying he's homeless and needs help. I didn't get the verbal interaction that I had with him on the Ring doorbell because it only filmed 20 seconds.
After the fact, so later that evening, did you speak with law enforcement?
Yes.
And did you subsequently at some point provide that 20-second Ring video doorbell clip to a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
Did you edit it in any way before sending it?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
No, and there was 4 or 5 different snippets, not just the 1 20-second snippet. So there was one, the initial interaction of him coming to the door, and then there was another one of him leaving, and then an interaction there, and then the police coming to the door and him asking to come back inside the house when I wouldn't let him in. So there's 4 clips that I submitted, 4 or 5 that I submitted to the police.
All right, let's work our way through those. Let's
Yeah.
start, Your Honor. I'd ask that we please show exhibit number 75 for the witness only.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
Do you see a video on the screen in front of you?
I do.
What are we looking at here?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
This is Mr. Brooks coming up to my door.
You said Mr. Brooks. Did you know his name at that time?
Not at the time, no.
When did you learn that name?
The officers were using it after the fact, so I don't know, about 5:30 or so that day.
Does this appear to accurately depict your front porch as it looked as that subject walked up to your door?
Yes.
And this is the video you sent to law enforcement that night or sometime after that night?
Yes.
Move Exhibit 75 into evidence and ask to publish.
Objection.
Exhibit 75 is received permission to publish. Granted.
Objection.
It's noted. Overruled.
As we're waiting for that to pop up in the jury box on their screens, I'll ask you, Mr. Ryder, do you see a date and timestamp on the bottom right-hand corner of this video?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
I do.
Is that a timestamp that's a feature of Ring, or was that added after the fact?
Objection.
Overruled.
It's a feature of Ring. I didn't add that, yeah.
And to your knowledge, does that timestamp appear to be accurate?
Objection.
Overruled.
Speculative.
Yes, that is accurate.
For the record, the objection was overruled.
This is a 20-second clip. I'm going to ask that we play it once with audio.
Hey, I'm calling an Uber and I'm supposed to be waiting for it over here, but I don't know when it's coming. Can you call it for me, please? I'm homeless.
If we pull that back up just to look at the timestamp one more time. Thank you. And just for those of us with not the greatest eyesight, would you mind reading that timestamp on the bottom right hand at the beginning of this exhibit?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Yeah, it says November 21st, 2021, and the timestamp says 17:01, so 5:01 p.m.
The voice we heard in that exhibit that we just played, whose voice is that?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Objection.
You may answer, sir.
It's Mr. Brooks's voice.
It's not yours.
No.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that Mr. Brooks please be instructed to remove his face mask momentarily.
Sir, would you please remove your face mask and face the witness?
Was that a question of?
The state's asked there, sir, please remove your face mask and face the witness.
I'm confused. He made a statement about voice.
The question's been asked and answered.
Yo.
Please remove your mask.
Take off the mask, sir. It was Mr. Jenkins from
Please remove your
the
mask
drugstore.
and face the witness.
You would have got away with it too if it weren't for you damn kids.
Mr. Ryder, do you see the person depicted in
So
exhibit
defined.
number
So
75 in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you identify
Here it
him
comes.
by telling us where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
He's sitting at the table right there wearing a black suit and a gray striped tie.
I'd ask the record reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Brooks.
Objection. I don't identify with the color gray.
Has identified the defendant as the person depicted in this video and the person who was on his porch on November 21.
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name for the record.
Go ahead, your next question, please.
Thank you. What happened in the moments after this video, the 20 seconds that were captured?
So he was on my porch for, I don't know exactly, a minute maybe, and he was telling me the interaction, or he was telling me that he needed to use my phone to let his Uber know where to pick him up, and that he was homeless and cold, and he said he didn't have any weapons or anything on him, and he lifted his shirt real quick. And I was like, no, it's okay. You can use my phone. And I let him come inside and warm up. I just tend to believe people, and I'm from a small town, and we had people that need help all the time. People live right off a highway, so I'm used to, didn't faze me too much. I mean, I was nervous for sure, but I was like, yeah, I can use my phone. And he made it sound like the Uber was going to be here just any second, just needed to know where to pick him up. So I said, yeah, you can come and warm up while you wait for the Uber. And I let him sit on the couch right by the window out front. I said, you can look out here waiting for your Uber. And he's on the phone most of the time after that with his mom. And he's saying the address 553 Elizabeth Street is where it needs to come, and how far away is it, kind of things like that. But
okay,
I guess is that what you're wondering? Or
let me back up.
Yeah.
You made a motion with your hands there regarding what Mr. Brooks said about not being armed. You do that again, just for anybody who missed it.
Objection. I don't know. Not consent to being called that name.
Go ahead and
Again, for the record.
Yeah, so I don't remember exactly what the motion was. I remember him saying he didn't have any weapons and he's not dangerous. And I think he lifted his shirt really quickly, but then I was like, don't worry, I'm not worried about that. And so it's not like I patted him down or anything like that. But.
Okay. Did you let him in the front door that would be right next to your video doorbell?
I actually,
I can rephrase.
Go ahead, rephrase.
What door did you let Mr. Brooks into your home?
I let him in the back door.
I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled. Go ahead, you may answer.
Yeah, the back door.
Okay. So he went around the side of the house to get to the back door?
That's right.
What happened when he got to the back door?
I don't remember exactly. I remember letting him in. Well, so I just got back hunting, so I asked him to go through the back door so I could make sure I didn't have any weapons laying around. And so after that was good, then I let him in the back door. It's more just to give me a second to make sure nothing was tempting or anything. But I let him in the back door, and I think I gave him a coat right away, and then gave him my phone, and then told him where to sit down. And when I told him to sit in the spot, he didn't move or anything. He stayed right there and listened to me.
What else did you give him?
I gave him a sandwich because he said he was homeless. And I said, I can get you some slippers to put on your feet to warm your feet up. I never did end up giving him slippers. But yeah, so I gave him a jacket to wear while he was at my house. I gave him a spot to sit and wait for the Uber and a sandwich.
You testified earlier that he was on the phone with his mom. How do you know that?
Objection. Respectfully to you.
Overruled.
A few reasons. I heard him say mama a lot, and his mother called me, and I didn't answer. But his mom
Yeah, this
called me
dude
with
is the
voicemail
nicest
after the
guy on the
fact,
planet.
confirming it.
Been willing to put
Whose
shoes
phone
on
was
his
he
feet.
using while he was inside your
Just
house?
real salt of the earth type fellow.
Relevancy.
Overruled.
He's using my personal cell phone.
How would you describe his demeanor as he was inside your house?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
I would say flustered, but also there were many times he was thanking me, and so he was grateful, and he even said, "Thank you so much for showing me love, man." And he was calling me bro, and so it wasn't. I guess that didn't make me feel like I was in any danger at the moment.
Did Mr. Brooks leave your home at some point?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled. You may answer.
I'm sorry, I lost train of thought. Can you say it again?
Did he leave your home at some point?
Yeah, he left when I asked him to. So he was in my house for 8 or 9 minutes, and then I was standing on the front door looking outside because I was getting a little nervous because I thought the Uber would be there in a minute or two, not 10. And so after 8 or 9 minutes, I'm looking around outside and I see a police car drive by. And then I see another one coming down the street. And so I tell him, I say, hey, we don't get a lot of police traffic on this street, and I'm getting nervous, and this is just too weird of a situation. You're fine to wait for your Uber, but you need to do it outside my house. And he was a little bit like, oh, no, it's okay. Don't worry, man. Don't worry. And I said, no, you need to leave. And he listened and got up, and I've got video footage of that, of me escorting him outside of my house. He's still on the phone, and he's still got my jacket on, but I just said, you need to leave. Do you want me to say what I mean? Do you want me to keep going? Or
I just want you to answer my questions. So,
okay, yeah.
Let's pause there, though.
Sure.
And show for the witness only, please. Exhibit number 77. We'll play a few seconds of this without any audio, and actually, to save time authenticating, Your Honor, I think we'll do this with the remaining 3 videos we have.
Go ahead. So this
So-
is
77, yep.
77. All right, thank you.
Play a few seconds, please, without, yep, there we go. Okay, we played 4 seconds from Exhibit 77. Do you recognize that clip?
I do.
And what is that?
It's Mr. Brooks walking out first with a jacket on, and me in a long sleeve shirt, a gray shirt, walking out behind him.
Can we show for the witness only, please, Exhibit 78?
Go ahead.
We'll play the first couple of seconds of this one, too. Okay. We played the first 8 seconds of that. Did you recognize that clip?
Yes.
What does that show?
That shows Mr. Brooks after I had him leave and get my phone and jacket. He was outside, and then him asking to come back inside because he said he left his ID inside my house. And that was on the audio, but it sounded like he had the audio off for that.
And we'll show you 79 now without any audio as well, just for the witness. Okay. We played 8 seconds of Exhibit 79. Do you recognize that video?
Yep.
What does it show?
It shows an officer on my porch after the suspect was put into cuffs, asking if I knew who the suspect was.
Are Exhibits 77, 78, and 79 accurate depictions of your porch that night?
Yes.
Overruled. His answer may stand.
Move Exhibits 77, 78, and 79 into evidence and ask to publish all 3, please.
Objection.
The objection is noted as to all 3. It is overruled. Exhibits 77, 78, and 79 are received permission to publish. All 3 are granted.
Okay, 77 is up now for everybody. It's a 21-second clip. We're going to play it once with audio, please.
Before you do that, can we just confirm it's in the jury box? Not yet. Okay. Let me know.
I guess while we're waiting, we can make use of this time. Mr. Ryder, could you read the time and date stamp for us on the bottom right-hand corner?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's November 21st, 2021, 17:10, so 5:10 p.m.
All right,
Okay, we've
thank
got
you.
it up for the jurors. Let's play this once with audio. Do you see yourself in that video?
Yes,
What are you wearing in the video?
a gray shirt,
Overruled.
a gray shirt.
Did you hear the wind in that video?
Yes.
What do you recall being said in that portion of the video?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
I'm walking Mr. Brooks outside of my house, and my neighbor, Greg, says, "Are you guys looking for that guy?" And I had no idea of anything at this point. And so I say, "I don't know. This might be him." You can hear that in the audio. I don't know if anybody was able to distinguish that, but that's what was said. And then Mr. Brooks says, "No, no, no." And then I say, "Can I have my phone, please?" And then after that, I say, "Can I have my jacket, please?"
Did he provide those items to you?
He did.
Can we put up for the jury, please, Exhibit 78? This is a 20-second clip. We will play it once with audio, please.
My ID. My ID.
Mr. Ryder, what happened during that video clip?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Mr. Brooks, or I should say the suspect, came to my door, asked to come back inside to look for his ID. I said, no, I'll look for it. You stay out there. And I was looking underneath the couch and everywhere that he sat for his ID when I hear the police officers saying, put your hands up. And
Did you ever find that person's ID?
no,
Did that person leave anything else inside of your house?
no,
Flip-flops,
No.
sweatshirt?
Objection leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question. Please rephrase that last question.
What, if anything else, did that suspect leave in your house?
I don't.
Objection leading.
Overruled. He may answer.
I didn't find anything left in my house.
Okay. Can we please show for the jury exhibit 79? This is a 19-second clip. We will play it once with audio.
26, block 2026. Hey, do you know this guy? Absolutely not. Okay.
We paused at 18 seconds. That's the police officer you were talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you, just for the record, read for us the time and date stamp on the bottom right-hand corner here at the 18-second mark of exhibit number 79?
Yeah, it's November 21st, 2021, and the time is 17:12:59 seconds, so 5:12 p.m.
The video is a little bit blurry. Do you know where Mr. Brooks is at this point?
Objection leading, and I do not consent to being called that name.
Overruled. The objections noted. You may answer the question.
Yeah, the suspect is on the east side of my walkway, on the northeast side of my house, in my yard. If you see where those two police officer heads are, the suspect is on the grass right there.
That's all I have for this witness. Thank you.
All right. Any cross?
Yes. Just one second.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Will you be needing any of those videos put back up at any time?
Not that I can think of at the moment.
Thank you.
And before that evening, you didn't know the guy that came to your house, correct?
Correct.
And so why do you refer to him by name if you didn't know him?
Because after the fact, the police officers and other people involved informed me of who the suspect was that was at my house that night.
And it'd be fair to say you captured, or your ring captured quite a little bit of video. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah.
And did you turn over all the ring footage to law enforcement?
I believe so. I mean, there was probably 7 or 8 other snippets of just officers coming in and out. I do believe I turned all that in, but nothing of evidence or anything.
And were you aware that the ring footage was shown social media platforms?
I was aware, yes.
Any idea how that came about?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled. He may answer.
Yeah, I released it.
And you released it. What do you explain what you mean by released it?
Yeah, the news wanted the footage, and I thought that this was good footage for this community and the victims to see some justice of the suspect put into cuffs, so I decided to release it.
And were you paid for that release?
I was.
So it would be fair to say that you profited off your ring footage.
The incentive to release the footage was not to make money, and we donated a lot of money of the money we did see off of it. But yes, we did. The money did make, or the video did make money.
Do you recall how many videos you released?
I believe it was 4.
And you got paid for all 4?
I don't know if it was paid for a per video basis, or we were getting bombarded by the news, so we did it. We worked with the agent that then dealt with all the news people, and we just got some off the back end. So I don't exactly know how that works.
So would it be fair to say that you sold that footage?
Yes.
And you stated that you were, while having this interaction, you were a little nervous. That be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Did you feel like you were in any danger or just nervous?
I never felt like I was in danger until I saw the police driving by. Then I did.
But initially, your interaction, you didn't feel like you would be overtaken in any way?
No, and the person at my door was very polite, so I didn't feel in danger.
And you testifies to the effect that you had just arrived back home from hunting that evening?
That's correct. Well, not just arrived, but 4 o'clock probably got home, 4:15.
At that time, had you heard anything about what happened at the parade?
No, all I knew was that there was a parade that day, but I had not heard of any incident happening at all.
At any time during your interaction with the suspect, did you notice any car keys?
No. It's not to say he didn't have any on him, but I didn't notice any.
You didn't notice any.
Nope.
That'd be fair to say.
Yep, that'd be fair to say.
Did you notice any drug or alcohol?
I didn't personally notice any drug or alcohol. I know there was some substance found on my porch after the fact, but I didn't notice. I think maybe I smelled a little bit of weed or something, but nothing stood out too much.
And you stated that you gave the suspect a jacket and a sandwich?
Yes, sir.
And was that due to the suspect saying that they were homeless and cold, or did you just take the initiative to do that?
I don't remember the suspect asking for food, but I do remember them saying multiple times that they were homeless and cold and needed help. And so I took the initiative to try to help any way I could in the moment. Yeah, I think I offered the jacket and the sandwich. I don't think they ever asked for either one.
And you let them use your phone, correct?
Yes.
And how do you know for sure who they were talking to?
Because the number that they had called me back and left a voicemail saying that they were the mother of the person that just called. She said something to the effect of, "Hi, you just let my son use your phone. I'm calling back to figure out what's going on." And so that told me. And I did hear the suspect use mama when they were on the phone too.
Did you follow up with that voicemail?
I did not.
Grounds.
Overruled.
Just clarify the basis was he didn't describe it as a voicemail.
He did. He said he left.
I thought he did, but
yeah.
Anyway, the objection's overruled. Did you finish asking your question? Why don't you just ask it again?
Did you follow up with the caller that left the voicemail after that?
I never called her back. No, she just called one time and left one voicemail. I did give the phone number to the police because they asked for it. So I gave them the number you had called and then told them about the voicemail calling me back. But I didn't release that to anybody else other than the police.
Sorry, guys. I'm just working. Sharon, thank you so much for that super sticker.
Your call log
over on YouTube.
After that,
I believe it's still in my
step it up and step it in
history.
Appreciate you so much.
Even now?
Even now, yeah.
Any reason why you would keep it this long?
Just I didn't go out of my way to keep it. It just is on there. I don't get a lot of voicemail, so I checked this morning just to make sure it was on there, and it still is on the bottom of my list.
So why would you check for it this morning?
Because I thought maybe it'd come up today. I don't remember the exact number, but I still have the voicemail if I needed to bring that up.
What led you to believe that it may come up this morning?
Because I knew I had to testify, but I didn't know what exactly would come up or not.
What do you mean by you knew you had to testify? Is that
I got a subpoena and asked to come and share what happened at my house that day, and that was one of the things that happened.
You seeked testifying.
Objection.
Grounds.
Argumentative.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
So you made reference to still keeping the voicemail. Did you keep any of the ring footage?
It's still on my phone, yes.
You said it was like 6 or 7 videos.
I didn't keep anything past the officer coming up to my door after. So I think I've got only 4 saved, maybe 5.
Any reason why you would keep those this long?
Just haven't felt the need to get rid of them, I guess. I mean, that video is protecting me, from being involved or anything. So there's no reason I would ever get rid of it.
Would it be fair to say that you weren't involved in anything that evening?
Other than trying to help somebody who I thought was in need, I was not involved in anything that evening.
So why would you have any fear that you may be implicated in anything, and if you know that you weren't involved in anything?
Because I had a suspect who had just done horrendous things come to my house, and automatically people are going to think that maybe I had something, or I knew you or something, and I didn't. And so this is just validating that you told me you were homeless and I was trying to help a stranger out when really. Sorry, what's the question?
It would be fair to say that you weren't arrested in any connection to any events that evening. Would that be fair to say?
That'd be fair. I've never been arrested.
And so my question would be, why would you think that you would be implicated in any way?
Objection.
Grounds.
Asked and answered. Next question.
And how do you feel that the keeping of the videos would protect you from something that you don't need protection from?
Objection.
Grounds.
Asked and answered. Sustained.
I think I misspoke when I said that it was protecting me, because it's not necessarily protecting me. It's just something I haven't got rid of yet.
Do you recall interaction with law enforcement by the name of Officer Luling?
I do.
Do you recall emailing him portions of the ring footage?
Yes.
Do you recall how many portions?
Maybe 4 or 5. I don't remember exactly how many. So no, I can't recall that exactly how many I did.
Do you recall if it was 6?
I don't recall.
I'm assuming at some point that after escorting the suspect out of your house, you went back into your house?
Yep.
And what did you do from that point?
When I escorted the suspect out and he gave me the jacket and the phone back, I went right inside, locked the door, and I don't remember exactly what I did. I think I stood in there and looked outside because I wanted to see whatever was going on, see either the suspect get into an Uber and leave or see the police get him in cuffs. And it was a matter of a minute later, the suspect came and was knocking on my door again to come back inside and look for the ID.
When asking for your phone and your jacket back, was there any resistance on the part of the suspect, or did they just?
Maybe a few seconds to finish up their phone call, but they gave it back as soon as I asked for it.
And you stated at one point going back in your house to look for the ID.
Yeah, it's amazing how nice this guy is and how easy it is for
Wasn't
Darrell
able to
Brooks here to
find
just
the
full
ID.
on piss anybody
Yeah, the
off
suspect
or make anybody feel
came
wild and
back
uncomfortable.
after I
It's
escorted him out of
stupid,
my house, came back
ridiculous,
like about a minute later,
inconsequential line of
asking
questioning.
to come back inside and look for his ID. And I said, no, I'll look for it for you. So I was looking for his ID. I didn't let him back inside.
And you didn't find any ID when you looked?
No, I did not find any ID.
Did you find anything unusual?
No.
And after seeing reports on the news and things of the like, did you come into any more information at that point?
Objection.
Grounds.
Vague.
Sustained us to the film of the question.
Did you learn anything from news reports that you didn't know that evening?
Yes. After the fact, I learned of the suspect's criminal. Well, I guess, sorry.
We're not going to go there.
Okay. I learned the name of the suspect at my house. I learned what that suspect was put into cuffs for at my house. And I learned what vehicle he drove and the details of the incident.
Did you observe the suspect in the vehicle at any time?
No.
Did you notice any vehicles parked in the area that you hadn't seen before?
No.
You made reference to briefly speaking with neighbors at that time?
Yeah, when I was escorting the suspect out of my house, the neighbors said, "Are you guys looking for that guy?" And up to that point, I had no information of a person that you should be looking for. So I said, "No, this might be him."
Do you know what they were referring to at that moment?
Yeah, my neighbor was at the parade, and he was talking about the person driving the vehicle through the parade.
And you knew all that at that moment?
No, I didn't learn about that until the police told me after the fact. I didn't know what he was referring to when he said, "Are you guys looking for that guy?" I didn't know anything about anything particular, but just that somebody's looking for a guy. And so then that's what led me to believe that the suspect in my house may be the person.
It would be fair to say at that time, at that moment, you didn't know what they were referring to.
That would be fair to say, correct.
Did you have any other interactions with those neighbors that evening?
Yes, they called me after I got done doing my reports with the police, and I explained to them why there was so much police presence at my house afterwards, and that that the suspect was arrested at my house or at my front porch.
And did they at any time say anything to you about seeing a vehicle or having knowledge of a vehicle at that time?
Yeah, Greg, my next door neighbor, saw the red vehicle running over people.
And he saw that. He told you that he saw that?
Yeah. He told me after I had, I don't know exactly what time, maybe 6:30 p.m. that night, when I called him after the fact. After I knew what had happened, then Greg told me that he had seen what had happened. A lot of my neighbors were at the parade.
Do you know if they gave any reports to law enforcement at that time?
I don't know that.
The officers that arrested the suspect at your home that evening, did you see your neighbors speak with any of those law enforcement officers?
I didn't see them, no. Speak with them, no.
And you stated that they told you what they saw. Any reason why they wouldn't speak with law enforcement, seeing as how they were right there in the area?
Objection.
Grounds.
Only for speculation.
Sustained.
So would it be safe to say you were pretty well informed that you would be testifying in this matter?
I didn't know. I knew that it was likely. I didn't know until I got the subpoena letter.
And when did you receive that subpoena?
I'm going to say September, maybe end of August.
And that was it was sent by the district attorney's office?
Yes.
You recall the name?
No.
After receiving the subpoena, did you follow up with the district attorney's office?
They said that they would be emailing me with more details, and I waited until I got the initial email before I did any following up with the district attorney's office.
And were those emails pertaining to testifying in this matter?
Yes.
Have you yourself filed any claims in this matter?
No.
Have you yourself seen or read any complaint in this matter?
There we go again. You know the plaintiff in this case. You know who was called in this case. Blah, 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 blah in this case. This is tale as old as time.
Would you yourself consider yourself an injured party in this matter?
No.
I would say, yeah. It was horrible that my community had to witness what you've done. And I find myself very affected by it and incredibly hurt by having experienced what no community should ever have to go through. So yeah, I would definitely consider myself an injured party in this.
Are you aware of who the plaintiff is in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Every single one of the victims and anyone that's
Sustained.
ever been affected by anything that Darrell Brooks has done. All the plaintiffs.
Would it be fair to say that you've followed reporting on this incident?
Initially, yeah, I watched the news and followed the reporting on it.
Initially?
Well, like I haven't been following the trial, but I was following the initial reports back in November of last year.
So pretty much right when the incident happened is what you followed?
Correct. You know, the following week or so, or 2 weeks.
You ever hear who the plaintiff was in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Have you yourself ever had any interaction with the plaintiff?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Sustained.
Do you even know if there's a plaintiff in this matter? Grounds.
Sustained.
Do you recall how much you sold the ring footage for?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Overruled. He may answer.
I believe gross, it was a little over 23,000, but after taxes and we donated a lot, so we saw a lot less than that afterwards.
Would it be fair to say that's quite a nice profit?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
And would that be the price just for one of the ring footages, or in total, all that you sold?
That was the total. Yeah.
The four.
Like I said, I don't know how that worked. That was just the kickbacks that we got from working with so yeah, I guess all of it, all four footage that was distributed to the news.
Do you recall which station that was? Which news station?
I mean, I think it was like most of the NBC, ABC.
So it was
CBS.
multiple.
Yeah, I mean, I don't recall all of them. No, I don't exactly which ones it was. I don't know.
So it'd be fair to say it was pretty much all the standard news stations.
Yeah.
Do you recall if that included TMZ?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Sustained. You've made your point. You can move on.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Please. Thank you. Mr. Ryder, do you have your phone on you right now?
Overruled. He may answer.
I don't. I gave it to a gal that let me in here. She's got it though.
While we're waiting on that, you mentioned you checked your phone this morning to confirm that you still had the voicemail we've been talking about, right?
Yes.
Relevancy.
Overruled. You questioned him about it. It's proper.
I'm referring to the use of the phone. What is the phone?
We haven't gotten there yet, sir. You're premature. You may answer.
You did check.
Yeah, I did.
It's a rough thing to say to a guy.
Here today, do you think you'd be able to find that voicemail?
Objection.
Overruled, he may answer.
Yes.
Do you think you'd be able to play it on speakerphone for everybody to hear?
Objection. What is the relevancy?
Overruled.
Yeah, I can do that.
There's a way to also play it through the technology.
Objection. What is the relevancy?
Could I have a bailiff, please?
You can unplug it from the charger. It's probably
to the witness.
Objection. What is the relevancy?
It's relevant, sir. You cross-examine him about it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll cross-examine him about the question, not.
Brooks?
See, this is where understanding due process as a lawyer is important.
Determination.
Yeah.
Go ahead, you may ask your next question. Pretty much.
This guy's
Please open up your phone and let me know when you find the voicemail.
It's still pulling up right now.
Sure.
I want to hit him with another Judge Schroeder.
You followed instructions and turned
Yeah,
your
this is
phone
all
off-
due
phone
process.
off before you came into court.
Objection.
Overruled, he may answer.
Yes, I turned the phone off before court.
I'm about to hit him with that goat. Keep hearing that objection. That's going to be the next one. We'll hit him with the Schroeder or the goat for his objections.
Pretty much, I presume why he's loading that you're not offering the voicemail for the truth of the matter asserted, but simply to substantiate that he received a call.
Yes.
The jury will be instructed in terms of what is said in that voicemail, not to consider it for the truth of the matter asserted, but just simply to substantiate the voicemail was received.
And part of that request, Judge, would be to include the time that the voicemail was left and the number from which it came.
Objection. What is the relevancy of that?
The objection's noted, and you may ask the witness those questions.
You might as well ask about the videos too.
We'll get to those.
How much longer do you have with?
5 minutes.
All right.
Well, I don't know how long this voicemail is, with that caveat.
All right, please continue.
It's
okay.
29-second voicemail.
Okay. Can you tell us what phone number that voicemail came from?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled, he may answer.
The voicemail came from so plus one or whatever. So 414-610-2153.
Can you tell us what time that voicemail came in?
Yeah.
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled, he may answer.
5:27 p.m. on November 21st
Of 2021?
of 2021.
Objection. Leading.
Overruled, his answer may stand.
And Your Honor, at this point, I'd ask to allow the witness to play that voicemail using speakerphone. And if that doesn't work great with the audio system, then we can try the plugging in option.
Once again, the jury, will only consider this not for the truth of the matter, was asserted in that voicemail, but simply to substantiate that it was received. Go ahead.
Objection.
Noted. Overruled.
Oh, where's that goat?
I don't know what's going on. I'm at work. I work at Trader. And my son, that was my son who you let use your phone.
Oh, sorry. I'll restart it. I was using the wrong mic.
Mr. Ryder, I don't know what's going on. I'm at work. I work at Trader. And my son, that was my son who you let use your phone. And he's calling. I don't know what's going on. I'm just trying to see if he got the Lyft or what, because the guy is in a white Dodge Charger. I guess apparently the Lyft driver switched cars and I didn't get the message. So I'm just trying to find out what the hell is going on. So I'm just want someone to just call me and tell me something, because I don't know.
It's got to suck for him hearing his mom right there.
Yes.
Just
And you
breaking it
didn't
down.
contact the person who called you and left that voicemail after the fact, did you?
Objection. Ask and answer.
Okay. The videos that we played in court today, those 4 videos, exhibits 75, 77, 78, and 79. You turned all those videos over to the police, is that correct?
Objection. Leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
To whom did you turn those 4 videos over?
I emailed them to Officer, I believe it was Officer Luling. There was a Rebecca Carpenter out of Eagle PD that wanted it. And I may have emailed it to somebody with West Dallas PD. But for sure, Waukesha Police Department all got it that night.
While you got your phone in front of you, are you able to access your call log?
Yeah.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Can you go back to November 21st of 2021?
Okay.
Can you see what number Mr. Brooks dialed that day using your phone?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
So my call log didn't save back that far. My voicemails did, but my call log, I've made so many calls
genuinely
since then
object to
that
everything you
I
say.
didn't save that. I think the police definitely saved that number when they were at my house that night, though.
Do you recall if it was the same phone number that you received that voicemail from?
Objection speculative.
Overruled. You may answer.
I don't recall for sure. No.
The videos that you released to the media, did you release anything to the media that you didn't also provide to the police?
Objection.
Overruled.
No, everything that was released to the media was already released to the police department.
Did you alter those videos or the audio that goes with them in any way when you released them to the media?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
No, I never altered any of them.
What about when you sent them to the police?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
No, never altered them.
Were you aware at the time that Ring is a subscription service?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes, we pay subscription for it.
And there's a cloud account that goes with that, is that right?
Objection leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
I think this is a pretty foundational question necessary to develop the
You're
testimony.
probably right, and can be some leading questions are allowed, but just rephrase that one, please, and we'll go from there.
Okay. Where do the videos go aside from your phone?
Objection speculative.
Overruled.
There's an app on my phone that I was able to save and download off the app onto my phone. So there might be, I'm pretty sure that there's a Ring cloud that the company Ring can probably access the footage, but I was never notified that they had access to it or anything like that.
If someone did want to access those videos through Ring, were you aware at the time that someone would have been able to double check and make sure that you didn't fudge with that video?
Objection leading.
Overruled if you're able to answer.
Yeah, I mean, Ring could, if we needed to get Ring to validate that it's correct, they would be able to do that.
When Mr. Brooks first knocked on your door, were you planning to sell those videos?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Objection speculative.
It's not speculative. Overruled. The witness may answer.
Objection hearsay.
It's not hearsay. Go ahead.
No, I had no idea what was going to happen after that.
What about after you let him in the back door and gave him a sandwich and a jacket? Was this
Objection.
all part of a plan at that point?
Objection leading.
Overruled. He may answer.
No, there's no plan to get footage to sell or anything like that. No.
You simply provided those videos to law enforcement and the media.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. I don't have anything else.
After the fact.
All right. Thank you. You may step down. It's a little after 12:09. We will take our lunch break. We went a little bit longer, so I'm going to take about a 90-minute lunch break today. So all rise for the jury. We are in recess.
90-minute lunch break. Well, hello. They're really giving us the business here, giving a chance to really get some chow down us. It's not a bad thought. Though I do have a couple videos here that I think we should check out whilst we're waiting. Yeah, I'm going to be throwing up some polls here. I mean, fudge that video. I don't know. Yeah, the objection, the sky is falling. Yeah, his whole thing is like his objections are just, again, they're just meant to slow down proceedings. He's not, there's no grounds. I think I will say, and if you guys have been watching from the beginning, maybe out of the hundreds of objections that he's made, hundreds, he's maybe had a dozen that have been sustained, and it's mostly just because of the way that the prosecution has worded their questioning. So it's not about it being, just basically they've told him, hey, just reword your questions, and we can go from there. So it's he's just nonstop, just pushing the envelope of stupidity in this in every way, shape, and form. So yeah, no amount of no amount of soap can scrub the stupid off this situation, because of the fact that this guy is okay. So again, he's defending himself. So if you're, I want to make sure that we're all in the know on that one. Anyone who's been watching with me or watching the trial at all kind of understands what he's doing here. He's running pro se. He let go of his attorneys 2 weeks ago and decided he's going to defend himself. So what that means is that he's got the ability now to question, which is, and this for me is horrible, because he's got the ability now to question the prosecution's witnesses, and the witnesses that are being called by the prosecution are so far, a handful of them have been victims and people that were right there. That, I mean, one of the guys had to throw his child out of the road to avoid his child getting hit, and then he himself got clipped. And I mean, the instructor of the dance team that he drove through, and if you're listening to any of the videos that are being played, the sound alone is horrific. And this is the sound of this guy going through all of the people that he drove through. And I've got these videos here that I can show you guys that'll blow your mind. And it blows me away. And again, you guys have got to be very clear about this. So I know a lot of people, Nanette, thank you very much. I know a lot of people were saying the same thing that I said when we first started watching this trial, which is this guy, Darrell Brooks, is getting way too much leniency. They're allowing him too much leash. He's mocking the courts. He's badgering these witnesses. The judge, to her credit, as we've been watching this, it's become excruciatingly clear that she has to allow so much leniency to avoid blowback through the appeal in court. So this guy, Darrell Brooks, is not trying to beat the jury in his charges. And of those charges, we've been, you guys already know what they all are, but I'm going to put it up here again for you so you can see what's going on. He's looking at 6 counts of first-degree intentional homicide, each one of those involving a life sentence. 61 counts of recklessly endangering safety, each one of those carrying up to 12 and a half years of penalty, 700 plus years there. 6 counts of hit and run involving death. I believe each one of those is 25 years up to, and then 2 counts felony bail jumping, 2 counts battery on the back end. But the charges, minus the last 2, total sentencing at maximum per is looking at over 900 years plus 6 life sentences. So the chance of him beating that, or even beating 1 life sentence, or even beating 1 25-year sentence or 1 30-year sentence, which I believe the reckless homicide is up to 30 years. Anyone can go ahead and I encourage fact checking you guys, just to be very clear about this. So I encourage fact checking. If I'm not sure about it and I've given false information that I'm incorrect about, please in the comments. We're all able to do it. Pop it up and make sure we get it right. But so he's not looking to beat the jury in these charges. He's looking to just get enough leverage in his approach by objecting and by doing all these sovereign citizen claims that he can use that in the appeal in court, because he's hoping that he's already asked for a mistrial multiple times for the numerous amount of reasons, but the mistrial is not going to happen. The judge has already bypassed the opportunity of this being a mistrial. But nonetheless, he'll keep asking, so what he's doing is leveraging a case moving forward, which is why none of these questions make sense. None of the direction, this is why the redundancy in all of this is because he's trying to hammer down a point. And the issue is, this is like the vague nonsense that and I hate saying it, but this is this guy has a level of intelligence that he's been able to exercise in these court proceedings to make himself sound very intelligent. He's worded his questions properly, you know. And so when the judge is giving him accolade for that, I think that was her just kind of buttering him up to keep him on the good side of things. But he's been coaching himself on how he wants to go about this, and he's definitely had jailhouse counsel, you know, guys that are in there that are saying, hey, this is what you should do, this is what you need to do. I don't know who those are, because again, he's basically in protective custody in jail right now. He's in a 23-hour lockdown is what they said, because guys, they're doing that for his own protection, because guys in jail want to get a piece of him. Because not only does he have these charges, but amongst these charges, he's got a litany of other felony charges on his record. He also has a rape of a minor charge, sexual assault of a minor, a 15-year-old little girl that he raped and got pregnant in 2006. So his lifespan, the projected like level of his ability to have any kind of normal existence in prison is non-existent. So the best thing he can do is PC up, you know, go protective custody and stay in isolation, stay in segregation, because if he gets in gen pop, he's in trouble, man. Like anybody that knows, if you do anything to a child, or if you have a rape charge, any kind of sexual assault charge, anything like that, like you're going to get handled. You're going to get handled. It's just par for the course. It's just what it is. They don't miss a beat on that. Literally, they don't miss a beat on that. He's going to get handled up. So some would say the best place for him is prison. I can say right now, there's no good place for this guy. But what he's trying to do is beat the system. He's not trying to beat, you know, he's gone off these edges where he's tried to prove that either A, it wasn't him driving. Can you prove that it was me driving? Can you prove that it was me? That, you know, whatever you want to do. Like, do you know for sure that it was me? Do you know for sure that this, like, and it confuses and convolutes the witnesses' testimonies as given in the line of questioning that prosecution has already, you know, laid forth in front of the jury. So what he's doing on the back end is trying to just basically muddle that up. So they lay out this solid case, boom. And this is the prosecution's case right now. So remember this, in this trial right now, prosecution, they have the burden of responsibility. So right now they're presenting their case, their witnesses, what they hope to accomplish in their opening statements. What they say is, we the state, you know, and they gave, you know, he waxed eloquent about what happened, the experience of the people there at the parade. You know, the defense or the prosecuting attorney was, you know, and then they say, what we're going to accomplish in this trial is proving that fill in the blanks. Okay. Darrell Brooks waived his opening statements. So he hasn't even given an opening statement yet as to what it is that he's going to try to accomplish in this trial. And it's crazy. So he let his attorneys go. 2 weeks ago, he said, hey, kick rocks. I'm going to go pro se. And pro se, and mind you, this is all playing into the sovereign citizen. Pro se is it's just self-representing. The term, you know, it's a Latin term, but it just means to defend oneself. Sorry, we got a lot of tags in here, but doesn't really matter much. So that's what he's going for. Now, one of the other things he's been pushing is the Sixth Amendment provides a person accused of a crime the right to confront a witness against him or her in a criminal action. This includes the right to be present in the trial, yada, yada. So what he's saying is, when he keeps asking about the plaintiff, and he's like, well, do you see a plaintiff here? Are you the plaintiff? Did you file any charges in this against Darrell Brooks? And he keeps saying Darrell Brooks in the third person because he's making it clear, he keeps saying this, that he's there representing Darrell Brooks in third party. He won't even say Darrell Brooks. He's there representing the defendant in third party as a sovereign citizen, which the sovereign movement states that it's a political movement of people who oppose taxation, question the legitimacy of government, and believe that they are not subject to the laws or the courts. And I put up a link here earlier, and I'll try to pull it up again later that you guys can go into and read up on. It's a pretty extensive read, and there's different types of sovereign citizenship, sovereign individuals, and it's just loony what all it entails. But basically, he's claiming that he's sovereign, but then also claiming that his rights are violated, which is odd because he's saying that none of these rights apply to him. So, and no, and people have asked, he's not native. He hasn't claimed to be a member of any kind of native tribe that would have some type of sovereign, lay of claim. But even then, they have, as a sovereign nation, like the Navajo Nation, whatever you want to do, the sovereignty, if I'm saying the term right, applies to the jurisdiction that they have on the tribal land. You can't be a member of like a sovereign group of people and then go and commit a crime and then say, well, your laws don't apply to me because I'm sovereign. You can't do that. That's just not common sense would say you can't do that, but the world doesn't work that way. So he's pro se, defending himself, saying that he's sovereign. He's done all these things. He allowed his his defense attorneys to build his entire case for the last year and then let him go. And then they hopped up and left. So there was really no love lost there. I'm sure they wanted nothing to do with defending him. Because, I mean, in all fairness, who would want to sit next to this guy and try to defend him in this trial? It'd be terrible. I can't imagine having to deal with the thought of, can you as a human being think, I mean, and defense attorneys have to deal with this a lot because it's their job. But if as a defense attorney, you were able in some way to get a mistrial and get him released, that would, I mean, for me, that would break my own heart knowing that I was good enough at my job that I was able to get someone like him off. I would hope that I would phone it in, but you also want to make sure that you don't have those types of people representing anybody in law, but this type of person is the kind of person that needs that. But, and mind you, he is on trial now for mass murder. So if he gets intentional homicide as murder, right? So this is a mass murder trial. And so right here, it says the mass murder is the act of murdering a number of people, typically simultaneously or over a relatively short period of time and in close geographic proximity. Now, the FBI says that mass murder, they define it as murdering 4 or more people during an event with no cooling off period, quote unquote, between murders, like a Christmas parade. And a mass murder typically occurs in a single location where one or more people kill several others. We saw that in Las Vegas during the festival they were having there. This is definitely defined under the same, outline of what a mass murder is. So, and they've been proving things about, he's been trying to argue about a weapon being used, was a knife. I mean, he drove his car through a crowd of people. Back right here in 2021, according to the most recent report from the NHTSA, there were 42,915 motor vehicle fatalities in 2021. Anybody who would even assume or think that there's a possibility of stating that a motor vehicle isn't dangerous need only look at the fact that 43,000 people died last year because of them. So you'd be wrong. So we've seen some odd not testimonies, but some odd questioning and tactics, but it all comes down to the same motive: is Darrell Brooks is doing his best to try to set himself up for either an appeal that isn't going to go through or a mistrial, which also isn't going to go through. So all that being said, he's been, so Jonette says here, he's a seasoned criminal. Rape of a minor, drugs, gun charges, domestic violence. He drove his baby's mother over 3 weeks prior to the Christmas parade with the same SUV. His mom posted the $1,000 bond to get him out. He claims sovereign citizenship, what the United States does not recognize. He believes that if he claims sovereign citizen, he doesn't have to abide by the laws of the land. Yeah, so these are all things we're talking about. And we read through a list of his Darrell Brooks, of who he is and what we're experiencing now because of, and this honestly there's been a misstep of the system in this. There's been a letdown of the system of the people because while all this has been happening, he's been able to skate past so many charges, like and where he should have been spending decade upon decade upon decade in prison. He has slipped past it. He's been able to slip right past it. So there are a handful of these, a couple of videos here that I wanted to pull up, and if this is the one. Yeah, I don't want to give you guys too lengthy of a video here, but I want to make sure you get an idea of what we're Okay, this is where, here we go. This was the initial, okay, this is Darrell Brooks when he first came into court. Okay. So this was the, his first showing in court. Okay. So, make sure we get the right one for you guys here. Is it this one? Nope. Is it? You gotta give me a second here, guys. I'm trying to navigate through a lot of, there we go. A lot of screens here. Usually I'd have like a setup, but I've been traveling. So it's, bouncing around between here and Wisconsin. I'm in Washington right now. So it's been a little bit more difficult to make this happen. So let me add this to the stream. And this is,
Be seated.
I'm just going to make sure you guys know what's going on here.
And can we hold just a second, please? Hold it. So folks, we're going to get started. I know emotions are running very high in this case. If you feel like you need to step out of the courtroom, please do. I'll expect everybody to conduct themselves in an orderly fashion, despite some of the allegations you're about to hear. If you feel that it's too much for you to hear, please step outside. Also, audio and visual are not.
Okay, I just want to make sure you guys hear.
The Supreme Court order. We have one camera.
So again, court is at lunch. These are videos previously recorded, not live at the moment.
So please refrain from recording or videotaping.
We're going to skip ahead a little bit here. So this is Darrell Brooks coming out. This is what he initially looked like when he was first arrested, which is why he keeps saying, can you identify me right now? That's him right there. Okay, so we're looking at Darrell Brooks. And so when they say, I'm looking at you, Darrell Brooks, what he did was he shaved his head, right? He shaved his head, shaved his beard. So he lost the dreadlocks, lost the beard. And now he keeps saying, he keeps arguing with people when they say, the man that I described is X, Y, and Z. And then he said, well, do I have long hair? Do I have a beard? And we've had some witnesses today and a few earlier, one or two, that have not budged. Like the guy today, and I'll show that clip again, was the best. And I had to cut camera because I was just laughing so hard because of how well he did when he said, you, Darrell Brooks, you, I'm looking at you. I was staring at you in the eyes in my backyard. You know what I'm talking about. So, so this is going to be a breakdown of not only the charges that he's facing, but where his rap sheet has gotten him. And then I'll pull up something else for you on that one as well. So let me play this one. But that's what he looked like when he was arrested.
This is case number 21 CF 1848, State of Wisconsin versus Darrell Brooks.
Darrell.
Matters tabbed to Judge
Darrell.
Rao. Appearance by the state, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Sue Opper and Leslie Basie, appearing for the state of Wisconsin.
Thank you. And for Mr. Brooks.
Darrell Brooks appears in person in custody with attorneys Anna Keys and Jeremy Perry. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
So, and this is what the officer referred to as when they arrested him. He said, we arrested you 30 minutes later as Darrell Brooks.
Will Mr. Brooks acknowledge that he has received a copy of that complaint and will he waive its reading in open court here today?
We have received copies of the criminal complaint. We waive formal reading.
Thank you. It may at some point be relevant, but the address on the complaint is accurate.
That's right.
Thank you. And Mr. Brooks, I have reviewed a copy of this criminal complaint. I will find it does state probable cause as to each of the 5 charges before you. You're charged in count 1 with first-degree intentional homicide. That's a Class A felony, and that has a maximum possible penalty of being sentenced to imprisonment for life. That's for victim A. Count 2, first-degree intentional homicide regarding victim B, is a Class A felony. Again, the maximum possible sentence is a sentence to imprisonment for life. Count 3, first-degree intentional homicide regarding victim C is again a Class A felony, and that's punishable by A sentence to imprisonment for life. Count 4, first-degree intentional homicide regarding victim D. Again, is a Class A felony. That's punishable by a sentence to imprisonment for life. Lastly, count 5, first-degree intentional homicide regarding victim E is a Class A felony. That is punishable by a sentence to imprisonment for life. As those are felonies, you're entitled to have counsel. You're entitled to have also a preliminary hearing. And I, again, have found probable cause to each of the 5 counts upon my review of the pleading. So we will turn to Attorney Opper for her bail recommendation.
Thank you, sir.
This is where you're going to hear about
As
his
the bail
previous
recommendation,
charges.
Your Honor, I'd like the court to be aware of a prior criminal history as it relates to Mr. Brooks. I can advise the court.
Yeah, he fired his
arrest
lawyer.
record from 3 states to include Wisconsin, Nevada, and Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
Starting with the state of Wisconsin, the record begins in 2000. There was a conviction in that year for substantial battery, party to a crime. A prison sentence was imposed but stayed for 3 years probation and 6 months condition time. 2002, conviction for possession of marijuana as a repeat offender, sentenced to 50 days in the House of Correction. 2003, misdemeanor conviction for resisting obstructing, sentenced to 20 days in the House of Correction. 2005, there's an arrest from Langlade County. Ultimately, he was convicted of a county ordinance violation for disorderly conduct. What's remarkable about that is that he failed to pay the fine, so he was ordered to serve 30 days in jail on the non-payment. 2009, Manitowoc County conviction for obstructing an officer, sentenced to 2 days jail time served. 2010, conviction from Wood County, Wisconsin. He was convicted of the offense of strangulation / suffocation with other charges of battery and criminal damage to property dismissed and read in. The court ordered a withheld sentence for 3 years probation. That probation was revoked, and on August 1 of 2011, he was sentenced to 11 months jail. 2012, he was convicted at the same time on 2 separate files in Milwaukee County. First file was a charge for possession of marijuana as a repeat offender.
Mind you, these are all
180
compounding,
days
right?
in the House of Correction. The second file, he was convicted of misdemeanor bail jumping and misdemeanor possession of THC. Also sentenced to 180 days in the House of Correction, concurrent to the other case and concurrent to each other. In May of 2012, there was a conviction for resisting obstructing. He was sentenced to 37 days jail consecutive to the earlier sentence imposed in April of that year. He's currently pending on 2 charges in Milwaukee County. 2020 CF 2550, he's charged with 2 counts, 2nd degree recklessly endangering safety while armed, and 1 count of felon in possession of a firearm. The date of that offense, or excuse me, all 3 offenses is July 24 of 2020.
They keep going. That's the
I
thing.
believe he was arrested shortly after that incident and remained in custody in the Milwaukee County Jail until released on bail there for reasons of a speedy trial violation on March 3 of 2021. Bail at that time was lowered from.
This one's interesting. Okay, so they had a $10,000 bail set for him while he was in for all this stuff that piled up and got him to where he's at. And then COVID happens. There comes the Rona, right? And so he pushed for a motion of speedy trial. But because the court system, everything was at the, a standstill, right? The judge wasn't able to do that. So he reduced his bail, giving him an opportunity, which is just odd that it's like your bail is set at $10,000. We can't get you to speedy trial. So we'll give people a better opportunity of bailing you out of jail, right? Well, it went from, I think, 10,000, she'll say it, I think here in a second, to 7,500. And then when that wasn't met within a couple months, so he's in there for 3 or 4 months, I think, they got dropped to 500, like $500. And then within 2 weeks, he was out. So
$7,500 cash bail for $500
$500.
cash bail. In that case, Your Honor, it is alleged that he got into a fight with his nephew.
Shot a gun at his
Defendant,
nephew.
Fired one round from a handgun toward the vehicle that his nephew was in. The vehicle was occupied by another person, and that accounts for the 2 charges of reckless endangering safety. The next day, he was taken into custody, and the residence where he was located, he was found to have a loaded 9mm handgun just a few feet away from him.
Yeah, he's been able to walk
Handgun
through the
was
system
Previously reported stolen.
this whole
And
time.
he was a convicted felon on that date. So
And
that's
all of these charges, he's only done about 3 years.
He's also currently pending in Milwaukee County case number 21 CF 4596. That has a date of offense of November 2, 2021. He's charged there with resisting, obstructing, felony
Resisting
bail
arrest, yeah.
jumping,
Which is one of the ones
second-degree
is on the
reckless
trial.
endangering safety in a domestic violence situation, domestic DC, and domestic battery. The allegations in that case, Your Honor, are that he struck the mother of his child in the face with a closed fist. Then as she was walking away from him, he intentionally ran her over with his vehicle. The vehicle in that matter described as what's believed to be the same maroon 2010 Ford Escape used in the allegations in this case. Police went to his home and found him getting out of that Ford Escape. The defendant ignored their commands to stop, and he tried to run.
Mind you, I'll show you a clip. This is the same Ford Escape that he was trying to prove he wasn't in, right? I have a clip from his rap video where he's Math Boy Fly or whatever his rap business or rap name is, in front of the same SUV with the license plate right there. So we'll show you that in a second as well.
Run into the house before he was apprehended. There's a long history of flight, obstructing, bail jumping type behavior, Your Honor. It's remarkable that these are violations all around the state of Wisconsin, not just his home county of Milwaukee, but we had convictions from Wood County, Manitowoc, and Langlade. I'd like the court to be aware of a record from the state of Nevada. We'll go to Nevada first. That happened, the first conviction was from December 11th of 2006. He was found guilty at trial of a misdemeanor count for obstructing an officer, was sentenced to jail in Nevada. Also on that same day of December 11, 2006, he pled guilty to a domestic battery as a misdemeanor, and the court there ordered a suspended sentence. On March 16th of 2007, he pled guilty to statutory sexual seduction, a felony. The court ordered a suspended sentence for 36 months probation. He was also ordered to register on the Nevada Sex Offender Registry.
Never did that.
He is currently noted to be non-compliant with that registration requirement.
Or on any registration anywhere.
On June 23rd of 2016, he was charged with a sex offender registry violation, first offense. He failed to appear in court, and a warrant remains active for his arrest. So he currently has an outstanding warrant for his arrest in the state of Nevada.
And this is that ring cam that we were talking about earlier with the last witness who was talking about how much he got off the ring cam footage, whatever. But this guy in this ring cam, this is the guy that brought him into his house, offered him slippers, a coat, and made him a sandwich and let him use his phone. Just the nicest guy ever. And even that guy, I could tell, was just done with this guy.
In Georgia, Your Honor, the record reflects a
raped a minor.
27, 2021 arrest for misdemeanor battery with a designation of family violence. While it is not clear if he was convicted, he did recently remark to a court official in this county that he had served a 6-month jail sentence in Georgia. So we have not been able to verify if that was a conviction, but certainly there was a confinement in conjunction with that arrest. He has no contact with the criminal justice system in Waukesha County or the district attorney's office. He does have a outstanding paternity case that's been pending since 2003, in which he was adjudicated as the father of a juvenile. And there's been returned court appearances over the years based on failure to pay child support.
Yeah, he's been in and
The
out
court
for
should know that a warrant or capias was issued for Mr. Brooks in this paternity case on at least 8 occasions. He has been sentenced to jail on several prior occasions for failing to pay that child support. And on one occasion, he had his Huber privileges revoked related to one of those jail sentences. That was back in 2009. Most recently, there was a warrant issued for his arrest in that non-support civil case on August 2 of 2021. Judge Maxwell signed an order for him to serve a 120-day jail sentence. Mr. Brooks did make a court appearance in that matter on November 16th of 2021, so just last week, 1 week ago. And he was released at that time because, again, he had explained to the court, provided an explanation that
you see that where he just shot right past this little girl right here? Like in the video, if you're listening, you're hearing it, but you're not seeing what I'm seeing, which is they're showing clips from him driving through the parade. So
the reason he had not made his child support payments is because he was serving that jail sentence in Georgia. So the court released him that day and ordered him back for a court appearance in the paternity case for December. So Judge, just based on his prior record, we obviously have very significant concerns about Mr. Brooks' flight history and willingness to obey the orders. The life sacrifice charges that we are reviewing. I'm concerned of another death of a child related to this case.
they only have 5 at the time.
We
Now
do
they had
expect
6.
a 6th count
Well,
for first-degree intentional homicide to
there we
be issued or added, to this case. I can advise the court that I am aware, I've been made aware through investigators that there are other individuals in critical condition. I think we remarked on the number of actual injured parties in our complaint. It exceeds 60 people. There's a number of other charges that we are reviewing and considering, but certainly at the very least, we do intend to file a 6th count of intentional homicide.
Which they do.
Maybe Friday or maybe early next week, depending on when we can accomplish that. Certainly, if we have any other deaths resulting from this incident, additional counts of homicide will be filed. We didn't charge bail jumping. Obviously, we could have. We have focused our efforts of life that is alleged to have occurred through the conduct of Mr. Brooks. I want this court to know, and I think the court has read the complaint. You've indicated you've read the complaint. There are not words to describe the risk that this defendant presents to our community. Not only flight risk, but the dangerousness that he presents, his history of violence.
And it makes, as we're watching this, you guys, if you're not watching the video, you get a chance, come back in and whatever timestamp, 3 hours, 49 minutes. If you watch it later, if you're just listening, you're seeing Darrell Brooks in the defense chair next to his defense attorney at the time, the one you court appointed right when you get, as he's stepping in to hear all the charges and the litany of things that he's done. And he's crying. He's bent over. He's rocking and sobbing. And you even got the defense attorney that is clipped over. She's rubbing his back, like, hey man, it's gonna be okay, type thing.
The court has read the complaint.
Like, just that moment where it's like, if, and it sucks to say, if that were the same guy that showed up to court and just said, I don't know what I was thinking. I deserve whatever you give me. Like, I did these things, and all I can do is hope that through my punishment that it'll give some kind of solace, some kind of comfort to the families that I've devastated by my actions. Like, if he would have done that, I don't know what it would change. I know it would change a lot. Not for me, my personal view, because he still did it. You know what I mean? It's better to ask, the whole better ask for forgiveness than permission type thing. That hindsight apology for me in my life is is bullshit. When people pull that like, well, I did it because it was for my own good, or it was for your own good, or I was looking out for you, and that's why I didn't, whatever. Or I did it thinking that it would be the best. Like, no, this guy did something horrific, knowing as he's doing it, what he's doing. He wasn't like unconscious. They did a talk screen. It wasn't like he was blackout drunk or something. Not even like that's an excuse, but he wasn't even like blackout drunk. He just flat out he had some weed in his system, some THC, beta 9, whatever, delta 9 THC in his system is what the talk screen. One of the professionals, one of the specialists that was going to be called by the defense attorneys was going to be, and may still be, a pathologist who was going to testify to the fact they did find delta 9 THC in his system, whatever. So yeah, he smoked some weed, big deal. Okay. I've never heard of anybody in the history of the world that's ever smoked a little ganja and then gone on a killing spree. You know, that's not what that is. So it's astounding to me that that he's so incredibly defiant. The guy that's in this chair right here is, you know, feeling the weight of it. They're talking about multiple life sentences. They just announced that another little boy, another person died, and it's a child, an 8-year-old little boy passed away. Multiple people still in critical care. So, and there might be more charges coming that are going to leverage a life sentence. So, and then somewhere between there and here, he's turned into this, you know, Don Suave, you know, courtroom, you know, captain who's in there objecting to things and just playing this card like he's got it figured out. Is it fair to play? Blah 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 blah. Would it be fair to assume? And we got to look back and see that this is the guy that's on trial. This is the same guy, you know, that raped a minor, that did all of these things, and now he's just feeling like, you know, Billy Badass. And we're saying it here because he's skated through the system so well since he was a child, not ever having to be fully accountable for his crimes. There's no real accountability. So he's been able to just dance on, you know, on the backs of these people who he's hurt over the time. You know what I mean? But the judge, jury, and attorneys must be going insane with this guy. Woodhound 007. Yeah, you know, yeah, probably. Absolutely. I mean, we are. We are. So I don't want to talk here. Let's see.
Indicated you've read the complaint. There are not words to describe the risk that this defendant presents to our community.
He's never showed up for court. He's been a flight risk.
The dangerousness
every one
that
of his
he presents, his history of violence,
crimes,
and the allegations in this complaint where it is stated plainly that on several occasions he was told to stop by police officers. They risked their own safety to try and step in front of the car to stop him. Everything was done to get him to stop, and he just simply continued down the roadway, causing death and destruction in his path. So I am advocating for a significant cash bail, Your Honor. I'm asking for $5 million cash bail.
$5 million.
I know that's a large amount of money, but I think it is warranted on this history, and I think it's.
You know what's crazy about that? They did post. They granted a $5 million bail. Immediately, a GoFundMe popped up for his bail money, for $5 million for bail. I kid you not. It got taken down almost immediately, I think, but it could have been somebody just trying to profit off the back of this and hope that they could knuckle up a couple dollars, whatever. But maybe it was, you know, legitimately, you know, people being like, hey, we got to get him out. Let's raise $5 million to get this mass murderer out of jail. That's what we need to do. It's crazy, but those are the facts.
It's warranted when the court considers, if convicted, Mr. Brooks will spend the rest of his life in prison.
Which wouldn't be that long, honestly.
Attorney Perry.
Thank you, Commissioner. When this court determines...
We're not going to listen to this part of it because it's more of just them doing what they can to try to sidestep, you know, what the prosecution just said, which is like he's an incredible flight risk, and he's never showed up for court when he's been released. So we should definitely not let this person out of jail at all. He should never see the outside of in a correctional facility. You know, and so we're putting it at $5 million, which they did stick it at. You know, it's interesting. So I don't know if you guys were watching this with me. If you did, if you didn't, but let me, Darrell Brooks, while he was in jail for the rape charges, when he raped the 15-year-old and got her pregnant, he was a part of a documentary called Crystal Darkness, I believe is what it was called. And let me show you guys that real quick. We got some time here. I think that's what it's called, Crystal Darkness. Yeah, right here. So this was, oh wow, someone already clipped it for me. That's nice. So someone, yeah, so nice. Someone went through and did this for me. So perfect. So let me show you guys this. This was Darrell Brooks in while he was serving his time. You know, he's doing 11, 12 months, whatever it was, for that statutory rape of a minor. Who he got pregnant, the 15-year-old, narrowly avoiding 30 years because had she been 14, it'd have been a different crime altogether. Here's where we're at with it, though. So this was while he was in prison. A documentary team came in and they were doing interviews with people about meth addiction, right? So this was Darrell Brooks in prison, and listen to what he says. Which, and you guys, we're gonna do a lot of. There's a lot of time in this, so we're gonna repeat some things, but you know, it's no less important because it's had to be repeated. So let me add this in here, and we'll be able to. Okay, and here we go. All right.
I didn't think about, you know, I got this beautiful kid who's going without my time. I thought I would just be this wonderful father, just be the greatest dad ever. You know, the vision is just like, I'm gonna give him everything that I didn't have. But then it's like reality set in. You actually become the drug, not even a human being. Basically, that's how I felt. Like I wasn't a human anymore. I was just something vile, disgusting, despicable. I could go on. I could use a lot of words, but that's what I became. It's really what I became.
So, I mean, he says it himself. You know, that's what I became. You know, and a vile, disgusting, despicable human being. You have a chance to change your stars, right? Not to chomp off of A Knight's Tale with our guy, you know, R.I.P. Heath Ledger. But like I've said before, coming as a recovered addict, like you have a chance to make that change. You know what I mean? And while you're incarcerated, there's a great chance to do that, or it emboldens you and fuels this fire for criminal activity. And in his case, what it did was it reaffirmed the fact that he could beat the system, which is what he's trying to do right now. He danced through it so well that he's at a position now where he feels like he can dance through this one as well. I mean, that's the arrogance in that, first of all, but the reality has to sink in at some point, right? It has to sink in that you're not going to beat this one. This is not something that you can walk past. You have effectively at this point done everything you can possibly do to put as many screws in the coffin as possible. So not even nails. This one, but he's going to try to appeal it. He's going to go through a whole process. But anyway, got a couple more things we need to show you here because it's you know, it's important. We got stuff going on here. You know, these are the things that that we're having to deal with within this trial. There was this quick clip that I had over on ye old TikTok. So, and I'm trying to source as much as possible so you guys can get as much information and as many clips and videos as possible. Keep it, I mean, I hate saying this, but entertaining. But I don't want to say entertaining. Informative. That's the term I'm looking for. Keep it informative, and to give you different angles of a lot of the information that we're having to cover repeatedly. So, that being said, we're going to jump in here and let's do, I don't think I can do like alter this anyway. So we'll just throw it up here and go from there. So this was the female officer that was on the stand, I believe, on Friday morning, if I'm not mistaken. So, and I know it's a little small, but it's the best we can do right now. So, but
would it be fair to say that the alleged defendant that you just identified on the record for the court does not have hair?
You have shaved your head. Yes.
Would it be fair to
simple, right? There was there was a couple more that were right in here, but we don't have to jump in that. I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole right now. But so we got that crystal darkness that was in there, and the other one here is some of the shouting matches that he's been in with the judge. So let me show you some of the other stuff. So this is Wisconsin Parade says I identified a rapper in the film. Okay, so we're gonna pull this one up right here, and I'm not gonna watch this entire video, just to be clear. I don't know if they show the whole thing, but we're gonna skip through it. Actually, let me make sure we're not, because I really don't want to give any more views to his. Okay, here we go. This is better. All right, bear with me, and we're in here. And there we go. Okay. So this is Darrell Brooks as his rap persona, as I think Math Boy Fly or whatever you went by. And if you look behind him, that's that red SUV. That's Darrell Brooks.
I was in the slums, any weather, I was still trapping, sliding on the bus. They putting cameras on the lights, playing like you stupid dog. You know what I do to you. Hit me from a cell, told me get the cake.
Don't know if that's a legal firearm. I'm just, could be a really fancy water gun.
Weighing up them balls, hella coke around the digi. Playing with them bloods, they gonna pop you like a...
And then that was the SUV. That was the SUV. You want to go a step further, this world-class, ADP, or is that 40 ADP 9256 license plate in the video right there that was identified on the vehicle that Darrell Brooks parked in this person's driveway that testified last week and was seen getting out of and this is crazy, with debris from the parade. There was a headband wrapped around the side view mirror. There was like a scarf stuck to the front of the car. Like these are items people were wearing when he drove through them. So like it can't be any more obvious than this, that's your car. Yeah. And you obviously have, control over said vehicle. Even though in all this, his mom's, I think, is the one on the title. While he's talking about all the ticket he has, all the money he's got. And this is the downtown Waukesha. This is the scene that I saw when I was down there. A little bit different because I was able to walk down the street a little bit on the side before the police kind of had me move off out of the area. But, I was watching them pull bodies off the street. There was just, blood everywhere. Children's shoes, mittens, scarves, children's blankets, strollers. There was baby strollers just everywhere. And there was no report about what had happened. On our drive into Waukesha, I was there with my team. There was a raceway. There was dozens of cars flying past us, unmarked vehicles, marked squad cars, just hauling ass into Waukesha. and probably 3 times as many leaving that were trying to get to local hospitals, and private vehicles and squad cars. People were just getting put into whatever moving vehicle they could find and being taken and evacuated to the hospital. Because there was 60 plus people, like 70, I think over 70 people were injured in this situation. There wasn't enough ambulances, you know what I mean? They couldn't get there quick enough, so they were just trying what they could to get out. So the scene in Waukesha was melee. It was insane. But again, they don't have all the details in this little video that we're looking at right now. Yeah, I don't think there's actually anything else in here. So it's wild. It's wild to me that there's been it blows my mind that he's defending himself in such a, and you're gonna hear the waterfall again here, in such a brash fashion, because he's every bit guilty and every bit the criminal that, you know, that we all think he is. He's done a phenomenal job of dancing through the system in a way that he hasn't had to man up for it, you know. But we're not done. There's so much more here, you guys. You know what's wild? Check this out. So I believe that we have it right here. Now remember, the fact of the matter is he was out on bail, right? And it's sad, but it was his mom who bailed him out. And this was his mother's account of what of that scenario. And I'm gonna back this up. All right, cool. And this is what she said when she was being interviewed. They did like an anonymous interview. They didn't want to have her put on blast, and so they kept her like darked out. But this is
do you think he should have been released at that time?
I don't think they should have released him, even though I did post the bail. But I post the bail because Erica Patterson, his girlfriend, I asked her personally, I called her personally, and I asked her, did he deliberately run over you? And I told her what the police told me. I'm asking you, did he deliberately do that? She told me no, that was not deliberate.
So Darrell Brooks' mom, she says that he shouldn't have been released. It's a tough one because it's a mother, right? So she bailed him out on $1,000 bail. And but it's because she said that his girlfriend, Erica Patterson, the same one that I believe he got pregnant in Las Vegas at 15 when she was a minor, when he was convicted of sexual assault for that rape, said he didn't do it. And that seems to be like the battered syndrome, you know, that we talk about, like that kind of that Stockholm thing where you're like, no, he didn't mean it. You know, he loves me. I made him angry. You know, it's when the victims start blaming themselves for the things that have happened to them, you know, and it's tragic when you see that, especially in a situation like this. That girl was brainwashed from the time she was a child by this guy. You know what I mean? Like 15 years old. And someone had mentioned that, and I haven't seen this in but the dockets yet, but that he was working as her pimp in Vegas. And if that's the case, mind you, this is uncorroborated because I haven't been able to see this for sure. I just know the charges were sexual assault of a minor. But I mean, at 15, regardless, and even if you're being put on the street and pimped out and prostituting at 15, like the life that you have in front of you, you know, you're just looking for somebody to hold on to you, you know, someone to just say, hey man, I got you. And if it's this, you know, raging POS, and sometimes that's the best life raft people can reach for, you know, at least that's what they think. But you know, it's terrible, but that's the scenario we're in right now. And you know, that's the sad reality of a lot of the situations that we see people go through, is that they get stuck in a place where they don't really have an outlet, if you will. So if you weren't with us before, I want to watch it again, because it was this was epic. This gentleman right here, this was the first witness of the day today, and I want to switch gears a little bit, because this guy made my day. And yeah, no excuse for his mom to bail him out. Any man that beats up a girl deserves it. Yeah, he ended up where he ended up because he did what he did, and that's all there is to it. So, but this video I'm going to show you, if it's just a quick couple minutes. But again, we need to see this, because it's I think it revitalizes our view on humanity, or at least on how things should be, because this witness here just he gave him the point, you know, and wasn't having it. So yeah, this is.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions.
All right, sir. Mr. Brooks, do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, I do, and I object to being called that name for the record. Do you recall giving a statement to Officer Probst?
I don't know his name, but I've talked to an officer.
And you did talk to an officer that night?
I talked to an officer on the phone. I did not talk to an officer that night. I mean, on the phone I did, but not in person.
So it was a conversation on the non-emergency line. Would that be fair to say?
It was on the non-emergency line. I actually confirmed it after I called to make sure I was on the non-emergency line.
Do you recall the description that you gave at that time?
I do. Well, my best of my knowledge was that you were either Black, Latino,
Who's you?
Or mixed.
Who's you?
Well, you have to let him answer the question first before you interrupt him with another one. Go ahead with the description you provided that night.
I said that the individual was either Black, mixed, or Latino.
So it'd be fair to say you didn't know at the time?
I was giving a general description.
So it'd be fair to say that you weren't sure?
I was positive it was you.
Who's you?
You. I'm looking at you.
He didn't like that. He didn't like that at all.
And how did you come to that conclusion, the you conclusion?
I'm looking at you.
How did you come to that conclusion? Did you?
What conclusion? Can you restate the question?
You're saying that you gave a description on the non-emergency phone line, correct?
It was on a non-emergency line.
So it would be fair to say at that time you had no name or knowledge of who the person was in your backyard. Would that be fair to say?
I had no idea who you were.
And so how can you say how can you say you then if you had no idea?
I'm looking at you. You were the guy.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
I'm looking at you.
You and I were standing in the same yard looking at each other.
So
right here.
Is it possible you saw something on the news?
No, I had no idea who you were.
Who you were. He's making it a point. I love that. Interesting, he says.
Do you recall giving a description of approximately 5'9" and 160 pounds?
Something like that.
This is the next level right here. I'm looking at you.
Something like that, or would that be accurate?
I didn't have a tape measure out. It was just a guesstimate.
Would it be fair to say that since you keep identifying me as you, would it be fair to say that I'm not 5'9" nor 160 pounds?
You have your shoes on or off right now?
Would it be fair to say that I'm not 5'9", 160 pounds?
If you take your shoes off and step out of them, they could have a better.
I'm not gonna have them do that, but if you're able to answer the question.
Take your shoes off.
I'd have to be standing next to him. That's what I made my judgment from. We were about 2 feet from each other.
Does it look like I'm 5'9"?
Nobody cares about you, dude.
Oh, we were a lot closer.
Does it look like I'm 160 pounds?
Objections.
Grounds.
It's irrelevant as to his appearance today, just like comparison in dreadlocks today.
He's like, damn, thank you, man. You're giving him the business.
Grounds for the sustain.
Grounds for the sustain. Grounds for objection. So he's that to me is beautiful. That we've got that witness was just, you know, you're not under obligation to be cordial with anybody when you're in court. You just have to answer questions, and when it's to the best of your knowledge might be pretty sparse. So when they say, you know, is it safe to say that I'm 5'9", 160 pounds? I would say exactly 5'9", 160 pounds. Do you know that I don't identify as someone who's 5'9", 160 pounds? I don't care if you do or don't. I mean, you can say whatever you want. Let the judge corral you if she needs to. But what some of these witnesses and officers have done as witnesses is they're just like, you know what? You're watching the case. There's no way they're not going to. And I don't know if that's a thing. We're like, oh, you were watching the case elsewhere, and so you have insight, whatever. But you know, we've been watching information about this for a year now. But the fact that they've been seeing the same thing we've been seeing this whole court case is that people have been pandering, especially in the first couple of days. They're like, well, the defendant, instead of being you, the guy I'm looking at right now, I'm pointing at you. And they've been like, oh, well, take your mask down and look up here. And he's like, but whatever, and he'll do it for a second, whatever. But as if he's hiding his identity enough that people can't identify him as Darrell Brooks, the defendant in the case in which they are presiding over, where he killed 6 people. So to me, it's like, don't put me on the stand. And I'm sure we're all thinking the same thing. Don't put the majority of us on the stand, because you already know exactly how that would go. You know, it would be the most combative, most like belligerent. I don't want to say belligerent, but it would definitely be combative per court specifications and terminology, because I would definitely have to give the business, much like that gentleman did. So good for him. I applaud him for being so with it when it comes down to calling it out, man. You just got to call it out. Where are we at over here? I want to give you guys a couple other short clips that might be, but he's been defiant. So that's, if there's any clips anyone wants to see, let me know. And I can pull those up, but there's some that are a little longer that I'm not gonna sit through. But this way, I mean, obviously this is gonna be, everything he does is damn near like comical, because he is a clown of a human being. But we're gonna indulge because we're here, man. We're the ones sitting through it, so everyone is. We're all, you know, praying for the outcome that needs to happen, which is guilty on all charges and see it forever. So this one is Prove It is the title of this one. So let's see.
Not sure what the true analogy for that is, but that's how I would take it. That's a subpoena.
That's a handsome pastor.
That's not a subpoena. The subpoena is when you actually get the subpoena paperwork.
He's explaining what a subpoena
by
is.
mail, or I don't.
Mr. Brooks, you need to ask a question.
Can I get to it, Your Honor?
No, because you're trying to define something, which would be testifying, which you cannot do at this time. So the jury will disregard his last comment, but go ahead and ask a question of this witness.
You is something else.
You is something else.
Wow.
Mr. Brooks, that was inappropriate.
He's just over there throwing a fit when he doesn't
Do
get
you have
what he
any
wants.
other questions
Yes,
for this
I do.
witness?
Yes,
Please
I
ask
do.
them.
Just a child.
I'd like to get through one more witness, but I want to take a short comfort break for everyone. So I'll rise for the jury.
Thank you.
As the jury's coming in, he's still. Yeah, that's right.
Mr. Brooks, not now.
Not allowed to.
Not now. The jury is in this courtroom, and you will show
And she's doing that
respect
to
for
keep
them
some
and for this
decorum,
court.
but also to save him from.
Respect for them would be
Mr. Brooks,
telling them the truth.
stop. I'm putting you on notice that you are on the verge of this court creating a curative instruction about your frivolous arguments. I will not have you claim legitimacy for what are debunked, frivolous, sovereign arguments.
Then
That is why
prove it.
your questions
Prove it.
are being
Prove that it's
objected to,
frivolous. Prove
and
that it's
why
frivolous. Prove it.
all the cases that we've already referenced, sir. We are in recess. We'll be back
And
in
prove
5
it.
minutes. Thank you, everyone.
I don't agree to a estoppel. Can you prove?
He said, I don't agree to a stop. I think they turn him back on here for a second. No, they don't. That's too bad. And one of them, she flat out just says, which is beautiful. She says, your ignorance of the law is not a defense, which I thought was almost poetic. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. Your ignorance of the law is not a defense. Because he's been pulling on this, well, I didn't know thing, tugging on that thread. So, well, that's not our problem. That's no one's problem but your own. You're the one that decided to go pro se and defend yourself. You're the one that wanted to go ahead and get rid of your attorneys and feel like you got this case locked up. But in all fairness, this judge is saying, nah, I don't know. No, that's not what we're doing. Yeah, good for her. And I appreciate that she's had moments where she's really like stepped up and stepped out and been like, listen, because we've all been wanting to see it. We've all been wanting her to, to give him the business. But in when she does, it's nice. Nothing like that when Judge Schroeder does it, because when he was doing it, man. But there's a couple of them from Judge Darrell's responses. Yeah. So he went on like a 50-minute rant at one point talking about how his rights were being violated and, just crazy stuff. This is, this right here is actually footage from the parade attack itself. And again, some of these I've only seen once or maybe twice. So I don't really know, the full scope of everything, but there is a warning on this one, so just keep that in mind. But we're not going to show you anything that's going to be overly graphic or disturbing, so just you're good on that.
Jaden Singsheim was recording video when a speeding vehicle plowed into a Christmas parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin.
It happened so suddenly and so quick, and the truck came out of nowhere, and all of a sudden you just hear the sound of people getting hit.
The sound was crazy.
The sound was scarring, and so was the image of it.
His mother tried to help the wounded.
I'm a nurse, and my mother-in-law was saying, can you go and help people? Can you go and help people? So I went out there. The first gentleman we saw on the ground had people by him. He was alert and oriented, awake. So we moved on from him across the road, and that's when we came across the little boy that was in the road, turning purple. I felt his neck for a pulse, and he had one, but his eyes were barely open, and his face, all I can remember is his sweet little innocent face was purple. He wasn't really with us.
As of Monday morning, Reuters had not confirmed the status or injuries of either person described by Jody Singsheim. The Waukesha Police Department said on its Facebook page that 5 people were killed and more than 40 injured after an SUV sped through the parade on Sunday. The
That little
vehicle
boy
knocked
ended up
down
being the
dozens of
6th.
people, including youngsters waving pom-poms and a group of dancing grannies.
It's Waukesha. We're a small community. This kind of stuff doesn't happen here.
Not
I
at
mean,
all.
you hear about it, but now that we're hearing the injuries and stuff that are coming through, we all know somebody or know somebody who knows somebody. It's that kind of a community.
man, it's hard. It's hard to hear. That's just horrible. And that was the little boy who passed away. I believe the next day. What's wild to me? A lot of this is this sign right here. Is the world is plugged into our town. The whole world was watching when this happened. When this happened, when this news broke, it was everywhere, all over the planet. I mean, every news outlet, everywhere. Like I was getting hit up by the UK, from Russia, from Ireland, just because I happened to be in Wisconsin when it happened. I was in Kenosha when it happened, and I made my way to Waukesha, and I was there like while they were still, like I said, but while they were still taking bodies off of the street, and the scene was horrible. But the world watched, and what blows my mind right now is that so many people have come in here. Now I'm kind of lost in it because we're covering it, so we're here watching every day. But how this isn't making major media like every day, how this isn't like the focus of the world to say, hey, listen, all of that terror from last year, here's where it got to. This is what's going on. That we're not being able to broadcast the fact that, like, yeah, that happened. But the mainstream media, and this is what drives me nuts, is they leave it looming. They leave the terror there with no finality. So we have to deal with the blowback of the fact that we were shocked, scared, terrified, and all of the things that the mainstream media will sell us. I mean, no matter who you were, that was the reality of that situation. But it's left there, and they don't give you the opportunity to feel any resolution or any closure on that, and so that's what this is about. And when people ask why we're doing the show here and covering this particular trial, it's because Waukesha deserves it. And I feel that with anyone else, any of the streamers that are doing, anyone else that's covering it, I think it's important. So no matter where you're watching, I think it's important you get a chance to watch it so you can be a part of the process. Like we've had people in the chat here who have friends that have that were there, that were affected, that were victims of Darrell Brooks, that are in our chat right now. I would say a large majority of the people that watch CJTV here are from Wisconsin. They're from the Kenosha area. I mean, this is home. This is right there. This is the Waukesha Parade attack. The Waukesha Parade. It's right there. One of my main people, my security, if you will, Cindy, is in Waukesha. I mean, this hits so hard. The names of the people that passed, Tamara Durand was 52. Jane, and I might mess up a name or two. Kulich was 52. Leanna Owen was 71. Virginia Sorenson was 79. Wilhelm Hospel was 81, and Jackson Sparks was 8 years old. And these are the people that lost. So these are the plaintiffs. You know what I mean? These are the real people that are on the prosecutions sitting at that table. So every time Darrell Brooks pulls this, do you see the defense here? Do you see prosecutor? Do you see the plaintiff? Do you see the plaintiff? Look around you. You're in Waukesha. You are in Waukesha. Every single person that your eyeballs can see is the plaintiff, because they were all affected by what you did. We're all affected by what you've done. So yeah, somebody said he's going to rot in PC. Yeah, I pray to God they mess up and let him out. When he gets into prison, I hope they take him out of protective custody and give him a chance to just walk the yard, if you will. And I'll leave it at that. Anyone knows how that was going to work out for a sex offender turned mass murderer? We all know how that'll play out, and then that'll be the justice, and we'll hear about that later. And the crime documentary that'll be on Netflix down the road that we'll be able to watch about it, and then the documentaries that'll come about the documentary, which is almost even more infuriating that we're sitting down right now and we're looking at the fact that this is becoming. Darrell Brooks has made it a point, even when the tornado was touching down last 2 weeks ago, week and a half ago, whatever it was, and last week in Kenosha, in that area. The court was going to break early. They did break early. They broke a couple hours early. Yeah, that vigil, man, that was Cindy. That was tough. That was where I turned off the stream for a while. Was after this full on just lost my train of thought on that. Probably anyone can remind me where I was. Oh, Darrell Brooks said he didn't want to proceed. His argument was there was no argument. He agreed with the judge in saying that they wanted to break early, but his concurrence with said motion was that it might affect the electronics and the equipment that wouldn't allow for the case to be on TV. That's what he was worried about. He was worried about it not being televised. That was his only concern. That would not, and he said, well, I also might have some family I need to check on in the area as he giggled his way through it. His primary concern was that it would mess with the equipment that would allow this court case to be televised, because that's what he's doing. He's pandering to this like bravado of court swagged out, Darrell Brooks or whoever he does or does not want to identify as. And we're at a place now where this guy is grandstanding. So I guess to pull back, part of me is almost appreciative that mainstream media hasn't given him the highlight reel that he's looking for, but it's all over. You guys can't Darrell Brooks. You start typing in Darrell at this point in search engines, be it on TikTok or Google or excuse me, anywhere, YouTube, you're going to start seeing videos. You'll see shorts, you'll see long, you'll see recaps, clips. Most of it's from local news agencies like or TMJ or Law and Crime, Court TV, but most of it's local, Milwaukee, and other affiliate networks that are there in the area. So yeah, it's wild. It's wild. But Twitch is dead, huh? Okay, well, Tommy Temper, I appreciate that, man. But yeah, so Cindy says, I'll never forget us covering that vigil. So very emotional. That vigil for this, and I probably have a clip. Let's pull back here. We can do this. That vigil was. Well, I'll let the vigil speak for itself. Yeah, I'm gonna pull that up and give you guys a look at the. I haven't seen any of these clips because I was there, and so the clips that I have are from what we recorded while we were there, covering the actual the event, the vigil itself. So. Here we go.
Nearly everywhere you look in the town of Waukesha, signs of a city in mourning. Something new emerging.
I have one more candle left. Who needs a candle? I have one more left.
A renewed sense of community coming together amid the unspeakable sorrow.
Waukesha looks after each other.
And consoling each other while taking the first steps to heal.
This is an attack on the community, and it's absolutely heartbreaking and tragic, but at the same time, I know this community very well, and I know that they will come together, and they're going to rise up again, and everything's going to be fine.
Many surrounding.
What do you hope to show your kids by being here tonight?
Support. Things happen to people, things happen to communities that are devastating. And so that we come and we show support for our communities, for our towns, to let them know they're not alone, to let them know that we hear them, we see them, we feel them, we're here.
What do you want other people to know about Waukesha?
Waukesha is just like a really close community. Like, I've lived here all my life.
I always have felt safe and comfortable here. There's always going to be incidents everywhere, but the community always comes together.
We're here. We're going to show everybody, we're going to show the community, we're going to show the families that are suffering. We're here.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top.
Okay. Take it easy, baby. Excuse me. Now they're back from lunch already. Okay. Sorry, guys. We're gonna jump back in, which is probably good because I don't think I can handle watching the doing the vigil. Then you get it. Coupled with this cough I got, but it's that was one of the I'll put it back on here so we can have this going at the same time. But I don't know if it's back on or if he just didn't leave for lunch. I think that could be what's going on right now. Because it's, what is it, 1:30? Well, they broke for lunch at like a little after 12, right? So he's reading the Bible right here, people. That's what we're seeing right here. Is this clown is really at the end of the day last week, this fool picked up the Bible and just started, and he made it a point to like this gap right here. Read the Bible. Just start, thumbing through and going through all Psalms and, Leviticus and whatever else. Just saying, there's some real gospel in this room right now. And you're right, but it's it's hopefully the appointed notion of those magistrates of the land that are going to go ahead and give you the full leverage of the crimes in which you committed. So it looks like we're still at lunch. So let's we're not gonna actually we'll refresh it.
This is the perfect product for me.
Makes me feel so good.
And so they're running ads and that's still at lunch. Okay, so they're not back yet. So we can stop that in there. We do have there's some footage. It's tough to watch, man. I'm trying to see where the first part of this is, but there was the manhunt that took place afterwards when they were trying to they weren't sure where Darrell Brooks was, and then they weren't sure if they had everybody. Excuse me, that was in custody. But this was, and again, I'm not exactly sure what all what 100% of the videos are like that. I mean, I've got a collection of them, but this one I believe this is the scene at the time. I'm not sure why there's no volume, but this is a view of the street from the end of the parade. So this was the end of the parade looking, this is where the road like kind of dog legs around to the end. And this is looking back up the parade route. And as you can see right here, there's like children's strollers and wagons and, there's lawn chairs just strewn, about. But right there is a gurney that's got a body on it that was and it's just this was where I was at. This was on the 21st of November last year, but this was the Waukesha Parade. This is the aftermath of that. This is as real as it gets, But and then this was the vigil thereafter.
The mom was going to, they were going to say their goodbyes.
That's when we got the news that the little boy
also
passed away.
One of the young people that was struck by the name of Jackson, apparently, it was just too much for his little body to take. And his mom, they're heading to say their final goodbyes to their son Jackson. So you guys put a lot of your thoughts and prayers out to that family and to that little soldier.
This powerful $99 drone is now available in the US. This is an extremely high-tech 5.
That was the
so there's 5.
There was the 5
here,
crossings.
and as I said, there was unconfirmed because there was more. They were in the ICU, but they weren't sure.
So this was the parade vigil, the vigil for the parade attack. We're gonna stop sharing that for a minute, and we're going to go back into the courtroom.
Received or was received subject to further testimony. So I don't know that I need to tell them again that it's received, and it would be my inclination to just simply let it be. We've noted it outside the presence of the jury, but that's how I intend to handle that.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, I believe all of our jurors, well, they're all back, of course, but they're ready to go. And so when we bring them out, the state should be prepared to call the next witness. Okay, very good. Then bring the jury out, please.
You ain't called that name that you started with. I don't know if the audio is on.
Nobody cares, man. Nobody cares
Audio's
about
on.
what name you want to go
When I
by.
called the case, I actually didn't specifically refer to you, but I did say State versus Brooks. But in any event,
But then he
objection
identifies
was
himself
noted
as
for
Brooks
the
every time he
record.
says, I don't
And we'll
identify as
continue
Brooks
with
when someone says
testimony.
Darrell Brooks.
Will you be addressing subject matter jurisdiction?
Shut up, dude. No, text man, I would guarantee he had a suspended license. I think that's one of the things that's
Is that
standard.
a judicial determination not to answer, Your Honor?
I think they pull your license if you don't pay child support. I think that's one of the things they suspend your driving privileges. Appreciate it, Chad. But the post that vigil was I kind of hung up the
So
boots
is that
for a
a
while
tacit agreement?
for a handful of months. Man, it was Cindy, thank you for being there with me. You know, big shout out to my community here. Cindy, you're a rock star. When you scooped me up,
Subject matter jurisdiction has yet to be proven for the record.
let me work it out. But that was a little breakdown for me. I just had to hand the camera over and went behind and just had to handle it. And but I realized at that point that I was my head, my heart, my soul was way too heavy at that point after this experience, and I needed to take some time for me to just breathe and to try to heal up. And I don't know if I've done it properly or if I've
Thank you, everyone. Please be
whatever,
seated. State
but-
have the next witness, please.
I think it's something
The
we
state
work on our
calls
entire
Officer
life,
Rebecca Carpenter.
you know? But Cindy, yeah, thank you so much for being solid, being such a rock, always being a rock. You've been a rock star from the jump, Cindy.
Good afternoon,
Love
officer. If you would
love
please Make your way to the witness stand on my right up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand. My clerk Teresa will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you. Please be seated. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell.
Jacqueline, thank you so much for that super
Rebecca,
sticker.
Rebecca, Carpenter, Carpenter.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Thank you for that
Officer, how are you
contribution over on YouTube. You're a rock star. Thank
On the
you
day
so
of the
much.
parade, I was working a shift for the Village of Big Bend Police Department, sir.
Is that who still employs you?
Yes.
Anybody else?
Yes, I'm also a patrol officer for the town of East Troy, and I'm the assistant chief for the Village of Eagle.
How many years have you spent in law enforcement?
I was appointed to the Milwaukee Police Department in March of 1991.
And when did you come out here to the Waukesha County jurisdictions that you mentioned?
I retired from the Milwaukee Police Department as a sergeant in November of 2017, and the first department I got into policing again with was the town of East Troy in May of 2018.
You already made reference to the parade. Were you working on duty as a law enforcement officer on November 21st of 2021?
Yes, sir, I was.
Overruled.
He's asking her what her job was.
You may answer.
Ridiculous asshat.
Yes, I was.
Were you aware that day that the Waukesha Christmas Parade was taking place?
Actually, I was not.
Oh,
did you at some point become aware that there was a parade in downtown Waukesha?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may
Yes.
answer.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, I did.
Thank
How
you,
did you
Spook
go
Max.
about learning that information?
I heard over the radio channel that Big Ben monitors, which is not the same radio channel that the parade was on.
Nobody knows, Misty Rose. Nobody knows.
I heard a broadcast that there had been shots fired.
What did you do in response to hearing that broadcast?
In response to that particular broadcast, I started paying closer attention.
And then what happened?
Squads on my channel, which is a Waukesha County channel, started to say that they were placing injured people in the backs of their squads and driving them to the hospital, which is a highly unusual circumstance.
What did you do when you learned that information?
I started driving toward downtown Waukesha.
Did you get there?
I did.
What happened then?
Initially,
thank you.
I went to the parade route, and I talked to a few people around injured people and determined that I wasn't really able to be of help there because they were all back injuries, and I can't, in a squad, I can't help with that.
So what did you do next?
I answered a call on the radio that said there was a man going door to door on Elizabeth Street asking to use people's phones to call an Uber.
Did you go to look for that man?
I did.
Where did you go?
I responded to Elizabeth Street, and I parked my squad on Elizabeth and West.
Where did you go from there?
I got out and partnered up with two other officers, and we decided that we would walk the street and look for this person.
Were you wearing a body-worn camera at the time?
Yes, sir, I was.
Where was that device affixed to your person?
The control box was on my chest, and the particular model of body-worn camera that I was wearing had a lens that I was wearing affixed to my collar.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has held up her right hand in a circle and pointed it towards about her collarbone, her right collarbone.
The record will so reflect.
Was that device also equipped with a microphone?
Yes.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
And that microphone was synced up with the video?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether your device was activated as you were walking down Elizabeth Street that afternoon?
It was.
Overruled, and her answer may stand.
May we please display for the witness only exhibit number 80?
Go ahead. It will come on the monitor in front of you.
Do you see a video on the screen in front of you?
Yes, I do.
We're going to play the first 5 or 10 seconds of that just to see if you recognize it, okay? All right, we played 6 seconds. Do you recognize that video?
I do.
What is it?
It is my body camera video of walking down Elizabeth Street.
From November 21st?
Objection leading.
I will overrule it, and the answer may stand.
Does this video and the associated audio accurately reflect what happened that night as you saw it?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
I'd move exhibit 80 into evidence and ask to publish.
Objection. Brother, let's see.
Overruled. Exhibit 80 is received. Permission to publish is granted. For the record, please tell me the total length.
It is a 5-minute video.
Thank you. Go ahead.
We will start at the beginning. We're going to play it with audio, and we will pause at certain points, and I'll point out the timestamps when we pause. So we'll start from the beginning, please.
Robert 277.
Robert 277.
What's up? Hands up! Put your hands where I can see them. Put your hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Do it now! Hey, taking one of the hospitals for a plan of care.
We've paused at 53 seconds. A few moments earlier in the video, we saw what appeared to be a handgun. Does that sound right to you?
Yes, sir.
Who was the person holding that handgun?
That was me.
And who were, well, let me strike that. I want to direct your attention to the top right corner of the screen here. There appears to be some type of timestamp. Do you see that?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I do, yes.
Do you know if that is an accurate military timestamp?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
That does not accurately reflect the time it occurred, no.
So it was not 11:11 p.m. at the time this video was recording.
Objection leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Do you know approximately what time it was that this video was recorded?
I know that I initially began to respond to the scene at about 20 minutes to 5. And I would be guessing about how much time elapsed, but I would say it wasn't more than a half hour or 40 minutes to this point.
The person who was depicted in the video at this point, at 53 seconds, that's what, describe where in the video you first saw that person.
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
I first saw him standing on the porch.
And what, if anything, did you see that person doing when you first saw him?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
He appeared to be rather agitated.
Why do you say that?
Objection leading.
Overruled. It's not leading. You may answer.
He was moving back and forth on the porch and gesturing.
Do you recall what you were wearing that evening?
I do.
What?
The exact same set of clothing that I'm wearing today.
Including long sleeves?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Did this person depicted at 53 seconds draw your attention in any way based on what he was wearing?
Yes.
Why?
It was chilly out, lower 40s, upper 30s, and he was
It was colder than that.
in a t-shirt, jogging pants, and no shoes.
We can resume playing here at 53 seconds, please.
Right. You got something with your name on it, man? No. Okay, lads. Cooperate with us. Okay.
We paused at 1 minute and 4 seconds. What did we see in that portion of the video?
That was a sandwich.
Where did that sandwich come from?
His right pants pocket.
The subject on the ground is?
Yes, sir.
Please resume at 1:04.
Robert 277. What's your
We paused at 1 minute and 14 seconds. Did you at some point ask the subject depicted in the video at 1:14 to identify himself by name?
Go ahead. I did.
What was that person's response?
He identified himself as Darrell Brooks.
Do you see Mr. Brooks in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point him out for us by telling us where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
He is seated at the defense table wearing a dark colored suit and striped tie and a mask over his face.
Just to be thorough, Your Honor, could we please have Mr. Brooks remove his mask momentarily?
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Go ahead.
Now that Mr. Brooks has removed his mask, does that change anything about your testimony today?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
You may go ahead and answer.
That's Darrell Brooks.
Could we please play from 1:14?
There's multiple units. David 216, what is your name? Brooks. First name? Darrell. I'm waiting for a
Paused at 1 minute and 23 seconds. Sitting on the witness stand today, do you acknowledge that Mr. Brooks has a short haircut?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name. It's leading.
Sustain us to the form of the question, please.
How would you describe Mr. Brooks's haircut today?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Sir, I understand your objection. Please do not interrupt with that further so that the questioning of the witness can continue. You may answer.
If you say that name, I'm objecting.
And the jury will disregard the objection if it's solely for the name purposes. Go ahead.
Mr. Brooks has his hair cut close today.
What about when he took his face mask down? Did you notice his facial hair?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled.
He does have facial hair.
Did you notice anything different about his facial hair today versus in the video?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
That is also trimmed closer.
Does the hairstyle and the facial hairstyle here in court today give you any pause or concern over whether or not it's Mr. Brooks in the video?
Objection.
Go ahead and answer, please.
No, not at all.
Let's resume playing at 1:23.
Objection noted for the record.
I just used somebody's phone to call for a minute, that's all. Oh, okay. That's what I need, yeah. One mail 1026, the blackmail ready. I'll tell you what. If everything turns out to be on the up and up, life will be good, and you'll be on your way, all right? I got it. Suspect, I presume? Unknown. Ask him. Ask him if he knows. He was on the porch here. Yeah, I was using his phone. What's your location? I was using his phone. You're holding the WMH drone, loading her down. I called any squads available for a transport? Give me a lift. That's all. I was just using his phone.
Darrell, this is Schwartz. I'm leaving WSC. Where do you need me?
Can I just sit up? Can I please just sit up? You have any weapons on
No,
you?
sir. What's your name, guy?
I'm just telling my name.
What is your name? Yes, sir. What's your first name? Darrell?
Yes, sir.
This matches the description of the guy that got called on who was going door to door over here.
Yeah, I was trying.
Where are your shoes, man?
I was trying to use somebody's phone.
Where are your shoes?
My flip flops is in his house.
Paused at 2 minutes and 49 seconds. Did you hear the last thing said by the suspect on the ground at this point?
Objection
Yes.
leading.
Overruled.
What did he say?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
He said, my flip-flops is in his house.
Do you know if any flip-flops or any other shoes of any kind were ever retrieved from the residence that this was taking place in front of?
Objection speculative.
Overruled. You may answer.
I did go in the house and speak to the resident there and asked if he had left shoes or outer garments or anything like that. And he said that he had not.
Can we please resume at the 2:49 mark?
Just gave me a jacket.
He's identifying false flat, lighter skin, black male, red locks, red shirt, blue jeans, no shoes.
Yeah, I did go to the house. I went to that house right there, right down the street, right here.
Where you coming from, man?
I was coming from that parade down here.
Okay.
I know a friend down here.
I think that's a fabulous idea.
I can't.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Roll over on your butt.
Okay, not you.
Roll over on your butt. Roll up on your knees. Roll over on. Roll up on your knees.
Okay.
500 watts.
So painful, rolling over.
My
But I was probably pretty sore after being all tensed up while you're driving through a crowd of people.
That is yet to be determined, sir.
my squad, man. Okay.
Is there anything I need to stick me, poke me, hurt?
No, not at all, sir.
Okay.
Not at all. I don't have any weapons.
Glad to hear it.
Nothing like that.
How did you get up over here, man?
I was coming to see a friend.
Yeah? Where's your friend?
I don't know now.
Spin your back and hands for me. You injured at all, dude?
Yeah.
What hurts?
When they slammed my knee, I already have an injury.
But just keep on.
Okay, yes. That's my ID.
It certainly is.
Yes. I'm so cold.
I bet you are.
Was that him going?
Paused at 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Officer, can you tell us what you and any other officers were doing in that brief portion of the video?
Walking him to a squad car so he could be placed inside since he was not dressed for the weather.
What happened once you got to the squad car?
The officer whose squad he was going to be placed in went through his pockets to make sure he did not have anything that would be dangerous.
Okay. And do you know if anything was retrieved from his pockets?
Yes.
Objection.
Overruled. Her answer may stand.
There were no weapons, were there?
No weapons.
leading.
Overruled. Her answer may stand.
What, if anything, do you recall being recovered from his pocket?
ID, some cards. I believe there was a credit card in there and a car key.
Can we please play from the 4:30 mark?
Go ahead and take a seat for me, Darrell.
Bring it out.
So what hurts?
We're having some skipping issues, so let's pause it there and go back to 4:50, please.
I'm sorry, what time?
4:50.
Go ahead.
Okay, we're at 4:48. We'll play from here. I don't need to see those last few seconds. We can get them to work, I'm sure, if Mr. Brooks would like to see them. Could we please show for the witness only exhibit number 176? Do you recognize the photograph on the screen in front of you?
I do.
What does it depict?
It is still taken from my body cam footage. Those are my hands, and in my hands are the property that was taken from Mr. Brooks. You can see the officer's back at the open door of the squad, and Mr. Brooks' leg in the light there, where he's sitting in the squad.
Your Honor, I would move exhibit 176 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Objection, relevancy.
Exhibit 176 has received permission to publish as granted. The objection is overruled.
And while we're waiting for the screens to activate for the jurors, I'll ask you, Officer Carpenter, do you know what happened to the objects that are in your hands in that exhibit?
Yes, I gave them to the officer whose car Mr. Brooks was sitting in.
You don't know the identity of that officer?
I don't. There were a lot of officers from a lot of different jurisdictions.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
That's all you have. All right, thank you. Cross, please.
Yes. At one point you stated the suspect was wearing jogging pants. That'd be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Were the jogging pants or blue jeans?
They were soft pants. They were not blue jeans.
Can we show exhibit 80 again?
Yes, we can.
Well, yes, we can. Go ahead. Thank you.
Can you fast forward it a little bit? I'm not gonna be sure exactly where to pause it at. You fast forward just a little bit.
When I guess you're in the wave, that's just like something my computer pulling off of there. So bear with it. I don't think it's too loud. I would imagine it's not. Okay.
Can you pause? Can you zoom in a little bit? And play a few more seconds. Would that mess the zoom up? Would it still be zoomed in, or would it go back up?
It'll stay zoomed on that portion of the screen.
Okay.
Thank you, Tamara. I appreciate that. Still asking about the math boy. That's it, math boy. Literally cop had his shoes on.
55, yeah. You would describe those pants as jogging pants or soft pants, as you say?
Whatever kind of pants you were wearing
Yes.
while you were wearing the pants you wore.
And you stated that when you parked your car, where you parked your squad on Elizabeth and West, you hooked up with two other officers.
Yes.
And those officers had long guns?
Yes.
Can you explain what a long gun is?
Shoulder weapon, rifle, or shotgun.
Do you recall if it was a rifle or a shotgun?
I did not examine either weapon closely.
Are you done with this exhibit, sir?
Yeah, for right now, yeah. And you made reference to finding sandwich, credit cards, things of that nature in the pants, correct?
I found the sandwich while you were laying on the ground.
And you also stated that you found a credit card and things of that nature. In fact, would it be fair to say that that's what was in your hand on Exhibit 176?
Do you need the exhibit to answer? Do you recall?
There were, I don't, thank you. There were what appeared to be credit cards and ID and a car key.
And they were in your hand, correct?
They were.
So would it be fair to say you also found those and not just a sandwich?
I did not pull that stuff out of your pocket, sir. That was a different officer. I did hold it while he finished searching you, sir.
So I'm sorry, that threw me off. So you obtained that the credit cards and all that from a different officer?
Yes.
Did you find anything else?
On your person, I was not the person searching you. Aside from
I was not the person searching you, which is perfect. Okay, let's get the shares up to 100 if we could, please. I'd appreciate that. We're at 90 right now.
You just found a sandwich.
Love to get to 1,000,
Correct.
but 100 would be great, y'all. Appreciate you. Just found a sandwich. This guy.
And at the time, do you recall why the suspect was being detained?
Yes.
And what was the reason?
Because you matched a description that was broadcast over the police radio of a suspect involved in the parade incident.
In this report, did you write it yourself or did another officer?
I wrote it.
Do you recall writing that the suspect was being detained for investigative purposes?
Yes.
Any reason why you wouldn't state what those purposes were in the report?
Yes. Because at the time we had contact with you I was not fully aware of the circumstances.
Well, would it be fair to say that you just stated why the suspect was being detained?
I just stated why this, I'm sorry, what was the question exactly, sir?
Would it be fair to say that you just stated when asked why was the suspect being detained at that moment? You answered, yes. At that moment that you detained the suspect. You stated because they matched the description of someone involved in the parade.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
But then you stated that at the time you weren't fully aware.
I knew that people had been hurt. I knew that shots had been fired. I did not know how many people were hurt. I did not know by what mechanism people would be hurt. I did not know the magnitude of the injuries. I just knew that something violent had happened.
So it'd be fair to say you weren't in the known of a lot of information at that point.
That's true.
Grounds.
Overruled. Her answer may stand.
Would it be fair to say that you were being heard in Exhibit 80, stating that if everything was on the up and up, you would be on your way?
Yes, sir, that's correct. That was me.
So would it be fair to say that was an inaccurate statement if the suspect fit the description of something that happened in the parade?
Not at all.
And what do you mean by not at all?
I mean,
Not
sometimes
at
people
all.
look like someone who did something and turn out not to be that person. But that was not the case here.
No, it turned out that it was you who did all the things that.
So as far as you knew at the time,
you did.
It could have been mistaken identity.
It could have been,
but it
wasn't. It was not.
Well, at the time, it'd be fair to say at the time you didn't know.
At the time, I did not know.
Did you give the suspect any of that information?
Objection.
Grounds.
I'm not sure what information he's talking about.
Sustained is to the form of the question. It's vague.
Did you give the suspect any information on why they were being detained?
I said, actually, it wasn't me that said that. It was another officer that said that, and I can't tell you who it was because I don't know. While you were being put in the car, you were informed you were being detained for investigative purposes, which is an answer that's appropriate for the circumstances.
So it would be fair to say that that's not really all that informative?
I did not have a lot of information to give you, sir.
Keep saying you. Who are you referring to?
You, Mr. Brooks. Darrell Brooks, seated at the defense table.
Get him. She's not having it. Carpenter is not playing. You, Mr. Brooks,
any reason why
sitting at the defense
tell
table. He had no objection there because he already knew
the suspect why they're being detained? Essentially being that if you take someone into custody, they should know why they're being taken into custody. Wouldn't you agree?
I can't give you information that I don't have, and I wouldn't want to tell you the wrong thing. That wouldn't be fair.
So why would a suspect be detained without any information to your knowledge?
Objection.
Grounds.
And answered.
Also calls for speculation, vague. Sustained as to the form of the question.
Detained and arrested.
So
and
would it be
charged
fair
are-
to say that you can detain
You're
a
right, they're
suspect
different things.
without them knowing why they're being detained?
Objection. This
Grounds.
was for legal analysis, not factually relevant.
No.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Would it be fair to say you initially responded to the 500 block of Elizabeth because of a report of, I guess you would call it a trespassing report?
I would more put it under the heading of suspicious behavior under the circumstances.
So is that why you were initially dispatched to that area for suspicious behavior?
Yes.
And do you recall when you got the report of shots fired?
I believe that was one of the first things I heard over the radio before I was even there.
Do you recall ever finding out where the shots fired came from?
Eventually I did.
Do you recall in your reading report writing that when you had arrived at Elizabeth and West and parked your squad and began to walk down the street, that you had your firearm in your hand?
Yes.
And was that because of the call of shots fired, or did you feel unsafe at the time?
That's because there were shots fired and I did not know by whom.
Did you get a report of anyone hit by the shots?
At that time, no. I did not know one way or the other if anyone had been hurt. Had been hit. I knew people were hurt.
Do you recall the area of where the shots fired? Was that the general area?
The general area, somewhere in the vicinity of the parade.
Waukesha. Yeah, Waukesha.
Is Elizabeth and West in the general area?
It's a few blocks away.
And you did state you didn't find any weapons on the suspect, right?
6 people,
Correct.
Mark Davis.
You find
6
any
people were killed.
shell casings or?
No.
Do you have any reason to believe that the shots came from the suspect?
I did not know who had done shooting. I had heard a report of shots fired. I did not know by whom, as I've said, sir.
Any reason to believe that the shots came from the suspect is what I'm asking.
I did not know.
And you stated that upon seeing the suspect on the porch, that they were gesturing.
Gesturing? Yes, sir.
And you also stated that in your written report that it was in the upper 30s that evening with the brisk wind. Would that be fair to say?
It was
Pretty
upper
cold.
30s, lower 40s, somewhere right in there. It was cold. I was cold.
Do you think that maybe the gesturing was because the suspect was cold?
Objection.
Grounds.
Calls for
Overruled. She may answer if she's able.
I didn't know.
And do you recall checking the general area around the house that you found the suspect?
Yes, sir.
Did you find anything around the house? I guess I'm referring to where you wrote in your report, you checked the likely path of travel.
Yes, sir. I do recall that. No, we did not find anything.
And do you recall checking the pockets of the coat worn by the suspect?
Yes.
Do you recall how the suspect obtained the coat?
I recall what I was told.
So it'd be fair to say you weren't sure if you were only told this information. That'd be fair to say?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
You made reference to saying you only know what you were told. So it'd be fair to say at that time you didn't know unless you were told.
Didn't know what?
How the suspect obtained the coat.
I asked the resident of the house you were at. Actually, I believe he volunteered to me that he had given you a coat to wear.
And you checked the pockets of the coat?
Yes.
And did you find anything?
I did not find anything.
At what point did you learn that the suspect who was being detained would be arrested?
At some point later.
And it was another officer's vehicle that the suspect was placed in, correct?
Correct.
And when did you leave that scene?
Not for hours.
Why so long?
Because when there is a crime scene that potentially spans blocks, everything needs to be searched for evidence. Witnesses need to be located because once things are gone, things are gone. So it has to all be done right the first time.
Did you write your report that evening?
I believe I wrote it the next morning.
So it'd be fair to say after you had learned a little bit more information, then you wrote the report?
That would be true, yes.
In the video, Exhibit 80, the suspect gave you his name, right?
That's correct.
Was that right when you handcuffed him, if you recall?
Right around that time, yes, sir.
And did you talk to any other witnesses that evening besides the owner of the home that you saw the suspect?
No.
In the hours that you stayed on Elizabeth, did you talk to any other witnesses at all?
No, I looked through a few yards and mostly maintained a perimeter for a search.
Do you recall why you looked through a few yards?
Searching for evidence.
Do you recall what evidence you may have been searching for at that time?
You know, a lot of times you don't know until you find it.
So do you recall what maybe you might have been looking for a weapon or anything like that?
That would have gotten my attention. Yes, absolutely.
Did you find any weapon?
No, sir.
Did you learn any knowledge of any ring video footage that evening?
I don't recall if I viewed the footage that evening or the following day. I did at some point view that ring footage, yes.
So you were aware that night that it was ring footage?
I believe I was aware of it that night. I don't believe I watched it, but I can't say with certainty.
And do you recall initially responding to Clinton Street and Broadway first?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall why you responded to that location first?
To see if I could help anyone.
About how long did you stay there before responding to Elizabeth?
Just a few minutes.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
Referring specifically to the time that you placed the handcuffs on Mr. Brooks, remember that time frame?
Yes, sir.
Overruled, you may answer.
Thank you. Yes, I do.
Do you recall how Mr. Brooks ended up on the ground as that was happening?
I do.
Could you tell us about that?
Objection. Saw in the video.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
We instructed him to put his hands up and then to get down on the ground.
Did he comply with those instructions?
He did.
Did you or any other officer have to put hands on Mr. Brooks to get him on the ground?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
No, sir, we did not.
After he was on the ground, that's when the handcuffs went on?
Objection.
correct.
Leading.
Overruled, she may answer.
your answer again was?
That's correct.
At any point after the handcuffs went on, did you or any other officer throw Mr. Brooks to the ground?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
We did not.
How did you treat Mr. Brooks as you moved him from his prone position on the ground to the squad car?
Objection.
Overruled. You may answer.
As the video shows, he was instructed, let's call it the path of least resistance, to get up off of a prone position, eventually to his feet with a minimum of discomfort.
Did you successfully achieve that objective?
Objection speculative.
I'll rephrase.
Are you able to answer?
Yes, in as best as one can stand a person up when they have their hands handcuffed behind their back. Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. Statement calls next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Officer Garrett Luling.
Good afternoon, officer. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is up a riser to my right. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated. If you would please state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Sure. First name is Garrett. Last name is Luling. First name is spelled Garrett. My last name is spelled Luling.
Thank you. Go ahead, Attorney Upper, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Officer Luling.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I want to direct your attention to the date of November 21 of 2021. And you are aware of the Waukesha Christmas Parade taking place that afternoon. Is that correct, sir?
Objection leading.
Correct. I was working.
Hold on. Understand it's leading. There is some leeway when it's just laying foundation. So it's overruled and the witness may answer and the answer he provided may stand. Go ahead.
Correct. I was assigned to work the Christmas parade.
All right. At some point in time, were you aware of injuries to those involved in the parade, sir?
Objection leading.
Yes.
Overruled. Make sure you wait till I rule on the objection, please.
Sorry.
And at some point later that evening, were you aware of a suspect being taken into custody in the 500 block of Elizabeth Street?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
All right. I want to direct your attention to that time frame, please. Did you respond to that area, sir?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I was initially parked setting up a perimeter near the area of Southwest Avenue in Wood. When I heard Specialist Klein come over the area indicating that there's a subject going door to door in the 500 block of Elizabeth Street, I then traveled north and to Elizabeth Street, which is right off of Southwest Avenue, Northwest Avenue at that point. And I traveled westbound on Elizabeth Street looking for the subject.
What did you see when you arrived in that area?
Initially, as I came to the area, I observed an officer from the village of McGuanago, an officer from the Big Bend Police Department, as well as an officer from the City of Delafield Police Department in the area. I traveled westbound, spotlighting residents in the general area looking for the subject. Initially, I didn't see anyone, so I made it to the end of the street, at which point I began to double back. I briefly stopped and spoke with some civilians in the area, just saying, hey, if you see anyone, call the police department, let us know. And as I traveled back eastbound on Elizabeth Street in the 500 block, I observed the three officers from those aforementioned police departments detaining one subject at gunpoint in the front lawn of 553 Elizabeth Street.
You had indicated there were people out and about civilians?
Yes, there was some people out on their porches or patios. I had my lights going on my squad, so that drew attention for people to kind of look out and call out to me as I was making a Y turn.
Do you know about what time of day this was?
Not off the top of my head. It was dark out though.
Okay. As in relation to when the incident at the parade occurred to when you're arriving on Elizabeth Street, can you give us a rough time frame?
Leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
45 minutes, an hour at the max.
Okay. So when you roll up on 553 Elizabeth Street, tell me what you saw.
So as I was coming back eastbound, I could see the lights from the other officers illuminating a subject on the ground. I immediately pulled up, parked my squad, got out and began running to where the officers were. And as I came up to where they were in the front lawn area between the residence and the sidewalk, they were in the midst of handcuffing and detaining a subject on the ground.
The subject that was being handcuffed and detained on the ground, you see that person in the courtroom here today?
I do, yes.
Are you able to identify him?
Yes,
Would you like him to remove his mask in order to do so, sir?
please.
Okay.
Mr. Brooks, if you please. Thank you.
So the subject I saw was Darrell Brooks seated at the defendant's table wearing a dark colored suit with a gray shirt.
And you said he was already on the ground in the process of being handcuffed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see any officers slam Mr. Brooks to the ground?
No.
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
No.
Did you see any use of force directed towards Mr. Brooks by any police officer on the scene at that time?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
No.
Did you approach Mr. Brooks?
Yes.
Did you speak to him?
Yes.
What did you say?
I asked him to identify himself. At that time, he said Brooks. I again asked him to identify himself. He identified himself as Darrell Brooks.
That's the name he gave you, identifying himself.
Yes.
Objection. That's not what it says in the video.
Overruled.
Yes.
All right. Did that name have any significance when you heard it, sir?
Yes.
Why?
I knew prior to responding to that location that Officer Moss, who had initially located the car, had made a cursory check of the vehicle. During that time, he found documentation belonging to a Darrell Brooks.
Okay. At some point, do you recall getting Mr. Brooks up off the ground?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
Tell us what you remember at that point.
Darrell Brooks was picked up off the ground or assisted off the ground. He was then escorted to the front of my marked squad where I searched him.
At this point, are you probably the only officer from the City of Waukesha Police Department on the scene?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, I was the only officer from the City of Waukesha at that time.
And the other officers were providing mutual aid to the City of Waukesha Police Department?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
Being the squad from the City of Waukesha and the parade occurring in Waukesha, did you take custody of Mr. Brooks?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
Yes.
Prior to placing him in your squad, was Mr. Brooks searched?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
Tell us what you remember about that, sir.
So I searched Mr. Brooks, during which time I found some cards in his right pocket that had his name on it, as well as a black Ford key.
When you say some cards, what can you describe those further, please?
Debit or credit cards.
All right, I'm going to show for you an item that's been marked as Exhibit 176. It's been previously admitted. Ask that it be displayed for the jury again, Your Honor.
Permission granted.
Objection.
You see the photograph on the monitor in front of you, sir?
Yes.
Do you see yourself in that photograph?
Yes.
Where are you?
I am the officer with his back to the camera with police written across a fluorescent yellow and orange vest.
Do you recall what you were doing at this point in time?
At that point, it looks like I'm buckling Darrell Brooks into the back of my squad,
All right.
placing him into the back of my squad.
And you see a set of hands on the right side of the photograph, sir?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes.
You see the objects that are being held in those hands, sir?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes.
Is that consistent with what you just testified as to the items you removed from Darrell Brooks before placing him in your squad?
Objection.
Overruled.
Consent to being called that name.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
Yes.
It's a little blurry, but can you circle for us the key that you indicated you found?
With my finger, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And because it's a little hard to see, can you describe that key as you recall?
As I recall, the key was a single key. I don't recall there being any keychain to it. It was a fob type that had some buttons and it had a Ford emblem on it that indicated that was a Ford key.
Okay. What did you do with these items after you, well, strike that. Should ask a better question. Did you eventually get these items back from the officer who was holding them?
Yes.
And what did you do with them?
I took custody of them until they were ultimately turned over to Detectives Stern and Detectives Carpenter.
All right. Do you remember Mr. Brooks asking you why he had been detained?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled.
Yes.
You may answer, sir.
Yes.
Do you remember specifically what he said?
I recall that he had questioned why the police were handcuffing him or why the police were detaining him.
Did you reply?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
I told him that he was being detained as he matched a description of a subject involved in a crash in the downtown area.
Did you say anything about the parade?
No.
Okay. Thank you, officer. I don't have any other questions for you.
Any cross?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Do you recall speaking with Officer Moss that evening?
Not distinctly. There might have been some radio traffic between me and him at one point.
So it'd be fair to say that radio traffic, you guys spoke.
I can't tell you if I had direct contact with him or if I just recall him airing particular pieces of information.
Do you recall any particular bit of information that was aired by Officer Moss?
You're going to have to be more specific.
Do you recall Officer Moss airing that he had spoken with a potential eyewitness who indicated that they had observed numerous suspects run from the vehicle?
Objection, hearsay.
Grounds.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I recall Officer Moss airing that to the officers responding in general that there may have been more than one suspect that had ran from the vehicle.
And do you recall if that aired information? Wait a second, back that up. You just stated that there may have been any reason why the air information said it had been that he had spoken to a potential eyewitness?
Objection, hearsay, and
Grounds.
false or speculation as to the words of another person.
Grounds.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
Do you recall any air information of description?
Yes.
Do you recall what they were?
Objection, hearsay.
Grounds.
You're asking him the description of the suspect leaving the vehicle?
What he heard aired?
Overruled. You may answer.
I recall there being a description of either a light-skinned black male or possible Hispanic male wearing a white shirt, as well as the potential of a white male with curly brown hair.
Do you recall what you did after hearing that air information?
Yes.
What did you do?
I responded to Officer Moss's general location, at which point he requested that a perimeter be set up. So I responded further south to set up a perimeter to attempts to keep those people within the confines of that perimeter.
Do you recall what general area that was?
You're going to have to be more descriptive to what general area are we talking about here?
The area where Officer Moss was.
Officer Moss was at 338 Maple.
Is that the area that you responded to?
Generally, yes.
What do you mean by generally?
I was driving to the residence when he asked that a perimeter be set up.
And do you recall where you set that perimeter up?
Yes.
And where was that?
It was loosely around that residence as well as to the south and to the west.
What streets were to the south and to the west?
Numerous streets.
Well, I'm referring strictly to your perimeter that you set. Do you recall which street you set your perimeter?
I want to say that I was probably the southernmost squad at that time, and I was at Southwest and Wood.
I'm sorry, what was the second street?
Wood.
Thank you.
While setting up your perimeter, did you receive any more information about the suspects who fled from the vehicle?
It was all kind of at the same time.
Do you recall being advised that the male black had possibly fled southbound and that the male white may have fled in the westbound direction?
Your Honor, I object. Move to strike. He's providing statements and facts that are not in evidence. They're based on hearsay.
The question was, did he recall being advised that? That was the question. Does he recall being advised?
Still hearsay. Sustained.
So who were you advised by?
Officer Moss.
And do you recall what you were advised?
Objection. Hearsay.
Sustained. Next question.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Next question, please. Hearsay.
What's that hearsay? And how did you end up being dispatched to the 500 block of Elizabeth Street?
I heard another officer error that they were listening to Waukesha County communications indicating that there was a person going door to door in the 500 block of Elizabeth Street.
I'm sorry, you said you stated you heard that?
Yes.
Wouldn't that be like hearsay?
Only if it's being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. If it's just explain what he did next, then no.
That was the same question I asked before, Your Honor. And upon arriving at Elizabeth Street, you stated that there was already a suspect being detained at the moment that you arrived?
No.
So what did you observe when you got to the 500 block of Elizabeth Street?
I already explained that upon getting there, I traveled westbound on Elizabeth Street till it ended, at which point I turned around and came back. So when I initially got there, I didn't see anything.
Did you observe someone being detained at gunpoint?
Not upon initially getting there, no.
Not initially. Did at any time you observe someone being detained at gunpoint?
Yes, I already said that.
Do you recall what they had on?
Yes.
You state for the record and for the jury what they had on?
They had red t-shirts and blue jeans.
Blue jeans. Were they jogging pants or blue jeans?
Appeared to be blue jeans.
And do you recall why the suspect was being detained at that time?
Yes.
And what do you recall about why they were being detained at that time?
You were being detained for involvement in a crash in the downtown area.
And upon when the suspect was detained, do you recall stating that you were confident they were either the driver or passenger of the vehicle found at 338 Maple?
No, I never said that.
Did you give a report about what happened that evening?
Yes.
Did you write it yourself?
Yes.
So I'm reading from your report right here that you just stated that you wrote. Do you recall saying, I was confident that Brooks was either the driver or passenger of the striking vehicle?
That is in my report. However, you asked if I said that. I didn't say that. That's a more or less an internal dialogue with myself saying that I felt confident that you were the suspect, either the driver or passenger in that vehicle.
So it'd be fair to say at the time of your report, you were confident that it was more than one person in the vehicle?
No.
So why did you write the report in that fashion?
I was confident that you were involved with that vehicle and with the crash in the downtown area.
So would it be fair to say that you could have written your report in that fashion instead of the fashion that you wrote it?
Objection, argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained. That's the form of the question.
Any reason why you were referred to a passenger?
No, Mark.
Yes.
Death penalty is not
Initially,
exist
there
in
was
Wisconsin.
reports that multiple people fled from the vehicle, from the area of the vehicle.
Sorry, guys. I'm multitasking in every way right now. So,
And because of those reports is why you wrote your report in that fashion, or in the fashion that you wrote it.
Objection asked and answered, argumentative.
Grounds.
Argumentative.
The form of the question.
Every time he says objection, it drives me nuts. Man. Hey, Julie, thanks for the subscribe. That's awesome. Yeah, you guys set up notifications if you're in here right now. You definitely want to make sure you get future notifications for any of the future proceedings of this court case, as well as any of the other live events we'll be covering out in the streets.
So
Me and
when you
in studio events as well. So
observed the suspect being detained at Elizabeth Street, at that time, did you know the suspect's name?
No.
And you found a credit or debit card when conducting a search?
Yes.
Do you recall where you found that credit or debit card?
Your right pocket.
your right pocket.
In Exhibit 176, where it shows someone holding the credit card, was that you?
Was what me?
Holding the credit card?
No.
But you are the one that found it?
Yes.
Thank you, Shelly. I do appreciate your love and the support, you guys. Remember, we're independent media here, viewer funded,
what else
basically
did you
PBS.
A Ford car key, vehicle key.
And where did you find that?
Your right pants pocket.
I don't know if he's exactly helping his case right now, you know? Just solidifying the fact that it was him, that they did find the evidence on him that he was in control of said, that he was driving the car, you know? I mean, and identification to corroborate who his story is, or who he is, identity-wise. So.
You play Exhibit 80. for the witness.
Stay able to do that, please? The entire
Can you-
video or just a part of it?
I'm guessing around the 4 minute and 50 or something, somewhere up in that area.
The last 10 seconds, sir. Is that what you want?
Yeah, somewhere up in that area.
Take a look at it. Is that where you want us to start? Or farther back?
A little further back.
Thank you, Ms. Gussie. How about there?
Uh,
436.
A little further back. I'm sorry.
What are these new people behind him? Why is she staring straight at that camera? That's terrifying. She's not even blinking.
Yeah.
What?
Where
What
is
is
that right now?
Oh, there she goes.
409.
Oh, she's back at it.
Can you play it from there real quick?
It's like she's peering into our souls.
You want the sound, I
That was
take it?
terrifying.
I don't really think the sound is necessary. More so the visual.
Debbie, you're a rock star. I know you've been with me for years now, for a couple years, and I really
Thank you
appreciate you
for
riding with me.
15.
It means a lot. You're incredible. And same with everyone else that's been with me, even if you're new. But for those that have been with me since the CHOP days back in Seattle,
Do you remember
Occupy
this
protest,
video?
down through Portland.
No, I don't. I didn't. That's not my body cam video.
It's been a crazy couple of years, you guys.
Pause.
Crazy couple of years.
Go back like 2 seconds.
But Debbie, thank you for being here.
Thank you once again for doing that.
Is that this touchscreen, right? Is this right here the credit debit cards that you found?
I can't tell what that is.
Can you clear that?
Madam Clerk, please and thank you.
Thank you.
It's clever.
Can you go back maybe 2 more seconds?
Turning
I
it off.
think it's a clear shot.
For the record, Your Honor, it's not that easy to just jump back 2 seconds. I mean, if he has a specific time, we can jump to a time.
How would I know if I've only seen the video once?
Well, pay attention and write it down. That's what
Why
you
is
do.
that big of a deal?
Timestamp it.
Can you play from right there? Right there.
4:35, Your Honor.
4:35.
Now it's on 4:37. We
Can
started
you pause it at
4.
4:35?
Appreciate that.
Right,
Yeah.
it was
I've learned
started
a lot
and
from
then
doing
we
the
said
lives.
pause, and obviously it takes time to do that, so.
Yeah.
The record should reflect that Mr. Brooks has drawn a circle around something on the still image. Go ahead, ask your question.
The record should reflect consent to that name.
You guys are all amazing, man.
Ask your question,
Been with me
sir.
modding and just being a supporter or being in
Around the
community.
4:35 mark, you can see whoever's this is holding.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Is holding the credit card, debit card. Is that you?
Objection. That is a fact, not in evidence, Your Honor.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
Can you clear that?
To what end? Why? What is the significance of the fact that they found Christie's
You
name
said
is chopped
that
too, man?
You found the key. Where's the footage of you finding the key?
Yeah.
I don't have a body cam, so there's not going to be
This
video
isn't footage
of
of
my
them
body
finding
cam.
the debit card. There just happened to be a snagged video
So if
portion
you were
of them
wearing
finding
your
the
body cam, it would have depicted what you found during your search.
No, the city of Waukesha did not have body cams during this incident.
So he wouldn't have had one. Sorry, pal.
So it'd be fair to say there is no footage of you finding a key.
Right.
Grounds.
It's argumentative, and he's already said he was not wearing a body camera.
Actually,
He can't
he
know
said-
possibly, it's speculation, he can't know possibly.
Actually, he said the city of Waukesha didn't have body cams. He didn't say.
Right,
I think it's because
sustained
we
and
rebranded
assumes
everything, Kelly.
Facts not in evidence and calls for speculation on the part of this witness, and there's also lack of foundation as to this witness.
Yeah, I think that we rebranded. I think
Foundation
it
is
was
this
something. So I think
mysterious
that's why.
key he said he found.
The jury will disregard that statement made by Mr. Brooks. It's not his time to testify. You will have an opportunity to do that later if you choose.
I don't consent to being
That
called
was
name
wild.
for the record.
I actually have that video. Maybe I'll play that in a second. That was crazy.
And clerk, you can take that off.
It's wild scrolling back through these videos, man. We've got so many different stories that we could tell from the videos, from different rallies, from different protests, different riots, different.
At any time that evening, were you able
It's
to
wild.
detain any other suspects?
No.
After the suspect was detained, do you recall how long you stayed at the scene?
Which particular part of the scene?
Where you had detained the suspect?
At 553 Elizabeth Street?
Correct.
Off my best estimate, I was probably there for about 25 minutes.
And what did you do in those 25 minutes?
During those 25 minutes was time detaining you, as well as briefly speaking with the homeowner, and ultimately turning you back over to detectives.
Touche. Detaining you.
And what did you do from here?
From there, I went back into a perimeter position.
Would that be referring to the perimeter that you mentioned that you had set?
Yes.
Around the area of where Officer Moss was located?
Yes.
And how long did you stay at that perimeter?
I'm not 100% positive. Extended period of time.
Do you recall why you were dispatched back to that perimeter?
At that time, there was a possibility that there may be another party involved. So as the investigation was still ongoing and they're attempting to determine if there was another party involved, the perimeter was maintained so that no one could squeeze out through that perimeter and flee.
And do you recall there being ring footage of the residents of 553 Elizabeth Street?
Yes.
Did you view those? Did you view the ring footage that evening?
No.
Did you view the ring footage at all?
Yes.
Are you aware of what happened to the ring footage?
A copy of the ring footage was emailed to me by the homeowner. It was ultimately placed on property inventory at the Waukesha Police Department.
Do you recall if it was multiple videos?
It was, yes.
Do you recall at about 1640 hours? I don't know. Would that be 440?
Yes, that's 440.
Do you recall directing traffic at the intersection of Barstow Street and Corina?
Yes.
And do you recall an officer airing anything over the radio at that time?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall what that was?
An officer had aired that you had driven around his barricade or into the parade route.
You. Who do you refer to as you?
You, Darrell Brooks.
And you knew that at that time?
Not at that time, no.
So how would you say you?
Throughout the investigation, it was determined to be you.
And do you recall it being any other air information at that time?
Yes.
Do you recall what that was?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Grounds.
Are you offering it for the truth of the matter asserted or for some other reason? Otherwise,
For
it's hearsay.
the truth of the matter, I'm asking him, does he recall what was aired on his radio?
Well, then you're asking him to testify to hearsay, so it's sustained.
Do you recall an officer indicating that a vehicle was continuing westbound and possibly blaring its horn?
Objection.
Grounds.
Same objection, Your Honor. He's attempting to testify and offering hearsay statements into the record.
I'm not attempting to testify.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain.
For the reasons the state indicated.
Do you recall?
You can ask the witness if he heard any horns at that time. That would be different. But what someone else may have reported would be hearsay if it's offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Well, I'm reading from the report that he wrote.
That doesn't take away that it's hearsay. If it's in the report and someone else said it, it's actually double hearsay.
Double hearsay. That's what's up.
Do you recall hearing about a vehicle blowing its horn?
Objection.
Rounds.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled, he asked if this witness heard. That's how I heard the question. I think that's what you were asking. You mean at the,
Did you hear about a horn?
What did you hear, Your Honor?
if the question was, this witness hear a horn, then the witness may answer the question. Did he hear about a horn? That's different. That would be hearsay. So why don't you rephrase your question, sir?
Did you hear a horn?
No.
And just so we're clear, I assume that your question meant when he was at Barstow and Carino, because that's where he was positioned.
Correct.
Right? That's what you meant?
Yeah.
Was that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Very well. Next question. You have any questions for this witness?
Yeah. Any reason why it would be in your report that a vehicle was blaring its horn?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Grounds.
Assumes facts not in evidence. Calls for hearsay. Sustained.
Have you read the complaint in this matter?
No.
Have you seen the complaint in this matter?
No.
You yourself filed a claim in this matter?
No.
You know of anyone who filed a claim in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Overruled. He may answer if he knows.
No.
Do you recall whom subpoenaed you to testify here today?
The state of Wisconsin via the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office.
You said state of Wisconsin. Who would you be referring to when you say state of Wisconsin?
The entity that is the state of Wisconsin judicial system.
So the state of Wisconsin is an entity to the best of your knowledge.
As if that has any bearing in anything. Like that's going to be
an entity, a living, breathing human.
Objection.
Grounds.
Irrelevant. Argumentative.
Sustained. Next question.
like, well, that guy said it, so it must be true. You know?
Do you know if the state of Wisconsin is the plaintiff in this matter?
Yes.
An entity is the plaintiff?
Objection. Argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Have you ever had any interaction with the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained.
What he
It's
says
also
it twice.
Overly broad.
It's driving me nuts, man. Like I really just if
ever
I
had a phone
could squeeze through
conversation
it.
Objection. Irrelevant.
with the plaintiff?
Grounds. I mean, like they're saying the grounds.
About this case?
About this case.
Overruled. You may answer.
No.
This guy. Yeah, are you being paid today? Yada yada yada. Yeah, you axing me. What are you axing me?
Have you ever seen the plaintiff in this case?
Objection, Your Honor. This entire line of questioning is completely irrelevant.
Seriously, hit him with the
sustained on relevance grounds. Next question.
Hit him with the mama hammer, like bam. The 10966, right? Wasn't that the isn't that her 90611? I think. Yeah, 90611. Hit him with that. Be like, dude, we're done with this nonsense. You're asking questions that have zero bearing on anything, that mean nothing, that go nowhere.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Every time you get someone questioning, it's like
Nothing
they
else.
need to
Thank
give
you,
the
Judge.
court
All right, thank
break.
you. This will be a good opportunity to take a mid-afternoon break as well.
Oh man, just dude,
All rise for the
those
jury,
girls
please.
behind him are tripping me out, man. They are maintaining way too much intense eye contact. They're giving you this business the whole time, but no blinks. I don't know how to do without blinking. That's an impressive feat. So yeah, when we did, there's that. I found that video that Shelly that you're talking about from. Let me make sure that he doesn't, fall asleep on us or. Yeah, bud.
You can step off.
Not getting your coffee service in jail, bud. Sorry.
We'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
All right, I need that. I've got man, I got this crazy video like from when I was down in because it's not identified as such. I know I'm making yeah, Kriston. What's up, dude? Big shout out to my boy from Rundown Live in Kenosha, Kriston Harris, another live streamer who is doing big things, making a lot of travels. If you want to follow a lot of political stuff coming up, definitely the guy to check out. The Rundown Live. Super good dude. He's got a radio program. And he really covers a lot of interesting topics, and you should definitely check him out. It's Kriston Harris with The Rundown Live. We've got this one video, which is wild. I had to see if I could sense myself here. This was from Bakersfield, and we were on our way to go serve meals to down in LA. We were driving in. I was driving in with John, with For the People, By the People, and Fat Boy from, and I'm gonna get it wrong. Shelly, help me out here, but it's Bakersfield Street Media, but one of the two. Anyway, he does a live stream show down in Bakersfield where they do like live police coverage, so like the police scanners and whatnot. Between him, TW Lives, Califield, Bakersfield Street Media, he was out with us on the convoy out in Maryland when we were out there at the covering the trucker convoy, the freedom convoy. You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, but this was these dogs. We rolled up and there was this house fire that was going on. Well, we saw a bunch of fire. We missed our exit, and so we pulled up. Call his mom on the air. Is his mom got a phone number? Anyone has his mom's phone number, I'll call her. That would be great. Amanda, if anybody caught the phone number, I think they said it out loud on the air. But if anybody has that, I'll give her a shout. Definitely, we can give her a call and see if she wants to chat with us for a minute. For the People, By the People, and Bakersfield Street Media. There you go. Yeah, that's who we were with on our way to LA. We were going to go. We had I want to say a couple hundred meals that we had prepped for, and a bunch. It's one of those times we were feeding folks. We had a bunch of meals that we prepped up. And we were going to feed some of the homeless folks down in Skid Row. We wanted to go to Skid Row and talk to some people and bring some food. So on our way, we missed the exit, and we ended up right by Darrell's house actually. big shout out Darrell. And we ended up coming up on this house fire, and there's like 10 dogs inside of this house. It was crazy. And so we did our thing. Well, which involved me knocking out a back window, and yeah, here we go. It was a trip. But this was with For the People, by the People, in Bakersfield Street Media down in Cali. And keep in mind, they are on a break right now, so they'll be back here in just a few minutes. But between then and now, we've got this right here. So this was
Up on a structure fire here. I
haven't seen this
out of the house, but
I got one dog out. This was like the roof was collapsing in that door right there. There's another dog, but the roof was like on fire. And the neighbor next door was like hosing it down, but it was like raining like wet, burning ashes. It was crazy.
Hey, did that other dog come back out?
Yeah, see, he's down
Did
in the
the other
corner.
dog come back out?
There were so many dogs in there.
Yeah.
It was hard to breathe as well. There was so much
Hey,
smoke.
puppy.
You couldn't see it, but there's kennels inside of the rooms.
Come on, bud. Here, buddy.
Sucking a lot of smoke in the last 2 years. Tear gas, pepper spray, and smoke.
Hey, what's your dog's name? Hey, lady. Hey. You got all of them? Okay. Diamond, is Diamond out there?
It's brown. It's brown and white.
The brown and white pit bull? Did it come out yet?
No.
Diamond? Hey, I'm gonna break that glass door then. Come here, bud. Diamond, come on. Diamond, let's go.
Yeah,
Come on,
it was
bud.
crazy. You couldn't see anything. It was so smoky. And we finally found the dog. I couldn't get those drapes to come down at all. But
Diamond, let's go.
I can't remember. I think I had a chest mount. I can't remember how I was holding the camera, but I had at one point I was trying to use my flashlight to see inside. But I already started
What's going on,
filming.
peeps? Fat boy. Here on South Darrell and White Lane. Oh, they got the dog out. Hell yeah. Oh shit, that's CJ. That's fucking CJ. That's CJ right there, peeps.
That was crazy. That was the second dog we
Full
got
blown
out.
structure fire. White Lane in South Darrell.
That's right. I had like that shoulder strap camera. That was a trip.
We're on South Darrell and White Lane.
Man, that was really sad because these folks were at a funeral for their son who passed away in that garage. And while they were at the funeral, all the family came together and they all had their animals and they left their animals at that house. And so while that house was on fire, they had just a bunch of animals that were being kenneled up in there. And so yeah, that was a trip. And I mean, you should have seen how many there was. Like legit, I think we got like another 6 dogs out of there, 6 or 7 dogs. It was wild. But that was wild. But yeah, I had some my lungs were feeling it, definitely feeling it. Had some carry dogs and drapes. Yeah, I appreciate that, guys. Yeah, that was but got all the animals out safely, which is really amazing. There was that one, if you guys don't remember, there was the really chunky man, let me see if I got it right here. the really chunky bulldog. You guys remember that? If you were Shelly, I'm sure you probably remember it. But he was just cutest thing ever. But he definitely they had a little oxygen mask on him, and it was. I mean, if it weren't for being so terrible, it would have been super cute. But he was definitely dealing with. He had inhalation issue. He had some burns on him too, but we got him out, and then I remember it was really cool. We did a follow up, and we found homes for some of the dogs that were displaced in the fire, and he was a bit ornery. Yeah, no, the bulldog was cool. There was another one though that was a little bit barky, but the bulldog was really just yeah, he was kind of like gruff, but he was just, panicked, and yeah, that was but he was a good dog, man. Like, it was wild that there was so many like things that were happening back then. You guys recall, like, 2021 was a year of, man, like 2020 was, I mean, yeah, a lot happened, but 2020, I mean, that's the givens of all of 2020, but 2021 was a follow-up that really, like, there was, I mean, it seemed like it kept happening. They kept seeing more and more things were popping off, and it was wild, man. Actually, they were both just big. It's been nonstop. I mean, other than the break that I've taken since then, it's really just yeah, it's been a wild ride. Yeah, I thought I had the pictures of those dogs in here, the shelter animals, but unfortunately I do not. But either way, yeah, this Darrell Brooks case, man, the vet with the 10-foot pole. Oh wait, 414-651-2153. Let's give her a shot real fast, see if that works. 414-651-2153.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 414-651-2153 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished.
Well, so we tried. That was we were trying to call his mom, but no answer there. So I will, however, do this here. I'm gonna delete the comment just because I want to put them. I would recommend don't anybody call her. I mean, if anybody's got any wild ideas, don't give her a call and harass her or anything. I know some people had some feelings about her bailing them out or whatever, but a mom's love supersedes anything. You know what I mean? She will, she will love you through it all. I know my mom did, but yeah. But yeah, she didn't pick up. So maybe we'll try calling again later. And if I do get a hold of her, I'll make sure to record the call. And that's something I can play for you guys as we move through this case and its continuing intricacies of Darrell Brooks and his mad hap nonsense. Because this guy is really pushing everybody's buttons. I know he's pushing mine, man. Like, every time he does the objection and he says grounds, like, that thing is like they object, or when they object and he says grounds, that kind of thing. Well, they say objection, then they tell you the grounds for the objection. Grounds for sustain. It's not a thing. It's just the judge sustains it because it's the right thing to do. That phone number is not answering any more calls for the day. Yeah, probably not. Five more minutes till they're back. Hydrate up, y'all. Excuse me. I know we've got some. Excuse me. Switch accounts here. I believe I've got a video or two here that maybe we haven't seen. I'm going to give you guys, since we're on wait here, we'll give you a chance to look at who Darrell Brooks is. And then this is just because it's, talk about a lot of things, but I think we got to remember what we're here for, which is the fact that this guy did what he did. So, but yeah, it's crazy. I was just going through archives of footage, and I just found it's wild. A bunch of stuff from Seattle, from the Chop Chaz days, from Portland, from the courtyard, the courthouse in Portland. I mean, flashbang grenades and smoke bombs and mortar shells and Molotov cocktails and shield walls and just crazy, man. Little piggy squeaker, man. Porta potty peeper, man. Those things drove me nuts. If you guys don't remember the squeakers, the little pig squeakers, oh man. Yeah, we'll have to put a compilation together of the judge and other him getting put on blast, like by the judge calling him out, and then also by the witnesses when they go off. And he's like, "You, Darrell Brooks, I'm looking right at you. We were looking at each other eye to eye when you were in my yard. You're him." And he's like, "Is it safe to say that I'm not 5'9"? He was like, "I don't know. Are your shoes on?" He's like, "Could you tell me if I was 5'9"? He's like, "I need to kick your shoes off so I can take a look at you, man." Yeah, Kathy Travels. Yeah, those horses in the fire. That was wild. When we were evacuating the animals down in Salem with the wildfires. That was a trip. Yeah, that was like driving through a portal of just flames that was over the top. When we got those cows loaded up, and then we were trying to get those horses loaded in. That guy pulled a gun and was trying to chase us off his property because there was something shady that he was doing with those horses, those Mustangs. And then we got those cows and the goats loaded, and then we had that trailer, and I was like, all right, man. So we got the keys to that, and we just I took some random trailer and drove it to the fairgrounds. I remember it was just like orange everywhere. It was intense. It was super intense. Got my ass kicked by one of those horses, literally, or the cows, little baby cow, beat the brakes off me, man. Just bucked me a couple times while we were trying to get it into the trailer, and just if you guys remember, I had the biggest bruise, like my whole thigh, man. It is crazy. Yeah. I tell you what, it was rough. It was rough, but it was good, man. It was good. But we got a lot of animals out, which was really powerful, and I'm really happy that we were able to do that. So, but this is a little bit about Darrell Brooks. So,
Brooks is no stranger to police, a man with a violent history. CBS 2 investigator Dave Savini is live in the newsroom. Dave, it appears Brooks slipped through the system not once, but twice.
Yeah, Erica, we are learning at this hour police may have received a complaint about Darrell Brooks involving some other kind of domestic dispute shortly before that vehicle plowed into all those people. And while we're still trying to hammer out those details, one thing is clear. Our CBS 2 investigators found Brooks has been in and out of the criminal court system for more than half of his life. We've also uncovered new information that he's been wanted by police in Nevada for years for a child sex offender registry violation.
Darrell Brooks has a criminal history that spans more than 2 decades, with arrests and convictions often for violent crimes. We've now uncovered he is also a child sex offender who has been wanted for years for failing to register, but has managed to elude police for 15 years. We obtained his mugshot from 2006, where a much younger Brooks can be seen with the same tattoo on his neck compared to his recent police photos. Police in Nevada now confirmed to CBS he is the same man accused of plowing into all those innocent people during the Wisconsin parade. According to law enforcement sources, Nevada authorities investigating his sex offender registry failure never could track him down, and no one is quite sure who dropped the ball, because his arrest record since shows he's been in and out of police custody in Wisconsin. In fact, he was found guilty in 2010 for strangulation and suffocation. Fast forward to 2020, he was charged with recklessly endangering safety with the use of a dangerous weapon, and a no-contact order was put in place by the court to protect 2 people in that case. That case is still ongoing. And less than 2 weeks ago, he was charged with recklessly endangering safety, resisting an officer, and battery, among other charges. Court records show that case is still open, and he posted a $1,000 bond last February. But no one connected the dots, and the man wanted for a child sex offense violation could have been apprehended long before this horrific, fatal crime scene.
Now, according to sources, Brooks' child victim in Nevada was 15 years old. He was 24 at the time. As far as his most recent Wisconsin domestic abuse case from earlier this month, he is accused of running over a woman with a vehicle. The Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office is saying it is conducting an internal review into how he was able to get out of jail on so many low cash bonds. In the newsroom, back to you, Brad and Erica.
All right, Dave.
Yeah, so they touch on the fact that yeah, he was wanted for a child sex charge. Yeah, he got the girl, the 15-year-old girl that he was charged with for the criminal sexual activity, rape, the statutory rape of this 15-year-old girl, got pregnant. And I believe that's the girlfriend that he beat up, ran over, and had restraining orders, but no contact orders. And that is from the day of the attack, where he ended up, driving through everybody after he had already slapped her around. She had a black eye, and just like I said before, man, this poor child, man, this poor kid, just what a sad situation, man. But hey, we're back in session here, so we're gonna need to go ahead and add you back in. So I don't want people getting anxious on me. Here we go. Boom.
I'm told the interpreter will be ready, or excuse me, available anytime between 9:30 and noon. So maybe around the time of the mid-morning break, we would pause what we're doing in the state's case and turn to the defense witness.
Yeah, that was terrible.
All right. And then, Your Honor, truthfully, at this point, we are probably on track to rest sometime on Wednesday.
Oh, you guys, it'll get interesting because then Darrell Brooks will start his case. If they rest on Wednesday.
Today, we're on schedule for today, but especially if we have to interrupt with that defense witness tomorrow, we don't think we'll be able to finish until sometime on Wednesday.
Okay, understood. And have you been in contact with the witnesses that were subpoenaed by Mr. Brooks to let them know about when they will be needed?
Yes, and we will need further direction on that from Mr. Brooks as far as what order he would like them in and when he wants them here. And again, depending on how this shakes out, I think probably about this time tomorrow we'll be in better shape to know if we would perhaps get to defense witnesses Wednesday afternoon or just start Thursday morning with defense witnesses. If he lets us know the order he wants them in, we can start making those arrangements on his behalf. But right now, they all know that they're essentially on call for, more towards the end of the week.
Right. And if my memory serves, the witness who would be called out of order, is that Juan Marquez?
Yes.
All right. So you should probably be ready to have that person, because that's when we have the interpreter available tomorrow sometime. I presume you still want to call that witness? Yeah. All right. And so just be prepared to do your direct when we can fit it in at the appropriate break, and depending on where we end with witnesses tonight. And then if you would let the state know the order of your witnesses, so we can have them come at different times so that they're not all here for days waiting to be called.
Respect. The prosecution didn't tell me the order of their witnesses. Why do I have to tell them the order of mine?
Because they're assisting you in getting them to court. They've served the subpoenas on your behalf. And as a courtesy to those witnesses, I need you to provide, I don't even care if it's the order, but if you say these three will be called in the morning, these three will be in the afternoon, that would be okay with me. I just want to be able to tell those witnesses through the DA, you three will be Wednesday afternoon, you three will be whatever the number is, will be Thursday morning, and the rest Thursday afternoon, Friday morning, whatever it may be.
I get what you're saying, but it's still, from what I'm hearing from the prosecution, they're not sure exactly when they'll be resting the case. So
I think they're trying to rest their case sooner rather than later, but they have some witnesses to get through. And what they're telling us is that will be sometime on Wednesday, given the pause that they will take in their case to call Mr. Marquez so that he can be questioned by you with the interpreter.
Yeah. So wouldn't it make more sense to start calling my witnesses Thursday then?
No, you should be ready to go Wednesday afternoon.
Yeah. Get your game together, bro.
Take a break for that.
Nope.
You should be ready to go.
Yeah.
I mean, if we get done at
together
4:00 on Wednesday afternoon, that might be a different story, but
No.
it sounds like we should
started at the end of the day with
be
other
able
people.
to call witnesses. Of course, you will need to let me know if you're going to give an opening statement.
He still,
You
remember, I told you
deferred
guys.
that, and that
Still hasn't given an
could
opening
adjust
statement.
some of the timing. But so I need you to provide that order to the state tomorrow when you come into court, so that they can work with those
He's got his
witnesses.
homework.
better.
Probably say, I'm not going to provide a specific order. I'm not going to do that.
Well, then you need to tell which day, like morning and afternoon, and how many witnesses per. I'm not going to just bring them in all at the same time and make them wait. That's not,
Yeah.
that would be a discourtesy to those witnesses who
Yeah.
you are calling.
They're-
So I want to have some idea of
He's calling his own
what your game
witnesses.
plan is for them.
His
I get
expert
that, but
testimonial.
I'm still confused on.
Nope.
I
Tough shit.
essentially didn't know who they was calling in order.
They
That's
had a
not
list of
really
who they were
relevant
calling,
at this
and
moment,
the-
sir. So I need you to provide the order
I'm not going to provide
and
the order.
or by start Wednesday afternoon, Thursday morning, Thursday afternoon, Friday morning, Friday afternoon, unless they're very short. Just keep in mind, we generally have about, when we start at 8:30, we go till about noon. Probably start up an hour and 15 minutes after the lunch. So you have another couple of hours. So you should be able to know about how long you're going to question them, and just
Can you guys imagine
give
how
us
long his
who
line of
those
questioning is
are
going
for
to be
each
when
of
it's
those
his
blocks.
witness?
And then be ready for Mr. Marquez tomorrow.
Oh, man.
I'll be ready for that, but
All right.
I'll probably have an idea of who I want to,
Tell her what she told you have to have. That's great. That's good.
who I
Good
think
job.
should come in,
Do your homework.
but I'm not going to provide an order.
Pardon me? That was before the
Don't
defense
get
testimony.
brazen
Tanner,
with me.
We will do that. Otherwise, he can be responsible for getting these witnesses here himself.
There you go. Yeah.
You've
And if
got
they
to
don't show
cooperate
up,
with this processor. They're assisting you. Otherwise, you're going to be responsible for telling these witnesses when to come in.
hopefully you got time money on your phones, bud.
How am I supposed to do that?
Use your phone
Well,
time, bud.
then you should cooperate with the state and their
Exactly.
assistance to help you, sir.
Exactly.
I'm not going to give a specific order.
I keep wanting to show the.
Sir, are you
Judge
willing
Schroeder.
to provide the who the witnesses are by half day?
I just said that.
All right,
I
then
said I'm
that's
not
what I
gonna-
need by tomorrow
I said I'm
morning.
not giving an order.
We don't
That's
care.
fine.
She said
I'm
it's
okay
fine.
with that.
He's just
And
trying
the
to be
state will be okay with that because I said they'll be okay with that.
We're
So,
okay, Judge. Thank you.
all right, thank
State
you.
doesn't care.
So what about what's
believe he's
supposed
gonna
to be going on today? How late do we plan to go today?
We'll have to see how long this witness lasts and if we can start the next witness. I
If you would stop asking
4:30,
questions.
5 o'clock, maybe even 5:30. We'll see.
No, not 5:30.
So
That's
with that,
too
let's
short.
bring the jury out.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction at some point?
Nope.
Not beyond what I've already addressed, sir.
Which you addressed it, you didn't prove it, you didn't verify it.
Pardon me? That was
It's not
before the
been
defense
Don't
testimony.
get brazen
We
with
have
me.
subject matter jurisdiction yet. It's not been proven on the record.
Dave, what's up, man? Oh yeah, Dave, I remember. Okay, that was when I was with Concrete Recording, I think, man. When I met you down in Portland, dude. That was the summer of 2020. Yeah, that's when things were cracking off. That was crazy. I remember getting hit in the chest with flashbang grenade, impact rounds, sucking tear gas, like going through a gas mask when I was doing all my reports.
Your request is noted for the record. I've already
I
addressed
can
it.
show you guys some clips while we're here
Is it
watching
noted
this.
for the record?
That was crazy times, man.
It should be noted for the record. Also, that's a tacit agreement.
All rise for the jury, please.
Pardon me?
Thank you.
Don't get brazen with me.
When
Oh,
we go get
Judge.
the answer to that subject matter jurisdiction, though.
That's all I hear every time he talks is just, subject matter jurisdiction. I don't care if I'm making a mockery of him. He needs to be made a mockery of. It's either that or I was going to hit him with the
Thank you,
board.
everyone. Please be seated.
This guy, man, he is just.
After you may call your next
When
witness.
he puts himself on the
Thank
stand
you.
and questions
State calls
himself, no matter how many times
Officer
he'll object.
Good afternoon, Officer Leija. If you
so
would please
excited
make your
for it.
way to my witness stand. When you get there, please Remain standing, raise your right hand. My clerk Teresa will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat.
Dang,
I should say the witness stand. I don't have
absolutely
ownership
remember
over
you,
it.
Dave.
But in
Absolutely
any
remember.
event,
That's
state your
crazy.
first and last names for the record.
First name Darrell, last name Leija.
Could you spell both?
Darelon, last name Leija, Leija.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Officer Leija.
Darelon.
Sir, I'd like to direct your attention to the evening of November 21, 2021. Were you working on duty that afternoon?
Yes.
All right. I should ask, where do you work?
City of Waukesha Police Department.
How long have you been a police officer?
A little over 2 years.
Okay. So on that evening, were you aware that the parade was taking place in downtown Waukesha?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you work the parade?
No, ma'am.
Do you recall what time it was when you came on duty, sir?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
I believe it was a little after 5.
Were you scheduled to work that evening?
Yes.
Okay. And around the time of 12 a.m. midnight, so now I think we're getting into the next day of November 22 of 2021, were you asked to assist detectives at Waukesha Memorial Hospital?
You're not wrong, Debbie.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go to that location?
I did.
And did you meet with anybody there?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Did you
may
meet
answer.
anybody there? That's
Yes,
not
ma'am.
leading. Telling
did you
him
meet
that
with?
he met somebody there.
I met with Detective Jay Carpenter and acting detective at the time, Detective Stern.
Did they ask you to assist them in some fashion?
Yes, ma'am.
What did they ask you to do?
I was tasked.
Leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
I was tasked with transporting Mr. Brooks to the Muskego Police Department.
Okay. So at this point, Mr. Brooks is in custody.
Yes, ma'am.
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
They didn't say you.
Overruled.
They said
You may
Mr.
answer,
Brooks.
Yes, ma'am.
And the person you were asked to drive to the Muskego Police Department, do you see him in this courtroom here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you identify him, please? And if Mr. Brooks would please remove his mask, Your Honor?
Objection. I
You.
don't
Sir,
consent to
please
being
remove
called
your
that
hand.
name.
Oh, thank you. You were.
For the 100.
Apologies. Go ahead.
Nobody cares.
It's the black male sitting at the table with the black suit and the mask that he just put back on.
Where did you first meet?
Oh, hold on. The record should reflect he did point to the defense table, and the record will reflect he identified him. Go ahead.
I'm sure he's
Where
exaggerating.
did you
point.
first meet Mr. Brooks?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled. You may
I can't
answer,
wait.
sir.
Wait, how long do you think it's going to take for some snap
Waukesha
on
Memorial
him
Hospital, the police hold room.
to just
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Just
Mr.
start
Brooks was
screaming.
talking over you.
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled. Go ahead, sir.
At the Waukesha Memorial Hospital in the police hold room.
All right.
He
And
doesn't
where
care.
were you going to take him?
To the Muskego Police Department.
Why?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Detective Carpenter said that he was going to be there so that he can question them sometime in the near future.
Not yet, Shelley.
Is the Muskego Police Department located in the city of Waukesha?
No,
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
Relevance.
Why didn't you take him back to your police department?
Objection.
Overruled. You may answer.
At the time, we were at the annex, which is our older police department. Our police department that we usually report out of was being renovated, so we didn't have any holdings.
Okay. And to your knowledge, does the Muskego Police Department have a holding cell at their facility?
Objections.
Objections. He said
Yeah.
objections. He just gave it a
Answer.
plural.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
you can just fill in the blanks with as many
And
objections
they
as
were willing
possible.
to house Mr. Brooks there under mutual aid?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled. You may
Well,
answer.
you are acknowledging
Yes,
that it
ma'am.
was you that was in custody.
So you put him in your squad car?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Tell us about that, your drive.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
So I put Mr. Brooks in my squad car. We left the hospital I took custody of him around 18 a.m. We typed in my GPS to the Muskego Police Department. We left the hospital. We had to go eastbound in Wisconsin, which is a road that's parallel to Main Street where the parade was taking place.
Okay.
Once we passed while going eastbound in Wisconsin, there was multiple marked squad cars, so they're with their emergency lights on.
Do you know what they were doing?
Do it.
Relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
They're blocking traffic, investigating an incident that transpired that evening.
He's
Okay.
trying so hard.
Is it just, excuse me, is it just you and Mr. Brooks in the squad car?
Objection, all consent to being called.
He's like, yo, man, play my
Overruled. You
tracks.
may answer.
I'm Math
Yes,
Boy
it's just one
Fly.
Darrell Brooks in the
217.
Okay.
I'm a rapper. You should listen to my music.
Overruled.
And as you traveled in the area of Wisconsin Avenue, did Mr. Brooks make any statements?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
Yes, Mr. Brooks said once we were going eastbound in Wisconsin, and I quote, he said, damn, it looks like they were dealing with something heavy.
Okay. Did you reply to him in any way?
No.
Did he continue to speak?
Yes, ma'am.
What else did he say?
He asked me if there was a basketball game going on or something tonight, and to which I replied, I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you continue on transporting him to the Muskego Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point, were you responsible for watching over him at the Muskego Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. Your answer may stand. Go ahead and just wait until I rule on the
Okay, I'm
objections,
sorry.
please. That's okay.
How long did you watch him for?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
I believe we got to the jail around closer to 1 a.m. I watched him up until about 7 a.m.
What kinds of things do you remember he did overnight?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
I know that he was fed around 2 a.m. He slept most of the night. He got up around 5 a.m., asked for water. I got him water. And he asked to make a phone call to his daughter.
Okay. Did you allow that?
No.
Did you said it appeared he was sleeping throughout most of the night?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. Did you
At any-
answer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
All right. Other than asking to call his daughter, did he make any other statements to you that you can recall?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
I remember he made some complaints that the room was too bright. He wanted to dim the room. Yeah, that's all that I remember. He
Okay. Like the lights in the room were too bright?
correct in the cell, holding cell.
Did you turn off the lights for him?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. His answer may stand.
And were you relieved by another officer then later that morning?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions.
Someone asked what the pin on the
Cross.
officer's uniform is.
That's a yes.
And it is either I'm looking at it right now. It's either a ribbon with a star, is 2 stars, 1 big star. That's a valor.
You said that you recall
or life-saving, a ribbon with a cross.
checking
So star is valor. Cross
every 30
is,
minutes on
life-saving.
doing like well-being checks, right?
That's correct.
So I'm not sure how many, what exactly is on his chest.
And how do you know for sure that the suspect was asleep?
I heard him snoring.
For
That
sure.
question. That
You were
question.
sleeping. I know
Who
that
cares?
the color was over your head. And I would, every time I go and check in on you, I could see that your chest was rising up and down from underneath the blanket. So
How do you know I wasn't
it's
dead?
possible that you were sleeping. It's possible that you weren't. I know that you were uncovered, so it appeared that you were asleep most of the night.
I don't identify as someone who sleeps. I
So it'd
hibernate.
be fair to say you're not sure.
Answer stands, Your Honor, fast and answer.
Just the stupidest question. Safe to say you don't know if I was asleep or not.
Could have been sleep. You probably was asleep. You probably wasn't. But the blanket was over your head most of the night.
So could you prove that it was me that you actually had in custody? Because I might have, Darrell Brooks might have slipped in, slipped out. We don't know. We don't know. We really don't know.
And do you recall why the suspect was not allowed a phone call?
And this is about due process and procedure in the jail. This is
I was
nothing
told
to do with this case.
that you had to wait for Detective Jay Carpenter to talk to you.
Yeah, because you're not allowed to go ahead and like call your people and
Do you
corroborate
know
a story
if that's
before.
standard practice?
Yes.
Not
We're
sure
under
if it's standard
investigation
practice or not, but
for
just
murder.
following his instruction as if because he was going to be doing some investigation.
Would you say it's fair to say that usually a suspect being detained is allowed a phone call at some point?
Relevance.
Exactly. Thank you. Would you come?
Relevance, sir?
She said relevance.
Grounds.
Those are the grounds.
No. Why do you believe it's relevant?
Yeah, thank you.
Why would contact to the outside world be restricted?
Because you're
It's
in jail.
That it's not relevant. Sustain the objection. Next question.
This guy, because you're in jail for suspicion of murder, mass murder. You don't get to call people. The victims, your victims couldn't call their loved ones. You don't get to call your people, be like, hey, I need you to say that I was with you, blah, 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 blah. They keep you isolated for a reason, man. Like, he knows this. He knows. He's been in jail so many times. He knows what's going on. He's just trying to find anything he can, any thread he can pull at to say, hey, like my liberties were violated. My rights were
what
violated.
time you got to, I think it was, you said, the hospital to pick up the suspect?
Yes, I left at 12:10. I got to the hospital around 12:18.
Yeah, he thinks he's a lawyer. But he isn't.
To the best of your recollection, do you recall being given any information at that time about the suspect being questioned?
I don't recall if I was given any information on you being questioned at that time.
Yeah, he couldn't call his daughter, Jessica, right? But he killed an 8-year-old child, and he's upset about that. I should have been able to call my daughter. Really? That's the one that you don't pay child support for, or the other one that you don't pay child support for, or I'm not sure if that's one of the ones that was the byproduct of the child rape of the 15-year-old from when you were charged.
And you
with
refer
rape
to
of a child.
Police hold room inside of the hospital?
That's correct.
So it's not unusual for someone to be detained in the police hold room inside of the hospital.
That's correct. There's an active investigation going on.
That's the room is for. It's the
So
police
would that be the
hold
only time during an active investigation?
Usually, someone from the outside come into the police hold room and ask for an active investigation.
Oh yeah, he wants. Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right. He wants his cut of the pie here. That way, you can have a lot of money to buy top ramen.
Do you recall where in the hospital this police hold room is located?
Tuna fish, pickles, and peanut butter.
In the hospital.
Do you recall where in the hospital is located?
Usually by where the police officers park their vehicles through the ambulance bay, straight ahead, and it's the second to last door on the right.
First floor. In the bottom of the hospital. He's asking questions so he can read other
To
stuff.
the best of your knowledge, do you know if those police hold rooms have cameras?
I'm not sure.
Before that particular incident, had you ever been in the police hold room in that hospital?
Vanessa,
yep.
They're not good, but they're better than not. You know what I mean? But yeah, Nicole, thank you for the stars. Much love. Also, thank you for the Cincy, or the not Cincy, but the doTERRA. You're a rock star. I use it every day. This is right here. Actually, I use it. It's my natural oils. Plus, I got my diffuser. Keeps me calm after watching this trial, man. Yeah.
And you stated that detectives informed you that they would need to speak with the detainee before any phone calls will be made.
That's correct.
We have established.
To the best of your recollection, did they explain why to you?
No.
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Calls for speculation.
Grounds.
I'm sorry, calls for hearsay
Grounds.
and speculation.
Are you offering it for the truth of the matter
Yep.
asserted?
It's a
Then it's hearsay and it's.
it's a double objection. I'm just gonna keep that kid up there because this is basically what we're all feeling every time he starts asking questions.
And the detainee was turned over to an officer Paulson after I'm guessing at the end of your shift.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mo. You're a rock star. Thank you for those stars. We're trying to hit 10 million
Do you
stars.
recall if the cell the detainee was sleeping in that night had cameras?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, that cop is huge, man. I wonder if he's just trying to find out so he can turn it over to the documentary team. Oh, you should get the footage from my cell. That'll make for another angle that you can make for the documentary about Darrell Brooks and the oppressed nature of my arrest. Deborah, thank you again for the stars. Yeah, you're amazing. Much appreciated. Mo, everyone you guys are doing, making it happen. Making it happen.
Do you recall who did the booking process at the Muskego Police Department?
Yes, I believe it was Lieutenant Andrika and Officer Klink of the Muskego Police Department.
To the best of your recollection, do you recall why one of those officers weren't doing the well-being checks?
Thank you, Nicole.
Because you were in our custody.
Bella a lot. I don't know where our star goal is right now, but let me check. Yeah. Okay, our goal. So I think the goal we've got right now is. Do I have the goal out there? 500,000. 500,000 is one of them. And then I don't know if it's showing up, but.
Do you recall when you did your report?
We're at 4%.
The date of it?
I don't recall the exact day I did my report.
Was it that same evening or was it sometime after?
When you say the same evening, what date are you talking?
The same evening or morning that you ended up having to do the well-being checks at the Muskego Police Department.
I don't recall if I did it that day, but it most definitely was done shortly after.
Shortly after, meaning a few days or a week or so?
A few days.
You don't recall if it was the 29th of November of 2021?
I don't recall.
When you were dispatched to the Waukesha Memorial Hospital, did you observe any FBI agents at the scene?
At the scene of the hospital?
Yes.
No.
So to the best of your recollection, it was only the two detectives that you made contact with?
Yes.
Can you explain what the mobile audio video recording system is?
It's an in-squad camera that records outside of the squad car, so like in front of the squad car in the prisoner compartment. And it's a microphone that we put to our vest or on our person to record audio statements.
So it records and it's video and audio.
Correct.
Did it record the detainee during your transport?
Yes, it did.
Besides the statements that you made reference to, did you observe or hear anything other than those statements?
What do you mean? Can you clarify?
Did you observe anything strange or while the recording was taking place?
I don't know what you mean by strange.
Like, did you notice any strange movements by the detainee? Anything that would alarm you in any way?
Nothing that would alarm me, no.
Did you know the extent of the investigation at the time you were dispatched to Waukesha Memorial?
No, my only task was to transport you to the City Police Department.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Nothing else. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Go ahead and call your next witness then, please.
Detective Jay Carpenter.
Good afternoon, Detective Carpenter. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is to my right. It is up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Thank you guys for that star party. That was great. Thank you very much.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Sure. My name is Detective Jay Carpenter. First name spelled Jay, last name spelled Carpenter.
Go ahead.
Sir, how are you employed?
I am employed as a detective with the City of Waukesha Police Department.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
18 years.
Have all those years been with the City of Waukesha Police Department?
Yes.
How long have you been detective?
Almost 5 years.
Direct your attention to November 21st of last year. Were you working on that day?
Yes, I was.
Were you working the parade?
I had actually been part of the parade. I marched in the parade as part of our Honor Guard unit and had completed my duty before the incident commenced.
So this is the City of Waukesha annual holiday parade.
Correct.
And you say that you, after you finished the parade route, where did you go?
So I went back to the City of Waukesha Police Department after I completed my part of the parade.
And did you receive information while you were at the City of Waukesha Police Department regarding something that had happened at the parade?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
I did. I changed out of my Honor Guard uniform and I was confronted by Officer Daniel Malo. He was working as a desk officer for the department that day. Officer Malo explained that a vehicle had driven through the parade route down in downtown Waukesha, that there were approximately 30 to 40 people down, many severely injured, some possibly deceased, and that there was also an officer shooting involved in the whole event.
What did you do as a result of receiving that information?
At that point, I went on duty and began heading towards the downtown area.
Where did you go specifically?
So when I headed out, there was a lot of radio traffic. It was very chaotic, very confusing. It was certainly like nothing I've ever experienced before, as far as the radio traffic. The event kind of began to mold into two different forms at that point, in that there were numerous officers calling for ambulances in the downtown area for the injured, but dispatch was also beginning to provide information that there was an individual in the area of the 500 block of Elizabeth Street, which is about a quarter of a mile off the parade route, that was loitering, and it was believed that maybe a suspect, so I headed in that direction.
Prior to heading in that direction, did you have any information as to why this person in that area would be a suspect?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, ma'am. A description had been provided of a possible suspect, and the descriptions being provided by the dispatch of the individual now in this area were comparable, nearly identical to the descriptions I was hearing of the driver from the parade incident.
What did you do then?
As I was searching the area, I heard over the police radio that officers from a separate jurisdiction had come in contact with the suspect and that he was in custody. I proceeded over to Elizabeth Street, where the suspect, who was identified in the investigation as Darrell Brooks, was already in custody.
Okay. Now, you stated that the information that you initially received with regard to the person involved's physical description, do you recall what that was?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Information that I heard over police radio was an African-American male, blue jeans, and a red t-shirt.
So what did you do after receiving this information about a potential person in custody?
I responded to the immediate area. Mr. Brooks at that point was already in custody. I don't recall if he was outside a squad being searched, but he was handcuffed and already effectively in custody at that point. He was placed in the rear of a City Waukesha police car, where he was taken into custody for loitering, as well as being a suspect at that point, as the operator of the vehicle that went through the parade route.
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name for the record.
Overruled. Your answer stands. Go ahead. Next question.
At the time that you made contact with this individual, did you have any information about the vehicle that had been used during the parade?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Yes, a red SUV. That was actually a red Ford Escape specifically.
And did you have any information if that car had been located at the time that you went to the Elizabeth Street address?
Yes, it had already been located.
Did you have any information about that red SUV prior to going to Elizabeth Street?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
The information I recall having is that the vehicle was parked over on Maple Avenue, which is about 2.5 to 3 blocks west of Elizabeth Street, where Mr. Brooks was located and taken into custody.
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled.
Did you have the opportunity to speak with an individual who was identified as Darrell Brooks at that Elizabeth Street address?
Called that name.
Go ahead. You may answer.
I don't believe I spoke with him at that address, but Mr. Brooks was transported to our substation located on Les Paul Parkway in the city of Waukesha, where I had opportunity to speak with him.
Did you see him at the Elizabeth Street address?
Yes, I did.
Did you see him in the court today?
I do.
I'd ask the court to ask Mr. Brooks to remove his mask.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
Can you identify him by where he's seated and what he's wearing?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Brooks is seated to my left, wearing a dark-colored suit jacket, multicolored tie, surgical mask on his face, shaved head, and he did have a beard at the time he took his mask.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
It will reflect. Thank you.
Sir, as you see Mr. Brooks today, does he look different than he did on November 21st of last year?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, ma'am.
How?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
At the time of the incident, Mr. Brooks had longer hair, a braided style hair that probably went midway down his back.
How about facial wise?
He had a beard at that time, but it's a little bit shorter now. It was a little bit thicker and longer at the time.
So you stated that the defendant was transported to a substation?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. And do you recall who transported him?
Specialist Mark Howard.
Did you follow Specialist Howard to the substation?
Yes, I did.
Upon either, should I say, at the scene, did you obtain items that were located on the defendant's person?
Yes, I did.
What did they consist of?
So the items I received that were on Mr. Brooks' person at the time of his arrest, there were several items. One of them was a Wisconsin photo identification card. So it had a picture on the ID card that I recognized as being Mr. Brooks based on the fact I was with him at this time. The name on that identification card was Darrell Edward Brooks Jr., his date of birth being February 21st, 1982. There was also a green Wisconsin Quest card with Mr. Brooks's name on it, a silver American Express debit or credit card with Mr. Brooks' name on it, 2 Visa debit cards, one black, one white, both which had Mr. Brooks' name on it. And then there was a Georgia EBT card, which had the name of Mr. Brooks's girlfriend on it.
Other than the identifying information that you just testified to, is anything else turned over to you that was removed from Darrell Brooks?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name and it's leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, ma'am. There was $4 cash, but also a Ford ignition key.
Now, you stated that there was a suspect vehicle that had been located.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any information prior to your discussions with the defendant about who the owner of that vehicle was?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, I did.
And who was the owner of that vehicle?
A female by the name of Dawn Woods.
And do you recall what her address was?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
4014 North 19th Street in the city of Milwaukee.
So 19th Street, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, leading witness.
Overruled. The answer may stand.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 172. That's going to appear on the screen in front of you. Before we do that, these identifiers that you located for Darrell Brooks, did you take a picture of it?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't consent to being called that name for the 100th time.
Overruled.
And let me know when you see something in your.
I see it.
Okay. Do you recognize these items as those items you just described as having been removed from the defendant's person?
Yes, I do.
I'd ask the court to admit this exhibit into evidence and to publish it for the jury.
Objection, relevancy.
Objection is overruled. Exhibit 172 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Hey, Wrestler's Mom, thank you very much for the super chat or the super sticker, one of the two. I'm not sure which one it is, but
Wisconsin.
you're a rock star. Thank you so much. And thank you for riding with us and being a part of this.
Is that the same address that you recited for John Woods?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
So yeah, that's a 5'8", and he's trying to argue and say, he's like, do I look like I'm 5'9"?
What was the date that card was issued?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
June 14th, 2021.
And the picture on the identification card, would that be consistent or inconsistent with what the defendant looked like on November 21st of last year?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
It's almost exactly what he looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as you were at the substation, what did you do that can be removed? I'm sorry.
Thank you.
For the most part, what we were doing down there is obtaining basic booking information. So I confirmed Mr. Brooks' first name, middle name, last name, date of birth. I obtained an emergency contact for him, phone numbers, whether he was working or not, going to school. Obtained information about his tattoos, piercings, things of that nature. Personal identification information.
Okay. And who did he say his emergency contact was?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
Mr. Brooks indicated his emergency contact person was Don Woods.
And what relationship was John Woods to him?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
It is Mr. Brooks' mother.
And did you subsequently obtain a phone number for John Woods?
I did.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
What is that phone number, if you recall?
Objection, relevancy.
414-610-2153.
Now, when you asked the defendant for his name, what did he tell you his name was?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
I believe he indicated it was Darrell, Darrell, which in speaking with him, and I can confirm seeing him today, Darrell Brooks or Darrell Brooks are one and the same. They are the same person.
Did you become aware of any video evidence that was collected in the downtown area during the parade, capturing a picture of the person who drove the red SUV through the parade?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And you said you saw that?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to ask that Exhibit 120, which has been previously admitted into evidence, be published for the jury.
Go ahead.
Is that the photographic evidence that you just testified to?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And do you recall approximately, was this the car being driven while the parade, in the midst of the parade, after the parade, or before the parade, if you know?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
So the photo we're looking at right here is right in the middle of the parade. So right now, the vehicle is within the parade route while the parade is ongoing.
And were you able to positively identify the driver of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Hearsay.
Overruled.
Who is the driver of that vehicle?
The driver of the vehicle is Darrell Brooks.
Thank you. Approximately how long?
You done with this exhibit? I'm
I
sorry.
am, yes.
Thank you.
How long were you at the substation?
Probably about 2 to 2.5 hours.
Why were you there versus anywhere else?
So at this particular time, the department was in a transition. Our original building was under construction. The building we were primarily working out of did not have a booking room, did not have a place to take prisoners, so we had to go down to the substation instead of our own actual police department.
Other than collecting the information that you had previously told us about, including emergency contact information, name, things like that, what else were you doing at the substation?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Mainly at that time, just waiting for further information as to what was going to be done next. Like I say, the scene was very, very chaotic. I know there were so many victims out there. They didn't even have enough ambulances to transport them all. So officers, it took, I feel like probably hours to really get it under control. So I was just waiting on more information from Detective Casey, who had been assigned as lead to determine what steps would be appropriate next. It's just being there with Mr. Brooks and making sure he was safe and remained in custody. I didn't have a real good idea due to the chaos of what was going on away from where I was.
Now, you had testified about some of the property that was recovered from the defendant, and you stated that one of the items was a card in the name of Erica Patterson. Do you recall that?
Objection. He did not say who was in the name of.
Sustained. Please rephrase.
Actually, if we can pull up exhibit 172 again.
Objection, hearsay.
There's no question yet, but.
And if you can zoom in on the Georgia EBT card. Whose name is on that card?
Erica Patterson.
Overruled. Go ahead, you can answer that again.
Erica Patterson.
Did you, at the time that you were at the substation, have any information regarding an Erica Patterson and her relationship to Darrell Brooks?
Objection, that I don't consent to being called their name.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
Objection is hearsay.
Overruled.
Not at that time, no.
Did you later learn of a relationship between the defendant and Erica Patterson?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, I did.
And what was that relationship?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Ms. Patterson was a significant other or girlfriend to Mr. Brooks and mother of one of his children.
Objection, not girlfriend.
Overruled. The jury will disregard that last statement as Mr. Brooks is not testifying at the moment.
Well, keep it true.
Now, when you made contact with Darrell Brooks or while you're making contact with Darrell Brooks at the substation, did he complain of any injuries?
Objection, I don't consent to being called their name.
Overruled.
I think
You
the
may answer.
prosecution is trying to be funny at this point.
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Well, I didn't hear the last thing, but I believe it was commentary. So just state your objection and I'll rule on it. It's been overruled. You may answer.
Yes, ma'am, he did. He complained of two injuries, one to his knee, but primarily and mostly of an injury to what was his right shoulder.
Did he say how that occurred?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, he did. Mr. Brooks told us that his shoulder was injured when he was arrested, indicating the arresting officers slammed him to the ground.
Did you have the opportunity at any point in this investigation to review body camera footage from Officer Rebecca Carpenter?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was at the residence where the defendant was taken into custody?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Did you see any unlawful use of force on the defendant during that time?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
No, ma'am. In fact, there was no force used at all. Mr. Brooks was given verbal directions by officers to get down onto the ground, and he did so entirely on his own power.
Based upon his complaints, however, was the decision made to transport him for medical clearance?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you transport the defendant?
Waukesha Memorial Hospital.
Do you know approximately what time you arrived there?
I don't remember the exact time. It was sometime, I believe it was between about 8 and 9 p.m.
Upon entering, who was with you and Mr. Brooks?
Objection. I don't consent to being called a name as leading the witness.
Overruled as to both. You may answer.
Detective Ben Stern.
Was he partnering with you in this part of the investigation?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
Okay. And when you entered the hospital, what observations, if any, did you make?
Entering the hospital, we escorted Mr. Brooks, to a room so that he could receive medical clearance. I know there were some individuals from the parade that were injured in nearby rooms. I didn't really see many of them, but I knew they were close by. So we escorted Mr. Brooks into a room, trying to keep away from the victim so as to not make the incident any more tension-filled than it already was.
How busy was it at the hospital when you brought Mr. Brooks in?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Extremely. There were victims due to the mass amount of casualties, many of which, survived but still needed extensive medical attention. It was very busy. Many of the victims were taken to alternate hospitals because Waukesha Memorial could not handle the amount of patients that were coming in.
Now, approximately how long did you spend with Mr. Brooks at Waukesha Memorial Hospital?
Objection. I don't consent to being called a name.
Overruled.
Probably about 4 hours.
Is that addition to the time that you would have spent with him at the substation?
Yes, ma'am.
Leading.
Overruled.
What was his demeanor?
Extremely calm. I would describe it, I guess, to put it in context for the court, very similar to mine right now. The conversations I had with him, as far as getting his identification info and such, he talked to me as calmly as I'm speaking now. Based on his body language, his tone of voice, his attitude, you'd have never known he had done something or was in custody for having done something so serious.
Did he ask you why he was in custody at the substation?
Yes.
And what did you tell him?
At that point, I simply told Mr. Brooks it was a loitering investigation and possible disorderly conduct.
Now, you just testified that he was a suspect in the parade mass casualty incident. Why didn't you tell him that?
At that time, I didn't want to make Mr. Brooks, one, overly anxious. Two, there was a lot of information. Initially, I still didn't know. It was initially, as part of the chaos, I believe at one point we were actually looking for as many as four people. So I didn't know how deeply he was or was not involved. It was believed that and known that he was somehow involved and knew something. So before I even addressed those issues, one, I wanted to make sure I knew all the facts and had as much information as I could, more than anything for the integrity of the case.
When you talk about the integrity of the case and your discussions with him, did the defendant appear to know what was going on around him? When I say that, I guess, was he aware of where he was, who you were, things like that?
Objection, speculative.
As to the way it was rephrased in the second half of that, I will allow it. You may answer.
Yes, he did. He seemed, he was alert. When asked questions, like, for example, his about phone number, his emergency contact. The answers were consistent with the question asked. He did not have slurred speech. He did not show any signs of being under the influence or in mental crisis.
Did your opinion change at any time while you were with him on November 21st?
Objection. Vague.
Overruled. You may answer.
No, it did not.
Now, during the 4 hours that you were at the hospital, were you, did he continue to complain about shoulder pain?
Yes, he did.
Were his actions always consistent with his expression of the pain in the shoulder?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled. You may answer.
No, they were not.
Can you describe for the jury what you mean by that?
Objection. Speculative. How can he know how somebody's body is feeling?
Overruled. He may answer, given as long as he answers with his understanding. Or what
Observations is what I was saying.
Observation. Thank you. I think that's what you said. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So Mr. Brooks, when he would speak to me throughout the evening, he would move his arms about, he'd put them out to his side, he'd move them back and forth, he'd raise them up and down. He was talking about being in severe pain, but I would describe the way he'd move his arms and such as basic body mannerisms and basic interpersonal interactions. His hands, his arms, everything moved completely normally when we would speak. There was no favoring of that shoulder or anything to indicate other than what he was saying through physical action that there was any type of injury there that I observed.
Now, at some point, I strike that. During this time that you were with him and he was getting medically cleared, first of all, did he get medically cleared?
Yes, he did.
Objection. Speculative.
He didn't need to be.
Hold on. Overruled. His answer may stand.
Do you need any treatment while at the hospital?
No, he was checked out. The doctor came in and looked at his shoulder. I do not believe any medications were given. There may have been, I believe they took an x-ray to check it, but he was ultimately cleared and turned over to police custody.
And during the time that you were with him while he was getting medically cleared, what type of conversation were you having? Was it general conversation, or were you talking to him about the loitering?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
The conversation was general. Mr. Brooks asked several times if I would give him more information as to why he was in custody, and I would continue to tell him it was for the loitering violation. But the conversations were mostly, we talked about sports. The Green Bay Packers had played that day. We talked about the game. I remember him telling me that baseball was his favorite sport, and things of that nature. He was upset that the Packers had lost the game. So it was general conversation, not related to why he was specifically in custody.
At some point, did you decide that you were going to try to talk to the defendant about at least the loitering incident?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Relevancy.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Do you know approximately what time that took place?
11:04 p.m.
And how did you approach this interview? You've now been with Mr. Brooks for maybe 5 hours. Would that be fair?
Yes.
How did you decide to approach this interview with him?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I just explained to Mr. Brooks that I simply wanted to speak with him about why he was in the neighborhood where he was discovered that night, what was going on, what led to him being there, and that I was just looking to have answers to that if he was willing to provide them.
And was Mr. Brooks in a room that had the ability to record the conversation that you had with him?
Objection. I don't consent to being called on the line.
Overruled. You may answer.
No, not in the manner we would if we were at our typical police departments. Our police department would have a camera mounted in the corner that would record audio and video. They did have a security camera, but it had no audio capability.
So what did you do?
I utilized my department issued phone and recorded the audio of the interview that way.
So you had the audio on your phone and the visual, or there was a visual recording. Is that true?
Yes, so the audio was on my phone and then the visual recording was through the hospital security system.
Bless you. So they didn't marry up with one another, correct? I mean, in terms of, I should strike that. You couldn't play the audio with the visual. They're two different recordings.
Yes.
Okay. Who else was with you during this interview?
At that time, Detective Ben Stern from my department was with me, as well as 2 federal agents from the FBI, Agent Mary Davidson and Agent Jeremy, I believe it's Pilichowski.
Why were they there?
So the FBI came involved in the investigation early on because we were not certain at that point whether or not this was a terrorist incident.
So how did it work? Were they in the room and then Mr. Brooks was brought into the room, or how did that work?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name and is leading the witness.
Overrule this to the name sustained as to the form of the question.
How did you all get into the same room?
So I was in the room waiting for Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks was brought from another room by Detective Stern. At this point, the audio recording on my phone was already running. I believe the 2 FBI agents were with me in the room, and then, like I say, Mr. Brooks was escorted in by Detective Stern.
Did you introduce yourselves? Well, you had been with Mr. Brooks previously, correct?
Objection.
Yes, I had.
Overruled, you may answer.
Yes, I had.
Okay. Had he been introduced to Detective Stern already?
Yes, he had.
Okay. And how about the 2 FBI agents?
It was at that point that they introduced themselves to Mr. Brooks.
What was his reaction to that when they introduced themselves?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled, you may answer.
I'm very surprised. He said the word FBI, in the form of a question. I could tell his tone was very surprised. It wasn't as calm as he had been. He seemed concerned, uneasy, and within about a minute after stating that, he questioned the agents further as to whether they were really FBI agents, and he was surprised to see them there, and he had never actually seen an FBI agent before, so he was definitely surprised, and I could tell he was uncomfortable.
Did you record the entire conversation you had with the defendant?
Yes, at that point, all that is on recording. At that point, yes.
And have you had the opportunity to review that recording prior to today's date?
I have.
I would like to admit Exhibit 81 for the court. It is the audio interview of the defendant that took place on November 21st, 2021. It's previously been addressed by this court.
Objection.
Remind me how long it is again.
Your Honor, the entire video is 25 minutes approximately. I'm asking to play from 4 minutes and 25 seconds to 14 minutes and 25 seconds approximately. Well, it would be 10 minutes.
I presume you'll have questions regarding that once you play it.
Correct.
All right. Given that it's just before 5 o'clock, I'm going to stop for the day. We can pick up with this tomorrow. You can put down for the moment, and I will have our instruction for the jurors.
Oh, hallelujah. 8 hours on the money.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do not begin your deliberations and discussion of this case until all the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations, in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer text, or instant messaging or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror. If you come in contact with the parties, lawyers, interpreters, or witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, interpreters, and witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not listen to any conversation about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene, either in person or by any electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about this trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information.
We hit that
Do
8
not
hour mark
seek
and we
information
lost
regarding
our
the public records of any party or witness in this case.
Facebook
Any
group.
information
So,
you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading,
either way,
inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have the opportunity to refute, explain, or
a couple
correct
hundred
it.
people just dropped
Do
off
not
there.
communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on
Get in
this
there,
jury.
good deep black
Do not
boy.
use a
Get it.
computer,
Get
cell
it.
phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable electronics, applications, or tools with communication capabilities
We
to share
have
any information about this case. For example,
an
do not
interesting day to look
communicate
forward
via
to tomorrow.
telephone, blog post, email, text message, instant message, social media post, or
Run
in
through
any
the,
other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter,
all the action.
either in person, electronically, or by any other means. If anyone does so despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case
It's the
must be
last thing we want to
decided
do
by
after
you, the
being,
jurors,
you know,
based on
going
the
home after
evidence
this.
presented in the
Talk
courtroom.
to anybody about it.
People
Like,
not
it was
serving on this jury have not heard the
ridiculous
evidence, and it is
and
improper
wrong.
for them to
And
influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After the trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the
Is it better
parties
now?
and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. With
Good
that,
now?
you are excused for the evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning. All rise for the jurors, please.
oh, look, he's ripping it up. He's upset about something. He's not just going to start reading the Bible like he did last time. He's making a statement. Look at this. Checking out the jury. Look at me. So strong. So tough. Paper got nothing on me. I'm all scissors. Look at that face, man. Just a face that you want to slowly pet.
I'm printing out a draft of preliminary
Back of your hand.
seated jury instruction 60, which concerns use of an interpreter for a witness. I have a question about that second paragraph, which relates to whether the witness knows some English or not. And so we'll review that tomorrow morning first thing, but it'll be provided to the parties. So you have that to look at this evening. With that, I'll see everyone tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you.
They cut him off right quick. They're like, get up. Nope, we're not. You can't say anything. We're not going to allow you to say anything. You said plenty. And it's been too much. Man. So we don't have a death penalty in Wisconsin. The jury is now out tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be interesting because tomorrow we've got, they're going to be taking the jury to the vehicle, to the SUV. So that'll make for, I don't know if they're going to bring a camera with them or how that's going to work out, but we'll see what happens there. But today has been pretty, it's still a loose connection on the microphone. Let me know if it cleans up for me. I don't know. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Is that a thing? Still squawk? Oh, it's because it's not going through my...
Is this better? You should be able to hear me better now. That should be better, right? Can you guys hear me okay? Yeah, hopefully that does the trick, right? I am your father. We're good now? We should be good. Good now. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It was, who knows? Technologies, right? So tomorrow, guys, we're taking the jury on a field trip. We're going to take them to see said vehicle, the red SUV that, that was used to drive through the crowd. So
when you're a gentle light, you see some.
Sorry, turn that off. That we're going to be seeing tomorrow. So, man, that'll be interesting. As of today, it's been interesting. We've had some really good witnesses that came up and where they stood their ground. You know, they didn't let him push him around. No, I hear it all the time. I say it all the time now. You know, I'm Steph. Yeah, say it all the time. Yeah. So, yeah, they pushed back, which is great. And I mean, you can even hear Darrell Brooks himself is saying, "Oh, I'm getting tired of this. You know, tired of objecting, whatever, for the 100th time." Yeah, well, because it's never going to be sustained, ever. Also, the prosecution has let us know that they're moving towards wrapping up their case, looking like potentially Wednesday. So tomorrow's going to be a big day of field trip, and then we're going to be back in. They said sometime, hopefully by early afternoon Wednesday. If it's not too late, they're going to have Darrell Brooks start his case on Wednesday. And I'll remind you, he hasn't actually started his case yet. He hasn't done his opening statement. So the judge earlier made it a point that he has to provide a witness list to the courts, to the prosecution. The prosecution is going to help line the witnesses up, but he's saying, I'm not going to give you the list of I'm not going to give you an order that my witnesses are going to come in, because I don't think he has a clue, right? He's floundering at best to make this a case that he can actually, even keep his head in. So right now he's going to have to bring a list of witnesses to the case. And I know that originally with his two defense attorneys, they had a representative from one of the incident recreation companies for car accidents. And they also had a specialist that was going to testify that they did find trace amounts of THC Delta 9 variant, whatever, in his system when they did the toxicology, but that was it. They didn't say that there was anything else in there. They didn't talk about there being any crack, meth, heroin, cocaine, whatever. It was just THC. So that's what we have potentially look forward to. He's probably going to keep the same witnesses because I don't know who he could possibly call unless he pulls a curveball. And this is what I'm worried about. Not worried about. I'm curious about. No matter what, it's going to be damn near comical when he takes control of the case, right? I think, I'm not sure how it's going to work with prosecution needing to okay the witnesses. Porta Potty Peeper over on Twitch asks, does prosecution need to okay the witnesses? I'm not sure how that's going to work out. So, yeah, so right now he's sitting in a position where he's going to have to get his witnesses in. Then the prosecution gets to cross-examine, but he's going to open his case. And we don't know what his angle is. What he's probably going to tell us is how he was, targeted and falsely imprisoned and misrepresented and blah, 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 blah. He's got a list of things he's going to say. Or he's going to pull some real crazy stuff and say, I will prove that it wasn't me driving the vehicle and you have the wrong person in custody. Or maybe he's going to say that he was under mind control from an intelligent being that was sending remote messages to his brain telling him that he had to do it, or the dog made him do it, Summer of Sam type stuff. I don't know where he's going to go with this. I do know that he's got an angle, and he's been playing at it this whole time with all the stupid objections and his sovereign thing, and pushing that agenda, and then the objecting to he's there as a third party representing his client, and his client is Darrell Brooks Jr., but he himself does not identify as Darrell Brooks. So, and if you're curious, that's why all the objections. I don't identify by that name. But yeah, Holly, I can see him saying all of that and more. His opening statement is probably going to be a full day in its own of him just going off, and she's going to have to corral that. But in opening statements, you can kind of say whatever you want. So he's going to have free pass to carte blanche this nonsense of his, which is kind of what he's hoping for. This guy's been grandstanding from the jump, just to go back, even with the tornado. And I mentioned this earlier, when the tornado was touching down in Kenosha, right out there in eastern Wisconsin, when the judge said they wanted to go ahead and adjourn for the day so that they could go take care of family members that might be in the line of the tornado, or take care of their own homes, make sure everything's battened down, he said, I agree, Judge, we should end early because the tornado might mess with the equipment for televising the case. I also might have some family I need to check on. But his primary focus and concern was that the case wouldn't be televised. He's 100% playing to the narcissistic the notion that this is all about him. He gets all of this attention, and he's going to have all of these people. Like, he thinks that he's going to be the next, Dahmer, whatever, who's going to have this, documentaries made about him, and they're going to be interviewing him for years to come. And he's going to be some kind of like jailhouse celebrity for being so famous, when really he's not going to be able to go anywhere in the correctional facilities at all, any prison, anywhere, without that knowledge that he raped a 15-year-old little girl, got her pregnant, and was on the lam basically for not registering as a sex offender since 2006. He is a sexual deviant. He raped a child. To be blunt about it, that's where we're at. And that is never going to ride inside. The prisons, they don't handle it. You mess with a child or you mess with women, you're going to get handled. So he's going to be in protective custody at best while he's in prison, but he's moving for the appeal. He wants to go to the appeal in court because he knows he's not going to beat the jury in this, because the jury is going to stick him with any one of the charges. But of all the charges he's got, he's looking at over 900 years of jail time, not including the 6 life sentences. And even if they downplay the 6 degrees of first degree intentional homicide to 6 degrees of reckless homicide, that still faces up to like 30 years in prison, I believe. So each one of those, you know what I mean? 180 years just off the bat for that one, plus 12 and a half years for each count of recklessly endangering safety. That's another 700 plus years. Hit and run involving death, each one of those can take another 25 up to 25 years, I believe. So was that another 150 years right there? All in, over 900 years of potential prison time, plus 6 life sentences. So the chances of him walking out of there, like he has been for the last 17 years, however long he's been dancing through this craziness of the system that's kind of let him kind of finagle his way into getting out on his own recognizance, getting out on $300 bond, getting out on $500 bond down from 10,000, like all of these things, like it's ran its course, and the bill always comes due. And at this point, the bill has definitely come due. He's at a point where it's going to happen one way or another. It's going to happen. But what we have to look to is the follow-up. So he's looking to get as much screen time as possible. He's looking to get as much hype as possible. And I think he assumes that there's people rallying outside of the jail for him. Like, we support you, man. We're here for you. We got you, Darrell. You're our favorite rapper. You're our favorite person. Like, we're going to burn some stuff tonight for you. It's not happening. It's not happening. And that's just the blunt end of the situation, is that he is a mass murderer as it is right now. Whether or not the courts will get to it, but he's killed 6 people. including an 8-year-old little boy. Over 60 other people did he injure, and some of these people were critical. Like the rest of their life, they'll have to deal with issues, with physical issues, and then we have the emotional and everything else that goes along with this, and mental, and the fallout from what he's done. So we've covered the fact that he has no real case in this, as far as a mano a mano with the prosecution about beating these charges. It's not a if it doesn't fit, you must acquit situation. You know, you know, that's you were behind you were driving the car, and now you're going to spend life behind bars. I don't know, you come up with your own euphemisms, but that's where it's at. But yeah, so yeah, he said he's getting hate mail. He said his kids are getting bullied. He said that and this is funny, I mentioned this before a couple times. He said, yeah, I don't even get out of my jail cell. I'm stuck in there 23 hours a day. I'm not allowed out. I'm getting unfair treatment. And they said flat out, like, well, we're doing it for your protection, because we let you out, you're going to get your ass kicked. Like, you go on the general population, even in county right now, you're going to get served up for multiple reasons. You're a sex offender. You know, you raped a child, done. You murdered 6 people, done. Killed a little boy, done. Like, there's connections in the community. It's Waukesha. Well, granted, it's not the smallest place. It's not the biggest place, mind you. It's Wisconsin too. And I mean, Wisconsin holds a long memory, man. This is like the old world where folks like built that country. That's like family that, like, oh, my dad helped build that building back in 1733. That memory runs deep. And if you got people that in that community, that Waukesha Parade that's happening every year, you got family, cousins, friends, associates, whatever it might be, you're going to find a connection. There's no, that Kevin Bacon notion is going to run real short. You're not going to need 6 degrees to find that link to putting a boot in that dude's ass when you're in jail. That's just that's just how it is. You know what I mean? There's going to be somebody that's really closely connected. He's going to get a call. Someone's going to be talking on the phone even. And this is how it works, man. This is the inside. I'm just telling you this. There's going to be someone sitting on the phone. If he goes general population, if he goes, you know, if he's out on the yard, someone's going to be chilling on the phone and they're going to be like, are you in there with that Darrell Brooks guy? He killed my grandmother. Yeah. He killed her with his car. Or, man, that's crazy. He killed my nephew. Yeah. Yeah. You know, that's that dude. Like, and then that guy is going to be like, that's crazy. I'm looking at him right now. And he's going to be like, well, you know where I'm at. You know how I feel about it. You know, you're my people, and that was my people, and he did that to me, so he did it to us. You know what I mean? And that's good luck, dude. Good luck. Or they're just gonna have to drop that hint. They'll run his plates, as they say. They're gonna check his paperwork, and they're gonna say, hey, look, you raped a child. Come on in. We got some things we have to handle now. You know, it's gonna be just straight jailhouse, you know, justice. You know, and good. If nothing else, guys, nothing else. No, there's no death penalty in Wisconsin. I know a lot of people have been pushing that. There is no possibility of any quality of life for him in a correctional facility. None at all. This is and he's putting himself right in the fire by all the publicity. You know what I mean? If this would have been a low-key case, not a lot of people knew about it, it might have been able to slide through the cracks, figured out something, maybe bounce between a couple of the different state facilities. I know there's a handful of them in Wisconsin, but he's going to end up in a place with people who don't want him there, which is going to be 99.9% of the people in there. The only people that are going to accept him are the people that are also on that same page that aren't allowed to be in general population. It's going to be the same people that are on the same, you know, that same chopping block. You know, they're going to have to like team up and be buddies, you know, just and pray that, you know, the guy in front of them falls first, you know, and then the guards jump in, you know. So yeah, the movie Jailhouse Justice, that'll be the documentary to watch about Darrell Brooks. It'll be Jailhouse Justice, because we all want to see justice done, and that's what this is about. That's what this whole stream is about. That's what this is, this connection right now, all of us watching right now, so that we can all talk about our feelings and get it out, be a part of our closure and work through it together. So which is a big deal, man. You know, some of these things don't just go away. You know what I mean? They don't just go away. And I didn't realize how much it's still there. We were watching some of the earlier. We watched just a clip from the memorial, from the vigil in Waukesha. Man, I had to step away for a minute. It did just right to my heart, man. It hits hard. It hits really hard. Just seeing how tragic that whole how the tragedy in that community, and just the lives that were affected and destroyed and taken away from us. So, yeah, Darrell Brooks, you got a rough road ahead of you, buddy. You know, or whatever you want to identify as, Math Boy Fly, you know, Spider Monkey 14, whatever your stage name is, or your freaking Fortnite handle, whatever it is you go by. Good luck. That's what was in that one Taken with Liam. Good luck. You're gonna need it. And we've got a case to look forward to, guys. We've got coming up on Wednesday, like I said, is when he is projected to start his case. We'll see what it does. We'll see what it does. Who knows? He might have some compelling intro that's going to really shake us. Like, wow, I didn't see that coming. But there's not much that he can do that we don't already see. I mean, we can already tell you exactly what he's going to say every time anyone says anything, and any objection, we already know where that's going to go. But his whole goal is to go for the appeal in court and trying for. He's been asking for a mistrial. Not going to happen. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, someone said take the sheets out. Yeah. And we all know what we're referring to, but yeah, you made the bed. Now you might have to, swing by it. So he's just a real class act guy, real class act. Anyway, I want to send you guys off on a better note here. Then Math Boy Fly, who is where is he right here? Math Boy Fly. Half a Ticket was his name, was the name of his song, where he's rapping in front of his mom's SUV that he drove through the crowd, and I'm going to show you guys a couple things here real quick before we head out. First thing I want to show you is this guy right here, man. This dude we were talking about it earlier. The fire, we showed you the video when we had the dogs we tried to pull out, we pulled out of the fire, the house fire in Bakersfield. But then I'm going to show you some stuff from the parade, and then some other stuff with Darrell Brook here in a minute. Just give us about another 12 minutes to wrap it out at around West Pacific Standard 3:30. But this guy right here, man, this was the dog, one of the dogs that we pulled out of the fire, and just as cute as they get, man. He was so that's Diamond, the one on the top there that's barking, really, really aggressive. And this little guy was they had oxygen. I've never seen a dog with an oxygen mask on, but he was just, like the stalwart, like grandpa, just making sure all the other dogs were okay. But there was kennels. We had kennels all over the place. There's like 6 or 7 dogs at least. I can't remember exactly how many, but there's a lot of dogs. But this was the chubby fella that that we pulled out, and yeah, a cute dog, man. He was cool. He was a good dog. But we also worked on getting these guys all homes. So anyway, yeah, the jury's not going to be out too long on this one. So, but moving over this direction, that's him getting his oxygen the first time. That was wild. And again, Shelly, thank you for sending those. I appreciate it. Where are we at over here? Yeah. So this is Math Boy Fly. This is that's a snapshot from his music video, where the red SUV is as clear as it can be, right there. You've got the license plate, which we established lined up. You know what I mean? Keep moving. That's the front end of that same SUV, right? It's right here, and then it's right here, where it's just demolished, from hitting people. And I believe that this is a clip of the I don't think there's any. Is there audio? Yeah. Oops. So yeah, we've got, where are we at over here? Sorry. Well, we had, I'm not sure what happened here. Either way. I don't know. Facebook. So yeah, we've got a lot of stuff happening, a lot of stuff to look forward to here this week. I'm exhausted, you guys. We're 8.5 hours into it today. I'm sure you're tired as well. Set up notifications, you guys, on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, whatever you happen to be on. And make sure to come back in and with us tomorrow. We're going to start back tomorrow morning. I'm not exactly sure what time. I believe they start at 8 a.m. So I'm going to plan on an 8 o'clock start time. So that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, if you're on YouTube or Facebook, make sure to set up notifications so you get notified when we go live. Mods, you guys are awesome today. Thank you very much for everything. You killed it. You're amazing. So between now and tomorrow, you guys, the stars, thank you for the super chats. Those make it all possible. So if you could jump in on that and help support independent media and help support the growth of this channel, doing what we do here and to continue to do what we're doing, it would mean a lot, and I appreciate it. So thank you for all the support, and I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. So all the best. Have a good night.